Almost, yes. I think that people who are better teachers understand the application better and teach application out. Those who are like really smart, they think that the theory is the be all and end all.
They see the power in the theory.
Yeah.
And so they don't want to teach like this is what you can do with, you know.
But you got to start with the application out. Otherwise, people won't have anything to grasp onto as an actual like useful application.
And it makes sense that the sorcerer would get confused or like pissed off.
Oh, sorry, the sorcerer is the villain. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And that's why I was telling Manish, I think that the mentor is probably the best voice to use because the mentor is coming at it with a different attitude of, I have something to give you. This is your tome and this is how you use it. And even in the explaining, the cadences come across differently because you're trying to convey information. You're not somebody trying to get back at somebody because you've got something to gain.
I find with the voice acting now, I'm focusing on the words, but also the cadence of the rhythm, so that the same rhythms are emphasizing the same thing.
Interesting.
Right, so that's how I'm writing the commercials to have that rhythm. So, for example, in this one, it's if you cannot protect your queen, you don't deserve to be king. And what hope do you have to protect your queen if you can't even see the chessboard? Yet most people in business are so anxious that they expose their queen time after time after time. And that's why they lose at chess, at life, and in business. And that's why Wardley maps were created. By mapping out the terrain and climactic patterns that affect your business, you'll be able to exert your competitive advantage while sacrificing the most strategic pawns. Wardley mapping. You cannot protect your queen if you can't see the board.
And that's even a different tone than, because I don't think a villain would say it that way.
No, but that's the way I'm thinking about the stanzas. And the
Yeah. Oh, it's good. I like it. That's good. I approve. Oh, we are joined. Hi, Dan. I have this weird ass conversation, and there you are.
We're having a conversation about education. It's very important.
It's like, fuck you guys, I'm staying as a listener.
If I come up as, I've noticed Dan going down to listener more.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, you know what? If I'm not a speaker, they can't call on me. So sometimes when people will come in the room, he's like, oh, I'm dropping down a listener. And I'll be there.
Whatever.
Hi, Dan.
How you guys doing? Good? You sound good.
We're great. Just having a weird ass conversation, as always.
Always. It's good. Always good to hear you guys talk.
This is what it's like in the background.
I can dig it.
Yeah, I gotta give it up to Mike. He's interesting. Our times at home are never boring.
It's because I do stupid dances.
Not just that, you have like things that you talk about and think about and bring up to me are interesting. And then you splice it in with like weird ass dancing. And it's good. It's entertaining.
It was so funny. Manish spent about 5 hours trying to explain to Hurls what a Wardley map was, and it didn't work, and it was so great. It was so great.
Yeah, I had a good conversation with Manish today. Just kind of cut everything he does, and then he was like, "You have a concept," and I'm like, "Well, I always got something." So we walked through an idea I was working on, and it was cool. He was like, "Okay, what's the next steps on this one, Dan?" I was like, "Well, I guess I'll work on some design frames." Okay, so it's kind of kind of funny. It's like the best way to get to know each other is like build a prototype together, see how well that.
See if you start yelling at each other. So.
Actually, that's kind of true in a lot of ways. I would often tell that.
Oh yeah.
To big clients when they wanted to work with us, I was like, let's do a smaller project and find out if we're even in alignment before we take on something that kills my whole team.
Because chances are we're not.
That's very weird. I used to be a consultant for a long time, and I found that when I went in, I just said, look, I'm just going to yell at you guys. You're paying me for it, so don't take it personally. But you're hiring me because you guys fucked up all these years, and I have to come and save your bacon. So just listen and follow. And it worked pretty much all the time. And if someone had problems with it, then I wouldn't continue. And I never actually yelled at them, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
setting up like the initial boundary, saying, because I, as a consultant, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, you like, because I wasn't like a programming consultant, I was more like that was part of it, but it was more like we've really messed up on, like, it was always, there's a fire, we need to put it out, and we don't know how, because we've wasted all these years. And it was typically government contracts or very large corporate contracts, right? So it was always, yeah, we're going to do this, and we're going to do this right, but there can only be like one person who drives it. So I found that always worked. And yeah, well, what do you think on that, Dan?
no, I'm with you on that. I mean, it's always just the case when you come in and sort of take on a project, or especially if you're taking over someone's code, it's always a train wreck, you know what I mean? So those projects always are a little bit more than people want them to be. And I always tell people, I'm like, look, you don't understand. I had to be responsible for whatever, like, whoever built on your swamp. Like, I got to take over the swamp duty of that and move this thing to like solid ground at the same time. So of course it's going to be more.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's and so I found just having those ground. You're right. Having those ground rules in the beginning is always a good idea. Did I hear Ali in the background, by the way?
Yeah. She's in the other room. She's here though.
Is she around?
Yeah, one sec. It's dark. Allie,
Hello?
they don't want to talk to me.
Why not?
They want to talk to you instead.
About what?
I don't know.
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to say happy holidays.
Oh, that's so nice. Happy holidays.
I didn't know whether I would get a chance to say that to you, but I heard you. So I was like, oh, let me make sure I catch her and tell her happy holidays and all that good stuff.
Oh, that's so lovely. Do you have any plans?
Yeah, we have our Christmas traditions, and we've put up the tree and we're going through them. Basically, our plans are usually
I
at home.
love that. I love Christmas traditions. That's lovely. What's one of your favorites?
Give me 1 second. I'll tell you. Just give me 1 second.
No worries.
Okay.
One of my favorites, my dad likes to cook up a good Jamaican meal. So we do something like ackee and saltfish and some like dumplings, and we'll all huddle together in our living room and watch Home Alone. And that's my family's tradition.
Oh, that sounds pretty good. Huh.
Oh, that
So,
sounds amazing. Usually, so interestingly, we do hot pot usually.
I love it.
So one of our core traditions is we either do a hot pot or We
Delicious.
don't always do the traditional Christmas dinners. Usually it's a hot pot, right?
Delicious.
Sorry?
Oh, I said delicious. I love me a hot pot.
Yeah. And so that's fun. We have so we have these stockings that have been going on for years, and they continue getting decorated every year. So there's more and more and more decorations on the same stocking.
So cute. I love that you guys do that. I want to do art. Some of my favorite family memories is when we do art together. That's just,
Yeah.
I love that.
And in that same vein, everybody gets to make a Christmas ornament in addition to the ones that are like on the tree. So we have Christmas ornaments that are like dating back, like from their childhood, were like made out of plasticine and not plasticine, but plaster of Paris and
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. I love that you do stuff like that with your kids because those memories, you keep those forever. My mom, that's what we like to do is we also like to pull out the old photo albums and all the old shit that we made when we were kids, like all our old journals that we wrote when we were like 4 and 5 and read them. It's a wonderful, wonderful keepsake to have. Oh, it's wonderful.
Oh, yeah. Oh, talking about journals. This you might enjoy. So I told you I worked on number theory, right? A long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So I called my mom and I asked her if she had kept my number theory journal around. And she has.
Oh my God.
So Lala has been like interested in maths, and I made a little journal for her where she can do her maths. Like she does, she opens it up. She opens up her that math book that I told you about, the elementary introduction, and she like
Wow.
draws pictures from it. But my mom is sending that to me from Canada, and I'm going to show it to her. And hopefully, when she is a little older, I can just give her that journal because it still has blank pages in it.
Oh my God, that's such a cute thing to pass down. Oh,
and
come on now.
Interestingly, it also has all of my high school romance diaries in it, like all of my thoughts.
Get out. You kept those. That's so cute. Oh my God, high school shit.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be an interesting thing to share with them. Sorry, I gotta go. I just heard a door slam really hard. I don't know what's going on. Let me go find this with kids and a door slam. It's very hard. Anyways, but I just wanted to say happy holidays. And of course, I wanted to say this to Michael as well. But I talk to Mikey all the time. So, but I wouldn't be able to catch you. That's why.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Tell him
Right.
it's not that I don't want to talk to him. It's just that I just want to talk to you a little more.
I think that's it. No worries.
Okay. All right. Happy holidays to you too, Dan and Mikey. I'll be back in a little bit. Let me go hunt down what that's trying.
Figure out the door slamming. All right.
Bye.
What about you, Dan? What do you do for the holidays?
Well, let's see. Mary is tearing up the house, painting it right now. So we are cordoned off to just one bedroom, of which we will celebrate all our festivities in that one room.
All right.
But normally we would just hang out, and we usually celebrate Christmas Eve. Is when we sort of do present night and that kind of stuff. And then Mary and I we actually do have a bonus thing that we celebrate or believe in, which is a Christmas squirrel, which is
Christmas
yeah,
swirl?
no, the Christmas squirrel.
Oh, squirrel. I love it. Continue.
Yeah, and basically within 15 days before and after Christmas is the proximity of time that you can get Christmas squirrel gifts. So Christmas squirrel can grant you another additional gift at any time during his, reign, essentially 15 days before Christmas and 15 days after. So
that's so fucking cute. What kind of gifts does the squirrel give?
Well, usually they're stupid gifts. They're usually stupid things.
Stupid gifts are the best. best gifts. What are you talking about? Some of my favorite gifts are stupid gifts. Come on.
You know, like a bottle of champagne. Like, hey, what was this? Oh, this must be for the Christmas squirrel, honey. Look. So, like, you just kind of discover things around the house, and you just kind of go like, well, golly, this must be part of the Christmas squirrel. And then it also helps to actually have a snow globe that has a squirrel trapped in it that we shake. So yeah, we're strange here. We're a little strange, but it's fun.
No, I like it. That's really fun. That's a really fun tradition, and like so not a regular tradition, which I love even more.
It's a totally made. It all started when I found that squirrel at a Dollar Tree, and I was like, I had to bring it home. I felt sorry for it, and then we made a holiday out of it. I was like, yeah, well, of course, it's a Christmas squirrel. And then we used to like make up songs and do stupid stuff, you know, because it just sounded like something like, you know, well, everybody knows about the Christmas squirrel.
Don't you know about the Christmas squirrel? Everybody knows about the Christmas squirrel.
Exactly.
The Christmas squirrel. Like, exactly. I can see the whole thing. At the school that I work at, we celebrate Festivus for the rest of us, and we have the pole and we have the feats of strength and everything, and you're allowed to vent your things. So it's such a fucking fun week of like whoever's on break, you descend on the other person who's teaching, and you have to do the feat of strength in front of the class. And so it's anything from like spinning around on a stick and like having to walk a line, or like, you know, picking up stuff with chopsticks, or, you know, just like stupid little things. But like the whole class gets into it and you cheer each other on, and then like it's a tier system. And yeah, and we play it all fucking week, and it's rad.
That sounds awesome. That sounds really fun.
It's good. I have a really great department, do have to say.
You're a good show host, Allie.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's like being in the front of a class.
Yeah, that's it.
You just talk a bit, pull some people up. Oh, we lost our listener. He got bored.
It's okay. You should see him speak. It's terrible.
Oh,
no. The last time we were talking to him, he was like, I can move matter with my mind. I'm like, all right, try it. I need silence. All right, everyone, be quiet. And we waited there for 30 seconds. He says, I'm still working on it. All right, check back with us.
Well, how would you prove that he was moving matter with his mind? Was he taking pictures or something?
What reason would he have to lie?
That's true. That's fascinating.
Boy.
I can't wait I just got the audio file. I just got the audio file for Earl's stumbling through his broken understanding of Manisha's teachings.
Incredible.
It's going to be 15 minutes of him saying, it's like...
Which I don't understand. Is Wordly not just a word map?
He's Australian, so it's hard to teach.
But I don't know. I want to stab at this. Like, I feel like...
You ever talked to an Australian?
Yes, I stayed there for a while. I even taught there.
So you know how backward they are.
No, what you're talking about? You're terrible. They're just like us. They're like Canadians.
They're not just like us.
They are very Commonwealth.
Not just like us.
They are just like us, like in the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
I feel like every place that I've ever traveled to, like the Commonwealth people are kind of the same.
How many Commonwealth countries you know don't have an ozone?
Oh, well, that's not their fault.
You know how that affects their brain?
No, you just want to more like, oh yeah, because you can't be out in the sun as long. Yeah. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. That's why he has a secret relationship with Scotia, because they're both being blighted by the sun.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a kinship there.
Interesting.
The sun both hates them in a way.
Yeah, Australia is sneaky. I got one of the worst sunburns of my life, and I never sunburn. Ugh.
No ozone.
No ozone. It's no joke, though.
Imagine being white and there's no ozone.
That's tough. That's tough. I understand. Burns are no fun. Do you burn, Dan?
Oh, definitely. I'm as white as could be. So yeah, put me in direct sunlight and I'll crisp up nicely.
That's so tough.
The sun is like a whole broiling machine.
So what's your...
I still
sorry,
have
go
an
ahead.
imprint on my chest from the electrical shock I had to get from my heart.
Jeez, Louise.
It makes there's like a paddle print on my chest. Like,
Oh my God.
It's like a tattoo.
It is. That's hilarious.
You're like Iron Man.
Battle wounds. Chicks dig scars.
That's
I wonder
true.
if I still have my... Oh, no, it's gone. It's faded. I thought we were going to get a funny sunburn story. It's like, no, I have the scars from paddles from bringing me back to life. Like, oh my God.
The body electric.
Isn't that weird that we're just a bag of liquid chemicals and electricity?
It is. It's a little depressing in some ways. Like
Huh?
well, it's like how does the body know like which parts of us are really alive or not? You know what I mean? Like is it constantly going like I think I got the leg alarm. Fuck the alarm. Fuck the leg. Let's go back to the heart. All right, I got the heart working. Yeah. Okay, you go over there. You know what I mean? It's like the whole time it's working on keeping everything alive. It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. The whole body is so wild. It's interesting. I remember one of my friends saying, like, as she was going through med school, she was like, the more classes I take, the less I think the world needs doctors because the human body is fucking amazing. I'm like, that's the coolest sentence I've ever heard.
Yeah. You forget
Like the
about
capacity. Oh, sorry, what?
You kind of forget about it. You know, you don't think about how many times it replicates everything and recreates everything, you know.
The capacity to heal? That's crazy.
It's kind of like that T1000 or whatever.
But it is though.
Yeah.
Like I cut you and you literally like leak sealant. Like that's insane.
Maybe the T1000 was just like a liquid version of us.
Like a liquid metal version of us. Yeah.
It would self-heal that way.
That's because we're the first AI. See, that's just it. We are the AI. And we had to grow humans in order to basically evolve to the next state.
Are Cylons next?
What's that?
It's just a good plot, I think.
What's the Cylon?
I hate you.
That's not Battlestar Galactica again.
Of course it is.
Oh my God! Not
shut
more
up.
Battlestar.
You shut up and you will love
Oh,
it.
God.
You will like it and you will love it.
Battlestar Galactica. Oh my God.
So Robert Patrick talks about how he plays, the other Terminator, was it T-1000, and he turns his. I believe what he said was the way it looks so robotic is he would turn his eyes before he would turn his head. Like he turned his eyes like to the. Let's say he was looking to his left, rather than turn his entire face. He would turn his eyes, then he would turn his face, and it gives it this very eerie, creepy, mechanical, robotic type of feel to it. So, but he was amazing in that film. Really good. And Sopranos after that, wow, great guy. So if you want to look like a Terminator, I think that's the recipe, is what I'm saying.
If I were an AI with a corpus, the very first thing I would ask for is your clothes and your motorcycle.
I was at a mechanic shop, and next door, it must have been like a motorcycle pick your part type graveyard. Coolest bikes, and the cool, like these 80s mopeds. Really, really awesome. I took some pictures. I couldn't help myself. Really cool stuff. But yeah, that's how you would do it. You just size everyone up and be like, bloop, that is mine. Thank you very much. Why not?
Because you told me to.
Yeah.
Oh man, good times. Yeah, this fuck the T1000 did a pretty good job. What's his face? Yeah. Have you seen this boy? I've always liked the people pretending to be machines in movies because they can method act with a degree of precision that people who are trying to be other people don't have the luxury of. You know? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, like one of my favorite set of characters in movies is Agent Smith from The Matrix.
Yeah. Definitely one of the best.
It's the smell. You're saturated in it. You have the key. I need my key. Like, like he's clearly obsessed.
Are you sure? Are you sure you weren't in that movie? You did a good job with that. That was excellent.
I've decided I have a phonographic memory.
Oh, you're so lucky. Not lucky, but that's a true talent.
It's I feel like it's a genetic aberration more than a talent. The side effects are like I'll be hanging out watching some movie, and then somebody will use a sample from something that I saw like 15 years ago, and I'll be like, "That's the door closing sound from Doom 92 from 1992." I'm like, "Well, shut up, Ruben." I'm like, "No, no, 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 go back, go back." Okay, hear that door closing? Okay, okay. Now listen to this. It's like YouTube. It's like the original Doom sound with the door closing. Pachoo! It's the same pachoo.
Yep, yep.
You know?
Yep. Yeah, and you know what? So, in other words, people who watch a movie with you never watch the whole movie. Just at it's like cut up and go back and
I
right.
I try to exercise a degree of self-restraint. Um, that goes out of the window.
But that doesn't happen.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah,
Basically, I
I
mean,
lived with someone like that for 29 years. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Um,
What I'm saying is I'm used to it. It's like I wouldn't break someone of that habit because then I like listen to what they're saying about. I'm like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's go back and hear that. It's like it takes 3 hours to watch an hour and a half movie now. you know, so
there's like thresholds, right? Like if it's a really niche noise and you only hear it once, that's enough to give me fucking. I'll have a nervous breakdown. But like if it's a normal noise, it's sort of normalized at this point, right? Like, are you familiar with the Wilhelm scream? Perhaps it's pretty nerdy. Okay, so
oh,
mhm.
I've heard it before, but no.
So the example, um, which it's like or something like that. That's a poor job, but what happened was back in the day when they were making films, um, there wasn't a lot of like royalty-free audio out there, and so they would keep reusing the same samples for that, and they use the same samples so often, and sometimes in the same movie that it became like an inside joke in the Foley community, the people who make the sounds for movies. And so there's this one scream sample that was used something like 40 times in the Rambo series, the same scream, and like it's honestly it's been used in hundreds of movies. Um, it got to the point where there's a series called the something brothers, the Danger Brothers, the Venture Brothers, and they make a point of putting at least one Wilhelm scream in every episode, and it's kind of like an Easter egg. You got to try to find it. It's like, oh, there it is. Some henchman died. You know.
Now I have to go find that. Is it like one of those like horror movie screams from like the early like
Yeah,
days of talk?
it,
Oh,
it
okay.
is the horror movie Scream. In fact, I would say, I think you
Oh,
would find you would be challenged to find a Scream that has that has been used more time throughout history and especially in horror. Yeah.
I'm jealous of that scream. If I could do that, I would be so proud of myself. Like I would be more proud of being able to do that than getting my law degree, for sure.
Well, I mean, the DNA of that sample is fucking everywhere, man. Like, I know that there's a YouTube supercut of this, and it's like 20 minutes or something ridiculous of like a 2 second sample, right? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so I found it. It's a 14-minute supercut of the Wilhelm scream. It's something.
That's incredible, though. 14 minutes. That's a lot of movies.
Yeah, it's sorry, did you say something in the last 8 seconds? I missed it because YouTube cut me off.
Yeah, no, I said 14 minutes. That's a lot of those. That's a lot of movies.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's weird. I've got probably like I've got a good chunk of Austin Powers stored up in there, and some part of the hypothalamus, maybe. I don't know. Doesn't work with pictures. I don't have a photographic memory. In fact, I forget all sorts of shit. I forget the dumbest things. I'm currently looking for my ID. I say
Oh,
singular. I say singular because I had three IDs and I've lost two of them, and I may have lost the third. So clearly,
oh no.
yeah, it's far from like photographic, but like the audio thing, I got you on audio.
Yeah, I like those games where you have to guess the music off of like one tone.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Like I do pretty well with not with like R&B and rap, but pretty much everything else. I'm pretty good at guessing the song pretty quickly. So beware, because I
Noted.
can, I can see So You over there being like, yeah, let's do a music game. One sound. Who is it?
Yeah. I feel like a bit of a wild card in those kind of games because like I'll know shit that a lot of the other cats won't know, but then there's stuff that everybody knows and I have no idea about it. Like the information diet is so fucking off the rails that like there's some basic shit I just am unaware of. Like I don't know, popular series. Like I know like when you said Cylon earlier, I know of the Cylons, but I haven't seen the body of work that it's associated with. I want to say it's either a movie, maybe Babylon 5. Somebody is screeching in the corner. Where do Cylons
How
come
dare
from?
you?
Okay.
Oh my God. Oh, go to school. No, it's Battlestar Galactica.
My
It's the whole
mistake.
thing.
My mistake.
Yeah, so if there's a space that's called BSG Date Night or Sexy Syndicate, you choose. Either very irritated or horny or both. So watch out for
Duly noted.
that. No, yeah. So anyway, Silence are from Battlestar Galactica, and there's two different series. There's one that's like kind of like campy and slapstick from the '80s, which is how people originally remember it, and then it was
Right.
reimagined, later by the other series. And I don't know, they're charming in their different ways. I wish people would play Pyramid though. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That game Pyramid on BSG. That is a cool game. It's like basketball combined with like
Oh
squash.
yeah. I forget that one guy plays it on New Earth or whatever.
Yeah. But it looks like a really entertaining. Like it could actually be not like Quidditch. Like you know how they turned that into like an actual game and people are serious
Right.
about it. Pyramid looks like it would actually be fun to watch and probably painful to play in a way. Because you're like turning like football and basketball into one game, basically.
I think isn't Web3 peer to pyramid?
Wow.
I think so.
What I think is interesting about the Battlestar Galactica community, where I've brushed up against them, um, is that the roots run deep. They get really butthurt if you roast Battlestar Galactica. I don't know enough about it to roast it, but like compared to say like the Star Trek nerds or the Star Wars nerds, they're I want to put them in the more indie, like the kind of people who like Clerks. I feel it's like the Clerks community, the indie sort of movies crew, made a baby with the Star Trek sort of nerdy type community, and on the other side was the Battlestar Galactica community. Does that make any sense?
That makes total sense. Yep, total sense. Definitely. I like them all though. I'm not a big Babylon. I try to get into Babylon 5. I guess I just need to spend more time with it. I just can't. I don't know. I can't make it happen for myself. But um, I love all the Star Treks. I love VSG. And Star Wars is pretty good, but it's not as high on my list as say Star Trek. But I love Star Wars too. But some things about Star Wars remind me of season 8 of Game of Thrones, so I get very salty over it in a way. But overall,
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
I'm not fussy that way. It's good. It's all good as long as we keep generating sci-fi. I think brains will continue to hopefully expand a little bit. It's like, oh my god.
You know what gives me Game of Thrones vibes in sci-fi is the Dune series. It's like
Oh yeah.
you know, they just sort of ramped up the
Yeah.
edgelord.
Yep. And it's kind of disappointing in the sense that I know, like, both Dunes, the one with Kyle MacLachlan and the current one, I find them both good in their own ways, but I think that there's a so much better way to do it out there that I hope someone tackles because it's just such a good book, like Frank Herbert. And anyway, I'm a massive nerd. I cringe to hear myself speak, but um,
I can resonate. You're in a I don't know if you're in a safe space with Soyu. Just I feel like I feel like Soyu doesn't have any particular kind of space. He's like the true neutral of hosts, which um which is hard to be with any degree of rigor. Because you would think that means no discipline, but actually it means a discipline in pursuit of chaos, which is a rare combo. He's chaotic neutral is what he is. You're welcome.
Yeah,
Um,
it's quite perfect, and it's quite daunting. It's quite daunting because I know he's just sitting there like a sponge, just like
uh-huh.
taking it in, chewing on it, deciding tactically, strategically. He's out there playing that 5D chess, all the cute people talk about, but actually
Uh-huh.
he's executing the moves, and we don't even know it. It's like Ruben, you're already dead. You just don't know it yet.
If you cannot protect your queen, you don't deserve to be king. And what hope do you have to protect your queen if you can't even see the chessboard? Yet most people in business are so anxious about the future that they expose their queen time after time after time. And that's why Wardley Maps was created. By mapping out the terrain, climactic patterns, and components that most threaten your business, you'll be able to exert your competitive advantage by sacrificing the most strategic of pawns. Wardley Maps. If you cannot protect your queen, you don't deserve to be king. That's the commercial so far.
That is the fucking commercial.
All right.
Right there. Boom.
So I went on.
Why
I
didn't you
went
say
on.
that? You know,
I,
why didn't
I went on to Pexels, and they have an old man playing chess with a robot that's moving the pieces.
Can I be
That's
honest?
awesome.
As a businessy person, I'm highly
Yeah.
skeptical of that of the chess analogy, and the reason why is because there's more chaos in the day to day than I think most. Like, I feel like the visage of senior leadership and execution and businessy land is quite like people think that people think CEOs know
Yeah,
what the fuck they're
the
doing.
target market is a chess cell, right?
Well, so I would say well, here's the other thing. I have a bias. My bias is that I've been an early stage startup land, and so and that is not characterized by you need to be able to sort of understand the strategic part, but it's more tactics because you're trying to not die, right? You're not trying to like it's blue ocean, which means as opposed to red sea, so you're not like hardcore going up against competitors necessarily, right? You can fuck around, do new shit, but for the same reasons, it's also really chaotic, and so it's hard to play chess when the chessboard is moving every day and like actually like nobody like fucking the pawns are going off the rails and fucking somebody's playing checkers. So all of a sudden, like it's really it's almost using chess analogy is feels presumptive and like we're being CEOs when really we're not CEOs. We're fucking founders. We're just trying to not die as opposed to sort of like optimize for success. That being said, on a corporate level, perhaps that's the case. I haven't been the largest thing I've ever been involved with is like 15 people. So I wouldn't. That's still not. It's not even medium-sized business territory, right? That's small business by New Zealand standards, let alone American standards. So so perhaps it's different depending on the client, on the target market, right? But checkers is also probably the wrong analogy there.
Oh, right. I like the checkers. Yeah. Checkers is for chumps, something like that.
Yeah, that it was a short video of a girl with this scowl on her face, and she just beats up this poor kid in one move and just basically finishes the game. You know,
Yeah, checkers is for chumps. Yeah, so break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, happy holidays, everybody. Ching, 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 ching. Happy holidays from the Syndicate, everybody. Ching, 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 ching. That's right. We wish you a happy and merry, safe Christmas wherever you are. Outdoors or indoors, Syndicate is in your drawers.
Syndicates in my doors.
Yeah, I don't know. It just sounded good. It also sounded weird. Like, how did you do that? like, get your hand off my dick. I'm sorry. Just wanted to let you know we're in your drawers.
Oh, in my drawers. Okay.
Drawers. I'd like to get in your drawers, young man. Could you drop your drawers? I'd like to inspect your nads. Thank
Put down
you.
the drawers.
Put down the drawers.
I thought you said doors. It feels it's like a weird place to
Actually,
hang
I'm
out.
going to refrain from doing any of the English accents because New Zealand Dan is here and he can do an accent on top of Dan anyway, so
Oh.
that's perfect.
There's so many fucking English accents, dude. Yeah, I always like the safari pants sort of English explorer 1800 like sort of early 1900s 1940 English explorer in like the Serengeti. Yeah, hello. Fancy that. I dare say we're off our line today.
That's kind of that's what he sounds like when he has a cold.
Uh-huh.
Gets that lower voice, that dig down below. Yeah.
Capital. Fuck it, what I call something capital. Sorry, go ahead.
Huh?
I want to hear Dan do the old English explorer finding a Christmas squirrel, like stumbling upon a Christmas squirrel, like in the wild. Look at the fluffy tip. I don't know.
I kind of have like a dry throat today because I'm getting a cold.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass and let the audience buy that. Anyone want to do an English sounding Dan picking up a squirrel in the field? Go.
Okay.
A Christmas squirrel.
Quick question. When you say, I heard English explorer, but do you mean English documentary, like David Attenborough?
I don't think so. Allie, do I need
No,
that?
I liked the old timey one.
Yeah. I don't know. Almost for the pool.
Have to get E. Rich in here. She does a pretty good English accent.
I'm trying to draw catamarans at the moment.
You are? Do you like catamarans?
Mid-Journey.
Oh, cool. I saw this John Beckley art from the 70s. Like he did like this super yacht. Really cool.
This is the Squarespace DGen Conversations, spoken in however which way we please. There is no reason or rhyme to what we're doing other than the time that we're spending here wasting with you. We thank you for your listenership, even though it wasn't needed, and we didn't ask you to come anyways. Thanks again for listening, and we'll see you in hell.
I liked what we were talking about before, the holiday traditions. Does anybody have any that they do right now around the holidays?
Oh, okay. I have a new one that I'm implementing this year. Me and my dad are fighting right now because we are the same person. And he's like just plus 30 years. Man, like minus the computers and the law stuff, and then like add on woodwork and steelwork and physics or whatever. And so we fight all the time, which is fine. But we've got a pretty good fight right now. And I've decided I'm going to give him a call. I've decided I am going to call him at least once a year. And I thought, why not Christmas, right? So I'm calling him this Christmas. It's been a year since we've spoken. And this is me being nice. All right, Dad. But I realize I can leave a little surprise middle finger in there, which I think you might appreciate. You know how like if you call your parents by their first name, they freak out a little bit. It's just I'm not Mary. I'm your mom, right? Like it squicks them out a little bit, which is a really fun kind of thing to play with. Here's the thing, though. My dad, I can go an extra level with it. I have like I was given a gift from the Almighty because my dad's name that everybody knows him by through his whole life, his name's Pete, Mr. Metcalf. People know him as Peter or Pete, but his birth name was Gary William, and nobody knows that except for like very super close family members, right? And now the entire internet. But what was hilarious about that is that his mother, my grandmother, got to name my uncle, the older brother, Paul, and so she got to name Paul. And my granddad was like, "Okay, well, I'll name the next one," and then the next one, my dad comes along and he's like, "I'm going to call him Gary," and then his middle name is going to be my name. It's going to be Gary William. And then Nana was like, "Yeah, sure, okay, we can put that on the piece of paper." And then she just started calling him Peter. And then of course, whatever your mother calls you, that's what you're going to be. So of course he was Peter. So it's kind of like my grandmother's "fuck you" to my granddad, which I thought was fucking hilarious. Anyways, side effect of that is not only do I get to weird my dad out by calling him by his first name, I can call him by his like government written name, which is like an extra fuck you because he hates that as well. So yeah, this year for Christmas, part of my celebratory tradition is going to be calling my dad. For the first time in a year, and then ending the phone call with, "All right, see you, Gary," and that's it. That's my new tradition. And I'm going to subtly encourage my sisters to follow suit because they also have beef.
So you're not on good terms with your father, I take it.
Not right now. I mean, he brought it on himself. Um, Short version is he went down a pretty serious conspiracy rabbit hole, but like the man has an iron will. Like, son, being cold is a decision type will, right? Like he's kind of baller like that. This one time, people crept onto his property, um, and rather than like alerting the police or like making a rat and get out of here, you rascals, he went to the front of the property and he locked the gate behind them so they couldn't escape. And then he got a fucking machete and cornered them. And every time they tried to get out of the van, he would like fucking make a swing at the van with a goddamn machete. He's like, nah, you're staying here till the cops tear it up. Fucking, he is very lucky they did not get out of the van because it's not like hold your ground laws like it is in America, right? Anyways, he's a fucking psychopath. Is the point. And so, that being said, so like when he goes conspiracy, he's like the that Simpsons meme where Principal Skinner is like, am I the crazy person for believing this thing that nobody else believes? No, it's everybody else that's fucking wild. And so he quintuples down on fucking the vaccine doesn't even work, except it does work, but it's gonna kill us. Like, I can't believe you took the vaccine and you're all gonna fucking Bill Gates is fucking finger gunsing it up. He went real fucking deep, and it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing because he's smarter than that. I know he's smarter than that. Um, yeah, but he just wouldn't listen to it. He just increasingly ostracized folks. Um, and I hurt a lot of folks, right? It hurt the relationships with the rest of the family and so on. And so, anyways, I was kind of like the holdout. I was like, he's going through some shit right now. The world's kind of weird, He's a little, he'll come around. It's just a phase, right? But then I couldn't even fucking break through to the guy, and so yeah, I dropped the mic about a year ago. Um, that's my villain origin story.
It's a bit sad to hear. There's because if you only catch up with your parents once a year, how many more years they got left,
I reckon it's about 15. I've done that math.
Okay. So 15 more times you'll
Pretty much.
see your, and if it's a phone call, then you're not even seeing them,
Yeah. Yeah, there's on paper, if I was a gambling person, I'd probably say we'll probably cross paths a few times before he passes, like in the flesh, if that. And it's frustrating and it's disappointing. There's a strong case for me to sort of treat him like a sick person, right? Or like one might treat a child.
Why not
But
just communicate on things that you have common ground on?
well, so I've tried that, but he is built. He's curated his personality to push the conversation into. It's a bit like you ever had somebody like a Mormon or like or a Jehovah's Witness knock on your front door and they want to start a conversation, but they don't really want to start like a regular conversation. They want to, they want you to come on down to church. They want you to show you the spread the good word kind of thing, right? It's like that ramped up to 11 for whatever thing that he's currently freaking out about, which is fine, but it's tiring. And it increasingly feels like if he were to sort of engage things with like an irrational debate approach, that'd be cool. Because at least you can sort of have one can agree to disagree, right? But yeah, it's he's a goddamn freight train, and it's frustrating because he'll sort of browbeat folks and railroad. I mean, you've seen what I'm like in conversations once I get going. He's like that, but like with no self awareness. It's fucking wild.
Greetings from Chicago.
Hey,
I was just enjoying the
fuck,
conversation.
it must be cold
yeah,
there.
It's a snowstorm right now. Hey Sandra, I've been meaning to reply to you. I've been so busy with things. I'll ping you
Oh,
later.
no worries. Yeah.
I'm going to the grocery store in the middle of the snowstorm. It's pretty crazy. I was enjoying the conversation about the father. You know, I had a tough dad too. He he definitely was strict, but I don't know. He let me do things too. I don't know. Weird. He
Yeah.
changed a little bit over his years.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of respect for, parts of who he is. I don't think he's trying to be malicious. I don't think he's trying to be like a bad dude or anything. I just think that he's blind to his blindness,
Oh yeah,
Okay.
everybody's got a little
Yeah.
bit of a myopia.
So can I ask you a question, Ruben, if you don't
Oh,
mind?
sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's assume hypothetically that the math is wrong and, God forbid, but your father dies tomorrow. How would you feel about that?
I have reconciled with that likelihood. I would put it in like the single digit territory, but more than 2%, right? Like the likelihood that he's going to pass before we reconcile.
No, I mean hypothetically. Let's say tomorrow,
Like literally tomorrow.
he's gone with the wind. I mean, what will you feel about your relationship and the coulda, shouldas? I mean, what do you think? And you don't have to answer it. It's
Yeah. Well, so if I hadn't spent years being the last bastion of his social credibility in a nuclear family of about more than 3 less than 10 sort of close ties, it might be different, but I really felt like I sort of I was the last bridge to burn that burned down, um, and so I'm happy to sort of lift the travel ban, right, the telephone ban, so it's high restrictions at least. I'm happy to lift it, but I would need to see sort of material apologies, um, earnest sort of good faith apologies from him to my sisters and probably a couple other people, right? Because it's like that. It's like the guy who sort of goes out and maybe starts a business or gets like a high powered corporate job, and then like tells everybody he's doing it for the kids, but then never spends any time with the kids, right? He says that he's doing it for the wife, but then never hangs out with the actual wife. And the wife and the kids are like, "Hey, do you want to just hang out?" And he's like, "Okay, but I got to do this for you. Bye." Right? Like, I mean, I get it, but like at the same time, there's a point at which the story that you're telling yourself is in so very clearly in direct conflict with what's underneath that story. If you actually examine what that story is there's very clear conflicts, and people are telling you, and you're refusing to listen to them. It requires a kind of ego that you can change, and that's cool, but it doesn't mean that the things haven't happened, right? You've still made the impact. You've still sort of weaved that tapestry, and there's second and third order impacts of that on people, right? I mean, does that make
What would
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally can sympathize. I had family members that were like that, and I certainly understand how you feel in a way. Obviously, everybody's different, right? But You know, I get what you're saying completely.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, what would the apology look like in your mind? Like, what would they be apologizing? What would he be apologizing for? So I can understand if it's something like you didn't spend time with us when we were younger, something like that. Or you want him to apologize for his beliefs, whether they are some conspiracies or whatnot. Because he's not going to be able to apologize for what he believes in. You get what I'm saying?
No, I agree. I actually think that the sort of the threshold that I'm sort of doing a bad job because I haven't articulated to him all, by the way, right? And it's also, I think, the kind of thing that's something that I should probably examine, right? Because I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated. Not only have I not communicated it, but I haven't even sort of thoroughly examined if that's like a rational thing to sort of outside like an arbitrary threshold for like a hoop for him to jump to, which he can't because I haven't articulated it, right? What I think I've sort of internalized is that like if I put myself in that person's shoes, right, and then I do the sort of self work required to recognize that like here were the things that I allowed myself to believe without doing my homework. Here were all the times that people tried to show me that what I was preaching to everybody was bullshit. Here are all of the ways that like all these predictions that I made on these really specific timelines, and I said, well, absolutely, if this thing doesn't happen, then that means the stuff that I believe is bullshit. Like, here's how many excuses and like backdoors and like, okay, but what about the times for periods of years and years, right? Like, if I put myself in the shoes of that person and I did this sort of emotional labor, like the heavy lifting required to allow myself to see that, I would naturally want to apologize. And that might look like a whole bunch of things. But also, to be fair, what you're saying is correct. Because, like, if the fundamental issue is that he sort of got the proverbial scales on his eyes, right? Then it's not likely for that to sort of naturally occur. And he's just got one of those things where I think he sort of defaults to adversarial approaches, right? So I guess I'm hopeful. I would love to hang out with Dad, but
yeah, I'm sort of thinking
yeah.
about, how online a lot of people lost friends because they had different opinions on certain issues,
Yeah.
but they were like real good friends in real life, but then they disagreed on politics or, whatever. And, like in some, it kind of reminds me of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. And, Harry's wanting an apology from, I guess, his father and his brother. But, maybe his brother and father are thinking, maybe you owe us an apology. So when you've got a situation where it's like two people both expecting an apology as like a prerequisite to reconciliation, it's not going to happen so easily. So maybe that's too much to ask for an apology. I mean, they may be expecting an apology from you for not agreeing with their viewpoints,
Oh, I
But
guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
And I think that I tell you what it has given me is I feel like I understand the Middle East crisis better. That's only half joke, but like it's that level. Like I think we're both so fucking stubborn. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, it definitely sort of is not something that I'm not proud of that relationship, right? Because like a more capable like it's a very very strong ego, but like perhaps a more capable diplomat, perhaps a bigger person, right? Somebody who is able to love a person not for who they are, but who they're trying to believe or who they believe themselves to be, right? I certainly don't. My grandmother has Alzheimer's, and I don't expect her to remember things, right? That would be insane. And so, to expect rational behavior from somebody who has what I would call a form of mental illness, but even if it's voluntary, right, or self-inflicted, arguably, I'm the less rational actor, right, in that context. I guess we'll, maybe something will happen this Christmas though, right? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm glad you're reaching out and that you're doing that on your own volition. That shows that maybe perhaps you're the bigger person that way. Yeah, I'm
I'm
assuming.
like I'm the Oompa Loompa, right? Like, like I'm a bigger person, but the bar is pretty fucking low. Yeah.
Well, I mean, has this person reached out to you in the meantime?
Oh hell no, no. But again, like that's part of his vibe, right? Like he is, he's so sort of, there's like lantern intelligence and laser intelligence, right? Where like lasers can shoot further, they can see farther. They're very linear, obviously, but like if you wake up in the middle of the night and you have to make your way to the kitchen and back, probably you're gonna have a hard time if you're using a laser pointer, right? Whereas like a lantern, it's dimmer, it's hard to read with, but like at least you can see a little bit of everything. I feel like a lot of people are born lanterns, and then some people are sort of, find themselves in laser territory. He's like he's very much laser, and so like whatever he's focused on, he's obsessed with it. And this is no exception. But as a side effect of that, like I've received, when we're on good terms, when we're on excellent terms, I'll receive 3 Facebook messages, DMs a year, right, from his side. Um, so it's a loose operation, so to speak. But like the culture of the family is very like arm's length. We love each other,
Oh,
but
oh,
yeah.
yeah, I can relate to that. Like if my father put his hand on my shoulder, that was like the highest of praise. You know what I mean? Like that was like a huge deal. Yeah, we weren't huggers. You know what I mean? Like it was. I mean, I don't mind doing that now, but what I'm saying is, it was, everything was a very stoic and stern affair. My father was a deacon at the church, and uh,
Oh
worked.
shit. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he worked very hard, and you were expected to toe the line and play your role within the family as how he envisioned it. And if you stepped outside that line, it could get ugly. But he was in.
Yeah. That.
We were good. We were very. I considered him a very close friend, in addition to being my dad. And um, I wish I had taken him more seriously when it came to certain, how to think about people you probably need to know better. Like my judgment is not exactly great, but but for him being the way that he was, I would not be the person that I am. So I have that respect to, the quote unquote elders, the people higher up the food chain. Even if I disagree passionately with everything they say, they kind of directly or indirectly made me who I am. And I owe that to them. And, for that alone, I have respect for people who are very strong willed, even though they may be dead wrong. If they've had an influence on who I am, I don't, I try to see the best in people and not what makes me depressed or miserable about them, because it's so much easier to befriend your misery than it is to befriend kindness and being kind to somebody else, even when they're shitting all over you and you shouldn't feel that way. I think that's the harder part of that, and trying to work with that to kind of meet that person in the middle, if you can, without hurting their pride. It's a very tricky negotiation, but kindness often is, and kindness and love is often stronger than short-term anger and impatience and frustration. And that's what I am going to try to roll with, even if it sounds like bullshit.
No, I can respect that. Yeah. So I don't know if I disappear, it's because this phone died.
Don't say that. We love you.
I'm literally on like 3%. Heading back to a charger. Yeah.
Goodness. Plug in somewhere.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, it's one of those things. He's a very prideful person. I don't know. I should probably pick that up. The apple doesn't fall too far there.
But so would you be who you are without the way he is?
Oh, we're like 80% crossover.
Right. So
And and like he's a weird dude too. Like so like it's like accentuated because of the weird parts that are the crossover, right? So
does
like
that bother
there's
you?
no I feel like we have the same ingredients and we chose to apply them in different ways, right?
Would you say he's a successful person?
He's successful is what he tried to do. He is, I think he's freehold for a property that he built from the ground up, literally, like it was raw land, like clay when he got there. And honestly, like he's a fucking savant when it comes to engineering shit. He built a 3-story high warehouse, which is large enough for a 65-foot shell of a yacht to fit in, and for it to only fill up a third of it. He's got like a half-finished bus that he's converting into a cafe. He's got like 4 other boats that are half-finished. None of them float.
So
He's
that's
got
your
like
thing, isn't it? So he has multiple projects that he hasn't finished yet, and that bothers you, among other things.
oh, absolutely. But like I'll give you an example. So when it comes to partner selection, right? So there's like distress and there's eustress. Distress is like eustress is like you lift weights and your muscles get stronger, right? It's a form of stress, but it's a helpful kind of form of stress. Distress is like stubbing your toe. It just sucks, right? Uh, as a class of stress, and so like he married my stepmother, who I love very much. And she's Japanese and has a lot of Japanese cultures. She's a very, very strong lady in terms of like patience and sort of stiff upper lip. Very kind person. Um, you know, will sort of look after the household and so on. But she has a lot of patience, I think, for him, and he'll sort of run the show, and she'll be like, oh well, he does what he does. Um, for me, I can understand why it would be easy for that kind of personality to have a partner like that, because you have no one holding you accountable, right? But for me, in partner selection, uh, for me, I need a peer. I fucking need a peer. If that person can't chew me out, right? If that person can't tell me that I'm fucking it up, that's dangerous. Because I'm fucking dangerous. I'll do all sorts of weird shit. Right? And like it's been 3 years. Like I spent 2.5 years trying to make a fucking space lottery. All right. I found a legal way to do it, by the way. You just gotta sell larger pieces of paper and call it a poster. Now you're running a sales promotion as defined by the New Zealand Gambling Act of 2003.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go, right? I mean, you still got to work on the economics, but we gave everyone a refund. It's fine. And by the way, I'm kind of glad we did too, because it would be another 9 years before Branson finally got somebody to fucking space. So dodged a bullet there, a very slow bullet. But it's indicative of like sort of how the creative slash engineering slash economicsy thing manifests. And so it helps to have a partner who is sort of similar levels of stubborn, or at least sort of um, can engage as a peer rather than just as like a fucking assistant. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of dudes out there have more dudes than women have like partners who seem to take on assistant type roles. I don't know.
Yeah, like a
Mentally,
pepper
maybe.
pot, right? You know, a little
Yeah,
bit.
like a pepper house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, women are kind of told that, you know, it's better to be a pepper pot than a peer because the peers usually are the first to hit the trash pile, if they're married, you know. So, you know, I over the course of my relationships kind of, you know, try to have a live and let live attitude, but invariably every once in a while an opinion gets away from me, and before I know it, I'm being opinionated, which is not healthy for women who want to be in long-term relationships. You know. So I get what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I understand that.
yeah. Well, I mean, to me, that's a if your relationship is crumbling because one of the because 50% of the relationship has an opinion and the other can't deal with it. Um, I would say that's a failure on the dude's part, right? Like,
I wouldn't.
um,
If I can't, I mean, if a person is opinionated constantly, I mean, to the point of exhaustion, then it's just someone being a devil's advocate to be a pain in the ass and not, there has to be a balance there. Otherwise, it
right.
gets way out of hand, you know, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah. So I would appreciate that. Like, if you're using your partner within the context of being a peer as like an ideological whetstone, right? And you're kind of like grinding them down to make your opinions sharper, which is something that is a trap that I can fall into sometimes if I'm not careful. Um, or if you're adversarial to the point where it's no longer accretive, but it's actually dilutive to the relationship, right? Whether that's in the role of like conversational partner or as a parental figure or whatever whatever those, because you always wear multiple hats when you're that close with somebody, right? um, as soon as it starts to be dilutive, and there's like sort of asymmetry, that's when it starts to feel like it can be damaging. But I think there's a lot of dudes out there that I see that the only way they can feel safe about themselves is if they have complete control of the relationship. And they talk about things like having a wife that is subservient and so on. I'm like, that just doesn't vibe with me. It feels like a, a, it feels like fragile dude ego, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, I see what
Maybe
you're
I'm
saying.
too modern there, but yeah, it's like an emotional stoicism, if you will.
Well, I hope your phone call goes well. Maybe
I
there'll be more.
appreciate that.
You never know.
Yeah, I mean, we agree on a lot of things. We agree on a lot of things. We have a similar music taste for a start. Um, he's funny. Fuck, he's cutting. He can cut motherfuckers down to size so quickly. Like, yeah, it's an issue actually. But you know what I mean? You know those ones? Like they just give
Yeah.
no fucks. Um, no fucks combined with like pretty good like local perception, combined with um, uh, yeah, I guess it's mostly about the no fucks. Um, like, have you ever been in a scenario where there's like a bunch of friends and like it's almost like a Boston type culture where it's like, fucking breaking my balls type culture, right? And then
Yeah.
there's people who are like verbose and they'll come up with like a lot of snappy one-liners and so on and so forth, and like fairly well rounded out roasts. And then there'll be a one person who comes in and they'll say two words and it's brutal. but they'll
Yeah.
only take two. You know the ones. Yeah,
Yep.
he's yeah, he fits more in that category.
Yep. I can relate. That's harsh.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like Big Fat in the audience is actually pretty good at that when they want to.
But that's needed. I mean, it's a
Oh
palate
yeah.
cleanser in a way, right?
Well, yeah, it is the palate cleanser. I'm reminded of Diogenes of Sinope. Are you familiar? Oh, my speaker's fucking out or something's going on. I can kind of hear you responded, Sandra. No, I lost it. I'm gonna go down and come back up again.
Right? Now. Oh. Oh. I have a bunch of strong silent types, or maybe I can't hear. Maybe it's that. Let me drop out. Hold on.
I can hear you.
Yo.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, just finished off the version one of the Waterloo Maps commercial. So I'm going to put in the group.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, recording in the background.
Cool, cool. I like that. Like, I like the version that you said here. It was good.
I'm lucky because I got to see Hurls misunderstand everything. So I kind of saw all of the ways not to explain it, right?
Well, yeah.
It's not anyone's fault. It's like, it's complex, right?
Oh, I would have made it. It would have been even worse if you made me explain it. I'd be like, bit. Yeah. I think I get it though, but I get what you're saying.
All right, let me upload it. Awesome. Okay, it's in the group.
Cool. Impressed. That was I can
Oh, hello?
you hear.
No, you're cutting out a bit.
Very good. I mean, I loved it. You have the perfect voice, I think. So how are you feeling? How are you?
It's good. Yeah, we did the session with Manish today on the mapping. And I think we figured out a way to create a free version of the coaching using the AI and maybe some biometrics as like the freemium or premium models.
Yeah, I was listening in on that, and I love that idea. I think that would definitely get people engaged, and if they, felt comfortable with it, they would probably, pay a decent amount. Obviously the goal is both, right? Make money off it and also help people. And I think it would do both.
Yeah, it has to save the coach time, or it has to help them onboard more people. We'll see. We'll see. It's good to have it on paper, though.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I had, and I'll have to think about it. I mean, the first question is, can you use this for like conflicts where it's not an even Steven sort of thing, like one side probably has considerable leverage over the other. Do you know what I mean? Like, is it worth doing a mapping for that?
Well, one of the examples I use is the reusable rocket, right? So while it may be worth it, you have to also look at the time horizon,
Sure. Yeah.
right? And the time horizon is what people don't think about, like especially with sales, right? They're like, yeah, this product is useful. Okay, well, how long does it take to sell? 18 months? Well, all right, well, if you want.
Yeah. What's the kind of like, no. Yeah.
Right? It could be yes, it could be no, depending on how much funding the company has and, if they're doing something industrial. Luckily you already have the sales relationships in place. Because if you don't, and you're just going from scratch.
Right. Right. No, I get it. So are you getting a lot of snow where you are?
No, not yet. Not at all.
I had no idea that most of the country, most of the United States is getting hammered very shortly. I didn't know that. I looked it up. I was like, oh, how about that? It's kind of weird, like when you're living somewhere that doesn't really experience that level of, weather, I kind of miss it in a way, but then,
Well, you're in Florida, so you have your winters in the summer.
exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah, we have hurricanes, and it's funny because there were two hurricanes that they missed Miami, but we still got a lot of rain. And I'm driving somewhere to get something, and I'm like, I wonder what it's an awful lot of rain. What's going on, and like half of Miami's underwater. Yeah, it's like I had no idea. Like I gotta like, I used to be very mindful of that stuff, and I need to do a better job of that. I mean, it's pretty oblivious to miss a hurricane. But yep, yeah. So hopefully everybody gets to where they need to go for the holidays. Do you have any holiday plans, Mike, or are you guys staying in?
No plans whatsoever.
Yay! Good for you. I'm impressed. Well, you don't.
I resent
Do
plans.
you celebrate Christmas? What do you celebrate?
Not really.
See, some people super love Christmas. I like Christmas. I would I have decorations up for what it's worth, but and I love the ceramic Christmas trees from like the mid-century with the lights and the stars on the ceramic. It's so, I don't know, there's something about it. I grew up seeing them, so I like them. but yeah, obviously you're not. Maybe it's more of a first, I don't know, American holiday, European holiday. Then it's neat. I have Jewish friends, and it's like, they start. I think they started several days ago now, but it's like the longest holiday ever. But it's kind of, some days are more fun than others. So, one of my friends kind of walked me through the Jewish holidays, and I was just like, wow, you know. Uh, well, I'm gonna sit here and map out, not a wordly mapping, but I gotta map out strategically how to accomplish what I need to get done. I want to audition for something that Alice Goshi was kind enough to list it backstage, so to speak. And so I'd like to do that, but I'm kind of like chit chatting with Christian about, what I need to do that. And my car is at the freaking garage, and I have to convince a kindly old Greek man to, please not, rape my bank account. I know how much it costs to fix what needs to be fixed, but I have a feeling I will be told I'll have to haggle. Um, I don't know. So I gotta play. So, but the main thing, and then there's this art thing in Paris that I happen to see, that I have to apply for that by the 25th. And so I don't, like, even if I was able to get that, I'm not going to be able to raise the money to go to this event anyway, really. So I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, we're all just winging it anyways.
I know, but you know what? I'm 50 years old. I spent the last 20 years or so winging it, and, kind of, that's an interesting thing that people frequently say to me on Twitter. Like, I've had people tell me, Sandy, and at the end of the day, we really don't know what we're doing anyway. And my question is, why? Why don't you? Like, is this what do you
Because
want to?
we don't have access to perfect information.
Well, that's a given, but that doesn't mean that people should. I mean, you still should have a plan of action, right?
Sure. But to Zach's point, the purpose of making a plan is not the plan itself, because no plan survives first contact with the end user. It's the planning, so you can,
Yeah, sure.
if the data changes, you can change. You don't have to make a new plan.
I mean, there's we all have general goals, and I would like to be more productive with my time, just as I'm sure everybody else does. And so, I don't know where my priority should be right now, Mike. What should I focus on art, which I seem to, if I could focus on one goddamn thing, I would probably be slightly above mediocre, and it would probably make me money.
Well, I mean, I think what you know is best, which is the eBay, Amazon game.
Oh yeah,
But
well that's
I think
given.
if you wiped everything away and focused just on that, um, that would be the shortest sales cycle that you have readily available to you.
Yes, you're right. I know that. I'm talking about, um, what is your opinion? And you can, you usually
hmm
don't mince words with me, so I would appreciate it.
hmm
Because you're right. I have to do those things. I know that. I know what I'm doing with that. However, I think I have enough time to squeeze in either art or voice. So if you were me, what would you choose?
Is it one or the other?
I don't want it to be, but I don't know how I could get both done and make any progress with either one. I feel like I'd probably make more progress if I chose one, but I don't want to choose one right now. Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, you don't have to do the AI art expressly to make money. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like if you're always just thinking, how can I turn this into money? How can I turn this? You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's the wrong energy, right? Because you're not really enjoying yourself.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
So I think there's a value in having a hobby that allows you to. And it's funny, like if you look at KC, it was a hobby that was fun for him. If you look at Rommel, doing AI art was a hobby for him, but now it's a career for them potentially.
Right, right.
But they're
Yeah.
doing it because they love doing it, not because they're like, oh fuck, I have to become an AI artist. No, I have to go. You know what I mean? Like Casey's, when you talk to him, he's enjoying the process.
Right. Well, that's how my book business started, way, way back in the day. And it started as fun, because back in the day, people weren't like running around scanning ISBN numbers at thrift shops and then selling books. It was like a novelty, like what's behind door number 3? Boom! Congratulations, you have a veterinary parasitology. It all started with a veterinary parasitology book, 5th edition by Margaret Sloss, which was at the time very rare. It's not now, because now, ebooks and things like that are more uh, prominent. I was flipping that thing. I bought the first one for $1 offline. I sold that one for $149 to some guy. You'll love this. Get this, New Zealand. And I said in my email to him, what are you going to do with this? He's like, oh, we have these. See, after the 5th edition, they changed the format and they took out most of the pictures. Well, if you are, like salt of the earth and you look at your poop from your animals and you're trying to figure out what parasite your sheep, goat, whatever has, you're literally on your hands and knees with the poop and this book, looking at, trying to figure it out. And long story short, I was friends with him for quite a while, and he and his friends bought 10 books off me, all same edition, everything. And I cut them a break on the amount. But it was hilarious when you think about, here I am in America at the pretty much the beginning of, serious book selling on Amazon. And I'm selling books about parasites and shit to people in New Zealand looking at sheeps and goats. That's how it all started. Is that one of the most bizarre things you ever heard in your life, or what?
Yeah, I think the challenge we have is that you can focus on all things,
Yeah.
and all things are interesting. You know, um, yeah, it's hard to be able to focus.
Yeah, and I'm not focusing now, am I? But the point is that started as a hobby and it turned into a monster on me, in terms, because that's when I started the arbitrage and all that.
hmm
And so I need to if I get back into that, I'm fairly certain it will work for me, and maybe I can do it in a way that it doesn't murder me. uh,
hmm
but I'd just be grateful if I could get it working again. So I do need to focus on that, but I don't want to not do voiceover work. I think I would be pretty good at that. What do you think?
I mean, to Zach's point, I think you have to operate from a position of strength, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say cash flow first, everything second.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And I think of sales cycles.
Well, I'm going into the first quarter now. I mean,
hmm
so yeah. And pilot season for voice acting is coming up in February.
Mm-hmm.
So it might make sense for me to spend some time focusing on that.
Well, I mean, right now, today, it sounds like you're not practicing, right? So, for example, to do the voice acting, all voice acting is practicing scripts. So if you set as like a goal to say, okay, I'm going to try to get in half an hour of voice every day. I'm going to try to put in 90 minutes of eBay and Amazon a day, right? I think that if you did that for like 5 days, you would have a lot of progress. It's just bringing yourself to do it isn't the easiest thing in the world.
No,
Right? Oh, sorry. You're breaking up for me.
Oh, I am. I appreciate
Oh, no, you're back. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I appreciate you being frank with me because I think that's exactly what I need to be doing.
Yeah, right. Like even like because if you're doing voice acting and you're worrying about cash flow, then it's going to leak into your voice, right? Because your voice is a reflection of your emotional state, right? So it's like
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to honor the voice or honor the art if you know what I mean? You're not operating from a point of security,
Right. No, that makes sense.
right? So I think if you're going to throw yourself into that mindset to do the voice, I think it's related to your success in the other side. Like all of those things feed into each other,
Right.
right?
No, I appreciate the advice.
Yeah, no worries. I think I'm interested in seeing if that arbitrage opportunity is still exploitable today.
I am too, because if it is, it's scalable and it's scalable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And we
it
have
is.
the programming capability to expose that in volume,
Yes.
let's say.
And and it's good in multiple industries too.
Well,
And there's
it's very investable because an investor is going to want to say, how do I spend money to make more money? And if you can show that with the principle that you started with, it's no different than what Brad does, right? Brad says, you give me this money and I'll turn it into this much money. How are you going to do it? Well, I'll do it using this method. It's no different, right?
correct.
It'd be like, okay, like if somebody gave you $500, what would you do with that money? And what's the expected turnaround to 5x that capital back? Okay, well, based on what I've seen happen in the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, here's what we project.
Right. And I was trying and my numbers would be old, but I can dig into maybe I can get into my old account and dig that out. I can certainly do that through K1s. Well, maybe not so much, but
And
I can
again, it's the recent data that the
yes.
investor will be most, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
this is not what I did 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 1 year ago. This is what happened in the last 30 days. Completely different, you know?
No, you're right. You're right. I I I kind of have a sense that it might work. It's all going to hinge on whether the arbitrage is there or
Chances
not.
are,
Yeah.
well, chances are it won't, and then you're going to have to adjust. And the way you adjust your sales is where the business might be found.
Gotcha. Yes, you're right. Um, my main issue right now is scraping the information I need. I'm gonna have to scrape it, and I'm gonna have to because I looked into the other methods, and I think what I vaguely remember us doing last time is we got 3 people to buy from the site, and then wasn't a problem. But it might just be easier for me to scrape. I just don't want to lose my Amazon account because if I do that, If they take my IP down and I can't scrape, then I probably will lose my Amazon account too. And I don't know. I'll figure it out.
I wouldn't complicate it. How do you get to your first sale? Right? Don't think too far down the road.
Well, I could simply set up a website and have my friends buy 3 things from me and then be like, look, here are my 3 sales. Let me have my product API. And then but that might take, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long that'll take. I just rather.
I would just execute on the business hypothesis that you have. Just find the opportunities manually and prove it out.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. There's issues with that in the sense that that'll be like a crapshoot because I have to go and find the stuff to sell, and I'm good at that, but it will take more time than if I just scrape it or do the arbitrage on eBay. See, my problem with eBay is if I'm dealing with like an automated buyer, like a high frequency buyer, they're going to get there 6 to 10 seconds before I see something coming up because I would have to manually check everything. But anyway, you're right, and I'll do it that way. That makes sense. I can do it that way. It'll just take longer.
Yeah, what we need to validate is what is the method by which an item is bought and sold profitably, and how long does it take for us to execute that unit case?
Right. Yeah, no, I understand. I mean,
Again, this is the Toronto perspective, right? Like if it's Silicon Valley, they'd be like, "Hey, you have an idea? Here's $1 billion." Like here, because we haven't like artificially inflated the currency trillions of times, right? People in Toronto are investing Toronto dollars, and Canadian dollars hasn't been printed to the same extent. So like the criteria here is, are you making money right now? If not, don't talk to us. You know what I mean? That's kind of I had to learn that the hard way.
yeah, no, and I mean, that's the actual way it should be, and I respect that, and I wouldn't go asking for money unless I was sure it would work. I'm not.
Yes, exactly, right?
I know people do
Mm-hmm.
that, but I'm not really one of them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Unfortunately.
My buddy said pitching is very simple. Here's what I've done. Here's what you can do. I'm leaving the room now.
Yeah.
Like I'm a big fan of just sending somebody an Excel spreadsheet and saying, you know what I mean? Here's the track record. This is what the money looks like. With this injection of capital, this is what's going to happen, and this is what your payout's going to be. If we can get this one milestone done, maybe you consider looking at it as a company. But maybe you just use this as a spin of the roulette wheel.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a little confusing because even though the my eBay and my Amazon are for years are the most reliable to me, and they also I enjoy them. I thought that maybe voice work would work out for me, but I don't know. So you're right. I got to be realistic about it.
Not just realistic, but like realistic about the timelines for the voice acting, right? If we consider what is the first likely pay date for you to get paid from voice acting, that's probably months. But for eBay, it could be hours.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, and I'm already behind for the month. I mean, I should have, but with my car issues and stuff, it just I'm kind of behind, 2 days behind where I should be right now.
Okay, like look, everyone. If you ask everyone, even like fucking Elon Musk, if he's happy with his, speed of success, he'd say no. I wish things were faster. I wish I could deliver. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But
Sure.
I think, again, the challenge is we can do everything these days. And the challenge is that is we often do nothing because we're
I
so
know.
mesmerized by the kaleidoscope,
You're right. You're 100% correct.
right? The
Yeah,
four-legged stool and the lion.
it's like just too much, and I can't focus on what and it just makes sense to kind of just go back to basics for me.
When we live in utopia, right? We have all of these things around us. We can, right? And because
Well,
we have this infinite menu around us, it leads us to not be able to dedicate ourselves.
I was ready to dedicate myself, but the other person wasn't. So I got to do what I got to do. You're right about that.
Same reason I'm learning how to code. You're like, hey, I'm tired of waiting for other people to build what I want to build. You know what? Fuck it.
Yeah, and you're doing very well. So I applaud you on that, and that's good. All right. Well, I might as well get to work, right? So have a good night.
We expect a report in the morning.
Yeah. Aye, sir. See you later.
All right, take care.
Take care. Bye.
Are you dissatisfied with your productivity? If you're not, you're probably not trying hard enough. You should be disappointed with yourself. This is your parents talking. No. You know that nagging sound that tells you, hey, why don't you work more? Yeah, that's your parents. You know what? They're fucking right. You lazy son of a bitch. So why don't you get off your ass, take off the kaleidoscope glasses, and get the fucking work? You know what you have to do. And of course you don't want to do it. Who wants to do what they have to do? It's easier to do what you don't have to do. Usually there aren't any consequences. But do you really want to do things of no consequence? Really? You're going to do things of no consequence? This is your plan? Fuck that. Welcome to Fuck That. Created by the inventors of that shit's not going to do anything. And really, that's what you're going to do? Really? Introducing really. That's what you're going to do? Really? That's what you're going to do? You're going to do that. That's your plan. You're going to do that. Exactly what do you expect from that? Oh, yeah. Wow. How long is that going to take? Oh. Seems to me that you can never fail if you never really try. And, if you never swing a bat, I guess you can imagine that you bat 1,000. But who the fuck's interested in how you hit the ball 10 years ago or 5 years ago or even 30 days? Yes, the nature of finance is that companies have to fucking kill it every single day. We don't report on companies annually, we do it by the hour. In a world where you're evaluated every second, what the fuck hope do you have? You have to sleep sometime. And that's why you need AI. Because Amazon never sleeps. Google Cloud Platform never sleeps. Microsoft Azure and IBM Red Hat, they never sleep. Linux never dies. Linux will be here longer than we will. So if you have a hypothesis, why don't you validate it? And if you're afraid to validate it, maybe that fear is telling you something. But the only way to conquer fear is through action. That's the challenge, isn't it? Pete, what's going on? You can't come up or what? Is that working? I invited you to co-host. Oh, yeah. There you go. I'm looking at people's watch and telling them what time it is. What are you up to?
Sleeping far longer than I should be, and then getting up a little bit and going back to sleep again.
Sounds like a great start to the road to freedom, if you ask me.
This is freedom.
What are you going to do on your first day of freedom, Pete? Go to sleep. What about the sleep? What? Second day too? What about freedom? I'm kind of tired.
Thought the whole point was to rest. But no, yeah, no, it's good. It's like actually catching up on a bit of sleep is nice. And
Like
then
a 6 day of work and 1 day of rest, Pete.
6 days of work, 1 day of rest. What are you on about? 7 days of
Yeah.
work all the time. You want to rest? Fuck you.
Can you imagine, like God's life coach? He's like, hey, how come everyone else gets Saturday off? Fuck you, get back to work, God. Show up and give me 50 push-ups. How would God do push-ups? What would he push on?
The universe, I guess. But it wouldn't be like up and down. It'd just be kind of some weird, 10th dimensional fucking separation of self from the universe. That's how he flexes his muscles.
It wouldn't be up and down. You're right.
I mean, it just wouldn't make sense for it to be up and down. It's just so like, I don't know. If God was
It's so
doing
like
push-ups against the universe,
one-dimensional. Yeah. You would push in and out, probably.
but like,
That's the
I'm thinking it's
gravitational
a
conception.
completely different dimension. Yeah, it's fucking my brain. I feel like just.
You should do that. God does push-ups.
Did you know the hypercube, the fourth dimensional hypercube or whatever? Did you see you've seen the video of that? Like, do you remember the first time you watched that and your way your brain's trying to comprehend it?
Yeah, it sounds like a Windows 95 screensaver.
Yeah, pretty much. Just like trying to work out the way it rotates and stuff, because it's a video of like how one of these hypercubes, a four-dimensional cube, rotates. Represented in 3 dimensions. Very basic kind of, like stuff. I say basic, but it's like it still fucks your head up trying to work it out, trying to like understand it.
Maybe a hypercube is a hypocircle sphere,
A hypersphere. I wonder if that's a thing.
Hyposphere.
You mean hyper, like hypoallergenic?
Yeah.
Is a cube just allergic to roundness?
The cube is allergic to roundness. You're fucking Platonist. Told you not to read Plato.
Yeah, good start to my morning. The sort of bullshit out of my mouth.
I like it.
On a more seriousness note, I had some interesting dreams. I'm not going to go over the dream. I'm not going to be that person that talks about what my dreams were, blah, blah. But there was a piece of art in one of these dreams that I'm like dead ass trying to recreate with diffusion. And honest to God, when you have a very, very, very specific image in your head, it's so impossible to just get it. It's fucking annoying the shit out of me. I'm literally like, this would be easier to draw. And this is how many months in now? And it's still like, this would literally be easier to draw.
Or maybe you drew the stencil and then put that stencil in as an base image.
Oh yeah, I could definitely do that. Could definitely do that.
We had some good success in the AIing of the doodles.
That was fun, but that was more transformative. Yeah. So it's kind of like you're taking in an input that looks in one style and you're transforming it into something else. Whereas I feel like the image that I had in my head was a very pop art sort of thing, like a split color tone, two faces, very, very like it was simplistic. It wasn't overly complex, you know what I mean? So I feel like if I started drawing up a stencil, I'd just draw the actual image. Because it was all like line art, outlined, that sort of stuff.
I'm gonna try it now. All right, here we go. All right, so this is the image that I'm going to start with.
All right. I'm gonna steal that as well, by the way. Doing what AI artists do, stealing art,
Yeah, you fucking kleptomaniacs. That's what they should call you. Artists. At best, you're DJs.
I'm offended.
No, I had friends that are DJs, and that's what they used to say. The DJs aren't
I was
musicians.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're good tool users. I don't know what they think they're doing with music, though.
Serato jockeys.
Serato jockeys, Jesus Christ. We use record box over here, mate. It's all Pioneer.
I gotta say, this image that it created, it's pretty cool.
Ah, shit, I forgot to steal it. Hang on.
All right, I'm posting the before and after.
There it is. All right, okay. Copy image. Do-do-do-do. Actually, wait, I need to open it in a separate thing, don't I?
You call yourself an artist.
Image, hang on.
You think that's an artist? I'll show you an artist. This is an artist.
What I'm testing is using no prompts.
Say again.
I'm testing my models with no prompts on that image as image to image. I want to see what that does.
What does image to image mean?
It takes the image, it denoises it, or whatever. Like it breaks it down, then it tries to create it somewhat, I guess, based on whatever you're prompting usually. But I found out that this automatic 1111, the thing that I'm running locally, you can run stuff with no prompts. So I don't know what it's trying to generate when you've got no prompts. Image to image is basically just using it as an initial image or whatever. Like you feed the image in, and then it corrupts it, noises it, whatever you want to call it, and then it recreates something based on your prompt.
Excuse me. I'm posting a new one. This one's cool. This one is wild.
I'm still trying with no prompts, though. I think I need to get good results with no prompts.
Like this one, it has the Ethernet cables coming out of the keyboard, and those Ethernet cables are connecting to cables that are being displayed on the monitor. That's fucked.
I just got a lot of smoke because I'm using no prompts, so I don't know what it's doing, but it's giving a lot of smoke. It's kind of like abstract art. Check it out in the Syndicate chat. So that's no prompt. Let's start applying some prompts.
I like it.
It's different. I think with this AI art stuff, I think we can eventually start seeing stuff that's really just weird and abstract in general. I think the whole notion of like creating really coherent images is gonna like fade. I think the novelty of that's gonna fade, and then people in the space are gonna start just making weird stuff left, right, and center. I mean, they already are to some degree, but you know, like when you have the like, if you want to make like a dog that looks like a horse or something like that, it's at the power of
I
your
feel
fingertips.
like
You're gonna have the novelty, yeah.
I feel like individual images are gonna lose their importance, and short films are gonna start taking over.
Probably, dude, probably. It's going to be an interesting shake-up in the style of a lot of content delivery, though. I mean, individual images and the way you're delivering content with
Well,
those, it's one thing, but yeah.
like look at the way that we're using the ChatGPT OpenAI, right? We started by using the actual machine itself to say, hey, this is my question. This is my prompt, give me my answer. Now what we're doing is using the machine in the background through APIs to do iterations, right? Multiple prompts at the same time. And I see that happening in music, right? And the music stuff is interesting. But then when you consider that, like, pictures are nice, but films, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting close to that point. Very close. Like all that, like that chess video that I made. Like, why do I have to make that video? Why can't I just give it the audio? I think about that all day. How do I take a voiceover and visualize it? Visualize that which is being vocalized.
I mean, I think with that though, it's the amount of different ways in which you can visualize something based on your interpretation of it. I think the AI will get there, so to speak, but the tools are going to be very widely spread. I think we're sort of in that stage of figuring out what we want the AI to do for us, if that makes sense. And that's going to change the landscape of the video stuff as well, for sure. But it's like, do we want it to generate the actual video for the content, or do we want it to pick the video content for us in a certain way? And you know, it's like there's all these different options in terms of how we can apply it. And I think that's where it's going to be when we reach what we call general AI, that's where it's going to really start being the question of like, okay, what does this individual want from this piece of thing, right?
I think the AGI is kind of overblown. Because first of all, we when that happens, we have no idea of what definition we're going to use for it. We just look at it
It's
as
like,
some magical thing that, oh, once we have AGI, we'll be able to jack off without our hands. And it's like, what are you talking about?
yeah, it's almost like even if we reach our like consensus of what AGI should be, the target will move, and it has to be able to do more for it to be considered AGI.
Like,
And
like it's like we only think things exist when we know about it. Does that make sense? You see that bias?
oh yeah, of course. I mean,
I don't know about it yet, therefore it doesn't exist. Oh really? Oh really?
yeah, there's a lot of that in the world. It's like when I was saying this to Casey the other day. It's like you know that feeling when you discover something new and you get really excited about it and you want to tell people about it and whatever. And then you're like, actually, this thing has been around for years and people are already in the know. And you feel like a fucking idiot when you go into a space with people that already knew about this thing. And you're like, oh, I just found this thing. And it's just like, yeah, cool.
Well, there's also like, and there's this emergence of the AI hipster who's like, you know, oh, I already knew about that. Oh, I've been using that 10 years ago. Oh, you know, I remember when it was just this. And it's like, so why didn't you do anything with it? And it's like, there's no answer. So you knew about this shit this whole time, huh? Yeah. So what'd you do? Nothing? Okay, well, all right. Carry on then. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's
And
why I
then,
can't hate on people that are doing stuff with it, you know?
and the people, and it's kind of sad, actually, because you realize how insecure they are, that they
Yeah,
don't
but I
want
mean,
to, they're unwilling to even type in a prompt. They're like, oh, yeah, 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 I know about that. Oh, yeah, 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 I know about it. Yeah. Do you? Do you really? Do you
that's how we
really?
feel about the anti people in general. It's like they assume that it's just that easy. And it's like, well, come here, come do this thing. The tools are free. You know, try and create the image that's in your head. And I think it's the same with the AI hit stuff. The people that are like, oh yeah, I knew about that like 10 years ago, whatever. Yeah, machine learning's been
That's
around a
not
while. A lot
yeah.
more people do it.
Whatever. And
And even
so
me, you know, I'm just some fuckhead.
it's like somebody going up to Henry Ford. Yeah, 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 I knew about the fucking car. It's like, oh yeah. Well, why didn't you build it then? Oh, you didn't? All right. Well, we're gonna continue building it. Is that okay with you? We're gonna continue using this drivetrain.
IP laws for thoughts, man. I'm gonna sue your ass for something I thought up 10 years ago but never acted on.
Who gives a fuck? But it just what it does is it exposes apprehension. And when you hear it, you just don't, you know, you can choose to poke the nerve if you want to, but it's like, and sometimes I do it for fun. Like the other day, the guy's like, yeah, we have this new idea. It's like, all right. So if you had the money, how much would you need? 1 million to do what? Oh, to hire executive marketers. And it's like, you just told me you had the AI doing the whole thing. And now you're saying you need 1 million for what? Well, let me guess. You're the executive marketer, huh? Yeah. All right. I get it. You want the title of a founder while living the life of an employee. Get the fuck out of here.
Pretty much.
Yeah, what do I know?
I don't know, but you're not getting $1 million out of them, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Or,
and
yeah.
it was so disappointing when I heard that. I was like, how much do we need? And I could feel the pinky going up to the corner of the mouth. $1 million?
$1
Like,
trillion.
where'd you get that number from? Oh, you pulled it directly out of your anus. I see. Speaking of, hey, you rich.
Yeah. Hey.
That's a good way to bring someone in.
We didn't say hey to Jeff either. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, we're just talking about pulling ideas and projects out of your anus.
To be fair, you seen that hexagon?
What's that?
That was on Uranus. Oh no, that's fucking Jupiter. I'm a dumb cunt. Don't worry. I'm just thinking out loud and making an ass of myself as usual.
So actually,
Like, you're from Australia. And it's not even your
You know,
fault.
speaking out of my anus.
did anybody see the court drawings of SBF and the guy in the background who had the hexagon? Or not a hexagon, it was a star.
No, what's that?
I'll send you a DM one sec.
Is he a part of the Illuminati?
Was it the Star of David? Was it a Jewish star?
Kanye West strikes again.
It's like the septagram, is it? No, that's 7. What's 6?
You're thinking of Transformers.
Check your DMs.
Septagram would be a cool Transformer name, to be fair.
I didn't send anything to you, Peter. Don't check your DMs.
Mate, my phone is off for the next 24 days, alright?
He looks like a handsome guy in this picture.
SBF?
Yeah.
Okay.
SBF looks like, you know that troll under the bridge that they talk about?
Wait, Peter, if your phone is off, how are you on Twitter? I'm confused.
Just, yeah.
Australian phones.
Oh, okay.
I'm literally thinking about pulling my SIM card out and just having Wi-Fi on my phone for the next 25 days, so I don't want any calls.
That's a good idea.
Jeff.
I'm sorry. I apologize earlier. My phone just completely, Twitter just crapped out right when I was trying to talk. No, I only had joined for speakers so I could post that image of the bear washing dishes up above originally.
Oh, that's awesome, that thing.
Yeah, one of the developers actually had a better one. It was the astronaut using all prompts. The astronaut, like a man person in a spacesuit going through a forest, then diving underwater, and then floating in space and jumping on a trampoline. It was some crazy off the wall thing. But
what gets me
it's here
is the way they post these videos or these images, and it's always like a bear doing this or like a astronaut doing that. It's always the same concepts that they use for like the marketing side of it, even though they could really show off what it could be capable of by doing some really abstract and weird stuff, you know. But,
yeah, so the official ones are like the bear washing dishes, little short clips. The astronaut one on the tramp, that was one of the developers just posted it to Twitter on his own because he had done like the crazy prompt, and it was amazing. It was totally psychedelic, totally off the wall, not like this nice set crisp image of the bear washing dishes.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, for me, I get why they use them because they're kind of like a easily relatable kind of point of reference, and it's pretty consistent. But it feels like ever since DALL-E started showing their image generation stuff off with like the bears and that, it's just like the theme. It's like, oh, what can your image generator do? What can it do with bears? It's like just a really
it's the new teapot, the 3D printed teapot or whatever.
The CG teapot. What can you do with your CG renders? Always the teapot. I feel that. And then fucking I think Blender came along with the monkey head for a while there. I don't know if that's still a thing. Now it's like the donut.
Oh, Michael, I sent you that God's what was it, life coach thing. It's way too long.
God's life coach. That was a while back.
Yeah, I sent him a while back. I sent him in a DM. I asked Chat GTP to write it for me. At first, it's like, no, I can't speculate on what God would write. And then I said, write a humorous story about God's life coach. And it was this big long thing that was kind of like boring. So I said, no, give me a dark humorous version. It started out much better.
That sounds awesome.
Maybe get Dan to read it. Too bad his voice is going out.
I've noticed with Dan that it's to get the best out of him, you can give him a script, but once he has an inclination and an instinct, it's actually better that he doesn't follow the script
Yeah, he
after
can't be
maybe the
tethered.
first. Yeah, but they're good as initial prompts. I've been thinking that Twitter prompts us. Like even like everything we say is prompting each other to spit out a response.
I think AI is cooking your brain, my friend.
No, that's how brains work. My grandmother had Alzheimer's, and when you get someone down to where you can simplify their thoughts, you can predict what they're going to say. You can give them an input and speak to them exactly at the same time they speak back at you because their responses are predictable. The only difference between nominal human brain operating as it should is that we just have many more parameters, I guess.
Yeah, it's layers and layers of complexity. We love it. But no, recently I've been having dreams that really make me feel like a fucking machine in a way. And I don't mean that, like, I'm a fucking machine, like not that kind of way, but the whole like, I have an image in my head, and then I'm sitting there dreaming about this image, and it feels like I'm trying to generate different angles, different perspectives based on what I have in my memories and things like that. It's weird. It's
That's because you're thinking in the, as Michael would put it, or someone else who made it up, the love language of Stable Diffusion. That trying to get what you want out of Stable Diffusion is speaking its language, and your brain is trying to tackle that problem of how do I prompt this third party which speaks a foreign language in my broken English to kind of like get at what I want it to do. And you're dreaming, you're problem solving.
Yeah, it makes me wonder though, because it's like the Tetris effect, right? You know, when you used to play Tetris a lot and you'd like go to sleep and you have those visuals of Tetris. I've had that with many different video games. And, I'm sitting there and I'm dreaming about like, how do I win this game? How do I like play better? And I'll do something that like, my brain will generate like an adversary for me to work with. And then that sounds weird, but it's like almost like split personality. You have an adversary, you have yourself, you're trying to win against yourself in this fictional scenario that you have while you're dreaming, and then you learn from it. You sort of like you slow it down, you reverse it, you go, okay, what did I do wrong there? What could I have done better? And maybe we do learn most when we dream. It's like it feels like insanity when you're going through that, but is that not where we learn?
There are sleep experts who I remember they were talking about that basically to make a analogy version, your brain bookmarks things, puts little sticky notes on things throughout the day that are just giving you trouble, and then at night when you're dreaming, it's maybe playing back wherever you put those little bookmarks to see can I solve something here in a different brain mode than the more abstract. If that makes any sense.
I just want to make sure I'm not completely insane. And like, do you guys ever go to sleep, or when you're passing out, you have conversations with people, right? Like you'll hear the voice or you'll see the texts of other people that you've been having conversations with as of late, that kind of thing. And it's almost like your brain is generating these kind of fictional scenarios. And as you're falling asleep, you're sort of losing your sense of self to this fictional scenario. So it's like you feel like you're talking to that person. You feel like you're talking to Mike, or I'm not saying Mike specifically, but like, you feel like you're talking to Mike or Liz or, your mate Tom or whoever the fuck it is. And then you'll sort of like wake up and you're like, wait, I'm in bed. What am I doing?
Conversation with my dad, Elon Musk,
Who's
a whole
Liz?
bunch of people. Oh, hey.
Liz isn't real. She doesn't exist.
Are you feeling better?
Okay, Richie.
Am I feeling better? Depends. After court today, actually, I was messaging. I was messaging with Peter while I was in court today, and then all of a sudden he stops responding. So I sent him some, like, what? Why aren't you paying attention to me messages?
I thought you were sick.
I am sick.
wasn't asleep.
I figured you were asleep. I am sick, but I still had to go to court. And then as soon as it was over, well, not as soon as it was over, because I had to drive 30 minutes. I stopped and got donuts and then took a donut sugar rush nap, and it was glorious. And I woke up from that and I came into the Syndicate and I told them about that, and then I did it again. And now I'm awake again. There's my whole day. But we won in
We're
court.
back to the world of living. Congrats.
Peter, what are the things that you're sending in the back channel?
It's art I stole from Mike because I am an art theft.
Thief?
He's an Australian artist.
Hey, Peter, did you see the thing about the U.S. copyright, whatever, rescinding copyright on a like a comic book that was made
graphic
with AI?
novel.
Yeah.
They granted it copyright in the same way they would have a human normally. Yeah.
They granted it and then they rescinded it.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. I mean, the person still created that. As far as I'm concerned, they should have copyright to that, you know?
I think everyone's going to agree on that, but we just have to educate the politicians or the people the bureaucrats in that system.
I feel like it sets a weird precedence, and a lot of people have been a bit iffy on whether or not they're going to get sued over work and stuff like that. It's a bit too complicated for me to really give a educated opinion on, right? Like, my mind says there's nothing wrong with any of this. It's all transformative work. It's all kind of like...
It's a tool.
You know. But from the legal framework, it might be a bit different. And does that mean the legal framework should change to adapt to it? Probably, you know. Like, I really don't know what the framework is over there. I don't know what the situation is in that kind of sense. But, like, mentally, I'm thinking music, sampling, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, you can literally get away with sampling and doing stuff without getting copyright strikes in that world.
Like,
so it's like,
music,
why should art be any different? Yeah.
Well, in music, if you use an interpolation from a song, you better clear that sample, or they're going to take your money.
You got to clear the sample if it's very recognizable, but you can change it into a way that it's not recognizable, and then you can get away with it because no one's going to know to begin with.
Not legal advice.
But the other side of it is the legal framework literally says, like, if
this is how an artist thinks about the law. Isn't it cute, E. Rich? This is how artists think about the law.
It's really cute.
It's really cute, isn't it?
It's adorable.
Yeah, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, which part you're wrong about right this second, but you're wrong about
there's so many dimensions to the wrongness.
It's cute how I talk about it. It's cute how an artist thinks about it, but ask a lawyer and they're like, I don't know.
No, we say, don't ever say that, Peter. We say it depends. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Yes, you say it depends, but you literally just said, I don't know.
It depends on how much money you have to prosecute. Does that make sense? Like, there's a lot of examples.
Real quick, there's no copyright police. That could help a lot.
No. We don't need the copyright police.
But
there are no copyright police. That's what I like. So if you have the money to prosecute your case, then like you should do that. But like anyway, keep going. So
what happened with this graphic novel was that they applied for copyright, was granted it, and then someone read a little bit more into it and said, "Oh, you used Midjourney to create the images. We're taking it away." And Does Midjourney have like image to image the way Stable Diffusion does? Because I could put an image in Stable Diffusion and make it an illustration, but it's my image still. I'm using it as a tool. Does that count? Can I get a copyright on that? Where is this line? I could draw 20 different versions of something closer and closer to that line from the thing they said doesn't count. Where's the line going to be?
The line is being created with jurisprudence, and we're going to watch it happen before our very eyes.
Yes, and if anybody wants to listen, I'll be on LexLine tomorrow at 11:30 Central Time, talking about different things. So they're welcome to come, and I can ask those questions to people that know the answers.
There you go.
Do you
Jeff,
like that?
I'm inspired by what you just said, and I want to create an image that's literally just like a flat white square and a line down the middle.
We're gonna get fucking Peter lawsuited.
No, look, okay, right. So the right half of the square is AI generated. There's a line down the middle of it, right? The left half of the square I'm going to do myself, right? I will paint it if I have to. Where do you draw the line?
I'm going to call it draw the line.
So my wife paints. My wife paints. What if I have her paint something I created with a Stable Diffusion? She does photorealistic painting of, well, close to photorealistic, of images from photographs. So what's the difference between if she paints a photograph or something I create online?
Well, that's one of the questions, though, Jeff. That's a very good point.
Let's start working on this.
What are you doing, Pete?
Peter's going to jail over fucking creating trademarked facsimiles. I think that's what's happening.
Okay, so there's a guy. He's an attorney. He did. I don't remember what he used, but he created a piece of art using AI. Then he put text on it, and then flipped it upside down. And then he also did he changed just enough of it to do X, Y, or Z. So he's doing the application for all three use cases, just to see if he can break through the U.S. the office.
Good on him. What I want to do is going to sound stupid. You know that black square, like the drawing of the black square, the painting of the black square? Everyone's like, I could have done that.
Do we have to call it a black square?
A 0% light in the world of physical.
Thank you.
What light is?
It's a German square.
Mike, I think you're more left than Ruckus at this point.
Oh, who's not more left than Ruckus, though?
Is Ruckus getting closer to like Jordan Peterson?
Jordan Peterson. What I'm thinking is an image, right? So say it's 1024 by 1024. The right half of those, 512 by 1024, will be completely AI generated. The left half will be done by hand. And then it'll be literally just a line down the middle with 10 pixels by 10 pixels on either side, generated by either AI, and then the other side will be done by hand. Where do you draw the line? It's stupid, but
it's genius. I love it.
Where the fuck do you draw the line?
You draw it with your lawyer in court.
There's also not I don't think anyway that there's a copyright jail.
No, it just will bankrupt you.
Yeah.
This is a matter of, can you get copyright on it or not? Not that it's infringing on the copyright of someone else.
Right. I know. I'm just saying there aren't copyright police that go out and police that, except for the music industry seems to be pretty good about you stole my blah.
I forget. Does copyright also apply to just graphic images as well, or does it have to have text?
It could be either. And copyright, so a website can be copyrighted. A picture can be copyrighted. Your tagline can be copyrighted. Is it copyrighted or copywritten? I don't remember.
I think it's when Ruckus does it, it's copyright.
If I do it, it's copy wrong.
Copy left.
So Michael, what do you reckon? It's day 2 and I'm already fucking trying to break the copyright system.
What have I done? I should never have challenged you to break copyright.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
but
real quick, so what do you think that guy is in the background with the star?
let me take a look. Hold on. With the star?
Yeah, the photo bomber.
Where's the star? Oh, that it looks like somebody wrote that in after the fact, to be honest with you. It's not really moving with his clothes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. But that's a Reuters.com photo.
Are they owned by Jeff Bezos?
I posted the link to that article down in the bottom right. So speaking of copyright, did you see that Trump's NFTs had stolen images?
Yeah, I saw that. The Shutterstock.
Is anybody surprised?
One was from the photo from Men's Warehouse. Where he's in a suit.
Hilarious. If that's true, that's hilarious.
Yeah, he stole it from Men's Warehouse, put his head on it. The head's not even cut out very well, and the hands are exactly the same. The other one's from a cowboy costume that was put on Amazon. So it's from the Amazon ad for the cowboy costume.
I guess they argue against Midjourney is that every image generated by Midjourney is a victim of that same Shutterstock type replication. Right? That's the argument. You know, if I'm Greg Rutkowski, for example, I might come calling for my money soon.
What's great with Stable Diffusion is if you create an image that is in the style of stock photography, it invents watermarks and puts it on there.
Like, for example, when I looked at the Playground AI, right? You can look at they have this ability for you to look at similar images to the one that you created. And for every similar image, it has all of the words in the prompt.
Just so everyone knows, it snowed here. It's a little bit off topic, but
And it's supposed to snow here tomorrow.
where are you? So
About an hour outside Toronto.
where's Toronto?
In America.
It is about 12 hours east of New York.
East of
Northeast.
New York?
Yeah,
It's
northeast.
in South America.
Okay, Peter, I know it's not in South America. Okay.
No, I'm fucking with Mike, not you.
Oh, well, either way.
He's upset that he's wrong about the copyright thing.
What?
Nobody's wrong about the copyright thing. Except
Oh, I
Peter.
thought you were
Peter was
making,
wrong. Peter was wrong.
making
Yeah.
a comment
I'm
about
about to go
Yeah,
pee, so
Peter, sorry,
says
you're
fuck
wrong.
you, stat.
Look, if we start
Mike.
talking about fucking wood on roofs, we can, talk to you. But if it's law, we're gonna have to talk to you, Rich.
Look, if I draw an image with the half done,
Anyway,
absolutely by hand, how are you gonna fucking charge me for that?
Oh, we'll figure it out. We're the land of litigation, motherfucker.
Yeah, where do you draw
You'd
the
be
line?
surprised what we can litigate on.
No, Peter,
Yeah,
you
those
need to
fucking
paint
South
something.
Americans, you know?
You need to
Peter's
paint
an
the thing,
American.
and
Do you have the copyright on that?
you need to do a painting where they have weird fingers yourself, not using AI. Copyright it and just tell people it's Stable Diffusion.
I was thinking of going for the very, very, very low-hanging fruit and doing literally the line thing. But
That's a Freudian slip. You're looking for the low-hanging flute.
I actually played the flute. That's funny, though. The low-hanging flute.
you go to
You
band
ever
camp?
play the low-hanging flute?
I didn't go to band camp, and I haven't seen that movie, so... Blah.
You're not missing anything.
This is true. You're not missing much.
So yeah, Peter, I'm sorry that you don't know anything about art law, but it's okay. I still think
Yeah.
you're a good artist. Hey, look, the only reason I'm doing this is because Raucus is a listener. So
It's okay. I know you're a South American.
Yeah, are you trying to like he's allowed to enjoy snow even if he's like a cultural transplant to Canada?
You know, I've not noticed it until today how much Jeff's and I sound alike. Like, it's scary.
I don't think you sound like Rocket.
Was Ruckus the one who KC couldn't tell us apart?
Yeah.
You both.
yeah.
It is. It's there. Because I was at work. I was working. I heard your voice. I'm like, I'm not talking. And
Yeah. I just sound like Kermit the Frog, so I can do any Jim Henson voice.
Hey, this is Kermit the Frog.
Really easily.
From Sesame Street. I can do the same. Can you do Yoda?
No, that's Frank Oz.
Oh. I can do Kermit the Frog.
It's Ernie and Kermit, and that's Grover.
Live from Sesame Street. Do Kermit.
Hey, Bert.
That's amazing.
This is so cute.
Piggy. Thing is, I can do Kermit's voice, but I don't know like enough of his vocabulary, like his phrasing. He just goes, Kermit the Frog here.
I wonder who's more right, Raucus or Jeff?
Did you call him Sir Raucus?
He did not.
Definitely Raucus. Definitely Raucus.
You think Raucus is more right than Jeff?
I guarantee you he's more right than me.
I don't think Jeff is right at all.
I'm center left a little.
Yeah.
But I lean certain areas to the right. I feel that I used to be right, and then the right moved too far right and left me on the left.
That
makes sense.
Point. That's a good point.
I feel like the opposite happened to Raucus, that the left went too left and he ended up on the right.
I'm middle.
Yeah, you say that.
If I go too far left or right, then it's a middle. It's just
you're skeptical too, right, Rich? I don't feel it. I don't feel it when he says this.
Listen,
down here in Florida, they just call me a liberal.
I don't think he's liberal. I'm a liberal. I'm a raging liberal.
I'm not a raging liberal, but I do.
You see how fast he said that?
It's like he was ready for it.
He was ready for it.
I used to be, but I think either extreme is not good. You know, I think it's a compromise, and you know, I don't want to love a candidate 100%.
That's what they tell you to tell us.
This is how he rationalizes his what happens behind the curtain.
So what happens to me is when I go to these like citrus events or anything farm related, I'm like the only person who's even slightly left there. It's really weird.
What's that like?
I mean, everyone's friendly. It's not like they're not friendly. But I just don't talk about politics.
Like in the left, what would you want to see in the country, you know, that's left?
Well, you know, I don't really have a list of things. For me, it's more just about like just trying to be, I guess, rational thinking, and that applies. I'm center first, the slightly left. So it's really about just, you know, I'm into science, scientific thinking processes, finding actual truth, looking for evidence to base opinions on, those kind of things.
We agree.
Well, I don't know.
I agree. I actually read an article once, and but I read that most web developers, people in IT, are left or middle left, and they identify middle left or left, and I never thought about that, but it's artists. It's I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not authoritarian, so maybe that's why I'm just slightly left. I don't know.
Yeah, Raucous is definitely authoritarian.
Yeah, I'm in the camp that's like, people can screw who they want to screw, they can love who they want to love, do the drugs they want to do. I could be accused of being libertarian, but I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a little weird.
Well, the line, if we want to draw one, is: do you think that everyone should be allowed in the pool?
Well, it depends if they have leprosy or not.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was there for that one.
He's there for that one. I believe everyone should be in the pool. Why would that's...
Yeah, everyone should be in the pool.
The melting pot.
Everyone shower first, get in the pool.
Yes, exactly. America's a melting pot. It should be a melting pot. That's what we preach.
Sometimes it's a little chunky, but that's all right.
It's not a melting pot. It's
it
a
melts
fondue,
eventually.
Remember?
I think we preached it's a melting pot, but we're very.
Isn't that the same thing?
We didn't. I don't think we're too segregated to be a melting pot. I mean, as a country, yes, but as like a blend.
We're talking about the cheese course of the fondue, right? Where you're melting the different cheeses together.
Yeah,
the cheese being whiteness, right? They melt into whiteness, is what KC said.
Did he? I missed that part.
Yeah, they just arbitrarily attributed the KC's not here. He can't defend himself.
I made a comment earlier that most conservative Americans.
Mike is the most cisgender male I know.
Skin color.
I'm the most white cisgender male ever. How?
That I know, not ever, but that I know.
Like compared to these guys?
Yeah, kind of.
You're pretty white.
He's not cisgender, right? He doesn't hate women, right? Mike, don't hate women.
I hate women-led movies.
You hate what?
Wait. Do you have to hate women to be cisgender?
It's one of the. It's where the line is drawn. Right? That's the invidious distinction.
What were we talking about? Movies?
I'm out of here, man.
It's good, listener.
I can hear the rain now. Oh, that's gonna freeze. It's gonna be slippery by the morning.
Yeah, we're at a level 1, so I guess it's pretty bad.
A level 1 what?
Winter advisory. Like it's going to turn to, it's raining and it's going to turn to ice and then snow. So you can't park your cars on the street. You're not supposed to park before the snow plows get through.
Because then you have that YouTube fail video where you're seeing all these cars, You ever see those fail videos and there's just one car sliding into the other one after another?
Yeah.
Don't remind me. I'm about to, after Christmas, I'm driving up north to Maryland 1,000 miles, and we're having a hard time finding coats down here in Florida.
You're in Florida?
Yeah, I'm in Southwest Florida.
Why are you finding a hard time finding coats? Well,
because it's not hot. It's not cold here, and it's just hard to find a good quality coat. Because my son, before the pandemic, my son is like 6'1". He's grown like a foot in the last 3 years, and we haven't left Southwest Florida since then. So he's outgrown his coat.
Can you get it one? You don't have like a Dick's around or anything like that? Or
that's our next stop is the sporting goods stores, but like the department stores are,
I like
nothing.
that.
And you're
low-hanging ones?
You're driving to Maryland from Florida?
Yeah.
That's
nuts.
Yeah.
It's 4 of us, so it gets quite expensive to fly, and my kids haven't flown before.
If you liked Dick's, does that make you left?
I don't know what else to call it.
Yes.
But Bass Pro makes you right.
Right. You nailed it.
Cabela's. Cabela's makes you right. I think Bass Pro bought them, right? Bought Cabela's.
I think you're right.
Yeah, we have a Cabela's, and my wife walked in. We walked in once, and she said, "I'm never going in there again." She's like, I'm just never going in there again. It was that bad.
Was that far right?
It is. It's Bass Pro, so it's. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Cabela's, but I think Bass Pro bought them.
In my head, it's a lot of Web3s in there.
No, Web3 is pretty cool, but no, it's pretty raw. Like there's probably tobacco chunks on the floor. Yeah.
Free tobacco?
Chewing tobacco or cigarettes? It's
chewing tobacco. Like it probably, it's probably nothing for someone to spit on the floor in Cabela's. It's just that. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Cabela's.
Yeah, and also,
on the
do they
shelf.
put the hay or sawdust down?
I've only been like a couple times because my wife won't go back, but she won't go back. So I don't know.
I made the mistake of going to Burlington Coat Factory. It's not the store for me.
That's the far left.
Yeah, that's the far left. It's like I don't even know if it's far left. It's just they've shifted their business model to a certain demographic that does not have clothes for me. It's just like 46-year-old cis white gender male not shop at Burlington Coat Factory.
Yeah.
Why did they stop using leather? Are they that far left, or how's it work?
No, it's just Southwest Florida has a particular immigrant demographic, and it seems that they're only aiming their sales to that group, and there's nothing wrong with that. We have lots of restaurants and businesses that are like that, but a national chain. It's like, and down here, that's who shops there. Though I did see there was an Indian guy who leaving there. He had like 2 suitcases and like a cart stacked to the ceiling of women's clothing. I think he was going to take it down to the local flea market to sell it there or something.
No, a lot of brown dudes are cross-dressers.
I don't know. That's a lot. He's stocking up.
What did you call them? What are they?
A lot of brown dudes are cross-dressers.
Oh.
No, I'm joking, but it sounds funny.
This guy definitely didn't fit that type.
Burlington is like a disposable clothing, I think. It's not even overstock anymore. It's just disposable.
Yeah, it looked like a thrift store.
Yes.
Like I could have gone to Goodwill. It was like, what? It looks old. It's like a discount. I didn't realize that when I was a kid, it was just a place you went to buy coats. And now it's not used clothing, but it's really like Walmart has similar clothing, I guess.
Streetwear became, like, if you look at the whole Kanye West type of like clothing movement, like it was kind of homeless chic.
Homeless chic.
Right? So they'd wear like a toque with like an oversized, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Homeless
Mike,
look became chic.
Weren't you the one that posted the video to the chat about the one to the name brand wife beater and the like rain boots or something?
Which one? I post a bunch of wild shit. Can't remember.
I'll have to look.
Burlington's good for when our kids were younger or smaller, and it was just like you knew they were going to grow fast. Burlington and TJ Maxx was good for that.
Mm-hmm. We used to do this thing where we went. We used to go from Canada to like Buffalo and do shopping on the Black Friday weekend. used to be good sales. You can get like Tommy Hilfiger shit for cheap, and that was popular amongst the coconuts. It was like business casual for coconuts. Speaking of coconuts.
You fucking coconut. Is that racist?
It is. Well, I mean, you're Australian, so you're a lower caste, so it's still punching
For the
up.
coconut, it is.
Yeah.
I need to get out of the house.
There he is. We spoke him
We
up.
got a cis white gender male. We got a cis white gender
50-year-old.
Oh yeah. I wish they would add filtering and search to chats.
Oh, you can do like from colon at the account and then type in.
No, I mean in the group messages.
Oh, that's a bit more difficult.
That's what I was saying. We need a bot that can join the chat and then copy everything into like a third party, like a searchable
Well,
Google
you're gonna say
document.
alert the authorities, but yeah, no, that works too.
I don't know what the problem is. I've been recording Michael and monetizing his ideas for fucking a year now. Like, what's the big deal? Yeah. Like, isn't everybody doing that?
Yeah.
That's normal, right? That's what we're supposed to be doing.
I thought so.
You're doing what?
I'm strip mining your brain and not giving you credit for it.
I just wanted to record that. Thanks.
You're welcome. I want to make that real clear because there's not a lot you can do about it. So just figured I'd come clean, so to speak.
You fucking racist.
Against Australians, yeah, like daily. Just that's the accepted racism is against Australians now, right?
No, you're just a racist for doing anything against anyone in
the
general.
new lepers?
They're not. I don't want to put lepers down like that. I think that's a little rough.
You don't like upside down people?
I mean, it's not like unlike Australians, it's not their fault that they're afflicted. So I feel,
The recording is called Casey Comes Clean. I printed it up. If I ever ask you to repeat yourself, don't. Just don't. I'm just gonna tell you right now.
Can you say that a little clearer for
So yeah,
me?
can you say that into the microphone? Just be close to the mic.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, not for me on this one, but that's still awesome.
No, use it as a testimonial. For the coding class.
I'm not laughing anymore. Wait, hold on. This is supposed to be funny, guys. I'm facing prison time. What?
I posted that back to the top. The thing you posted the other day.
Yeah, you're gonna end up being like Kevin O'Leary. I'm gonna fuck up and then they're gonna,
Shut the fuck up.
Did you get a haircut?
Get a fucking haircut.
Wow. So I can't tell right now. Well, I mean, Jeff says he's center left, but I'm still skeptical. But I guess he is center left compared to most Floridians right now. So it depends where you live, right?
Oof.
Like you'd have to be really left to be California left, right?
That's right. He's in Florida. He's pretty.
Yeah, I could be completely down the middle and be considered a lefter down here.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't Florida considered like southern left? Like that's not like left much as like down.
No, there's no Florida left has been shrinking. That's just like one county now.
So is that comprised of like 4 trailer parks, or are they down to like 3, or what's the demographics on?
Florida's weird is that most states, the cities are the where the left is, the blue areas, and the country is the red areas. But there's cities in Florida that are red cities.
So you're telling me the entire trailer park is voting red?
Pretty close.
Do they vote though?
They do vote here. What happens here is that a lot of people that would be left are registered Republicans because the local government, it's always the Republican that wins. So if you want any say to vote for the least bad Republican, you end up having to be registered Republican, even if you're not.
It's interesting that Florida is, to me, the complete opposite politically as California, and they're on both, right? They're diagonal from each other.
Yeah, I mean, I've said that.
California's pretty tall,
but California's pretty I mean, it's pretty left overall.
Not Northern California's.
Like when you look at the state overall, it's like.
Yeah, when I drove out California,
everyone gets in the pool in California.
Isn't Orange County kind of red?
Well,
when I went,
go ahead.
When I drove out, everything east of the mountains was red. We followed my brother-in-law as he biked Route 66, and once we were in the high desert, it's all red.
How much would you say the state is red for California? Like the whole state?
If I had to guess, I'd say it's closer than people would think.
I wonder what their electoral college is, though, right? Like in terms of which votes get the most. If you look at per capita, like
look at their county map.
That's a good point.
Look at the red-blue county map. That's where to look.
Yeah, my friends who are right, who love Florida, DeSantis, always shit on California. But I think you have a good point that most of Florida is red. It
could be geographically true that most of Florida is red, yet if you look at their voting, it's blue.
We used to be more purple, but in the last few years, it's been shifting.
Look at Texas, aren't they? I mean, talking about purple, they're pretty. They're mixing up pretty good.
Not really, just the major metropolitan areas are what's blue.
They're less blue, or
no, they're blue. Houston, Austin, Dallas, and all that.
Yeah, but that's changed, hasn't it?
Not really.
Okay.
Austin turned when the tech industry started coming.
They turned blue?
Yeah. San Antonio, way back, I think they really started changing in the early 2000s, I think.
See, that supports my opinion that most people who are in tech are left.
It could just be because they're from cities. They were just born into the left.
Also, what age are you talking about?
Well, when I think of tech, I don't think of boomers. I don't think of anyone more than 60, 70.
I think it could be true that the management is right and the employees are left.
Well, I think if you're in tech, you've grown into tech, right? Like, you mean leadership, like the owners, like VP, like how far up?
We're talking about engineers versus salespeople.
Good point.
Or those community development weirdos.
What what about the developer advocates?
You guys suck. I'm blocking you all, dropping down the
Oh my God.
listener.
We're talking about all of the non-coding jobs that KC has in companies. You fucking liaisons.
The worst. I hang out with the worst fucking people.
I know. I've seen the other group. You can't say that. This place is bad, but it's not a lie. Not predicated on a lie. Or is it? Maybe. Maybe it's a different lie.
What is
in Florida?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
In Florida, we also have something weird down here because there's so many people on the right, but it's a tourist town. We want our waters to be clean. We want our air to be clean. We want people to visit, and so there's farmers here. So they're right wingers who are in environmentalists down here.
I should have got one of those Trump NFTs.
Yeah, that for $99, that would have been a bad bet.
Right?
What's the floor at now? Or was it like 200 and change?
Well, who gets sued when he gets sued for copyright infringement from all the images he stole?
Yeah, we'll let his lawyers handle that. They have good lawyers. Better lawyers than most.
I was surprised with his tax returns. He actually paid taxes, except I think 2 years.
Oh, is that coming to a close?
Yeah, they published that. Somebody had a tweet on that.
So the nation moves on.
I think I paid more taxes than he did.
No, I didn't. No. He paid a pretty good bit, but he also had significant losses that he had carryovers, and the carryovers took him zero for a couple of years on the losses.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking about with the like Batgirl and stuff like that. That they were strategically claiming losses so that they could use it to offset their taxes.
Hey, paid $750 in 2016.
Yeah, but think about the loss carry forward though.
Yeah, it's true. I see what you're saying. I see.
Right? Yeah, it's and by the way, who isn't doing that at that level?
Right. Right.
Right? Is he worse than Microsoft in fucking Dublin?
Nope.
With one employee?
Nope. Nope. I didn't know about that until you mentioned. Oh. That's a crime. Almost. Should be.
It's not a crime if you can pay the fine.
It's not a crime when you pay to have the laws written specifically so that it's not a crime.
I mean, look, if you made a lot of money, you'd try to figure out how to keep it. That's true of anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's intelligent for the bankers to lobby, or the large corporations to lobby for the laws to benefit them.
It's completely natural.
If you got a good accountant, he'll explain to you the things that you need to do. And that's what I did, is I let them tell me what I needed to do, what to buy, when to buy, depreciation, carryover of any losses, that kind of thing. And you minimize as much as you can,
Sound like a conservative.
Yeah, that was the mistake I made. I never got a good accountant, or did any accounting, or got ahead to where I actually had any money to hire, do any of that stuff.
I usually did the computer systems for 2 accountants, so I maintained their stuff and was a client. So that's the reason why I knew him. I drink beer at the country club with them.
when you have someone that does your money for you, I believe it's referred to as tax loss harvesting. So your investments that lost money, you can sell them at a loss, and then it'll count against the ones that earned.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Offset.
Lost all the
Yep.
time.
Offset.
Yeah, my stepdad. So when my duplex was sold, my mother and stepfather were the co-owners. So the equity they got, they purchased a 4-unit building in outside of Harrison, and then built a tiny home on the property as well, and then have 3 of the 4 units rented out, and the tiny home, and then one of the units is a Airbnb, and then have Section 8 for the rented units. So they do a very good job of putting their capital to use. And then yeah, he's because he worked in securities lending and all that shit, so he he worked at Lehman Brothers when they still existed, and did pretty well. But oh yeah, that stuff about flipping property, where you buy the property and then if you sell it and then put it into the next one within a certain amount of time, and you can do all kinds of. If you know that tax law, you can profit pretty well.
Yeah, 18 months, I think it was. That's like all the vehicles. I never had a vehicle in my name. They were always in the company name. The last one I bought was the first one I'd had in my name in a long time.
Yeah, you should have everything in the company. Have your vehicles in the company name, and then do everything in the company name, because then you can get away with all of your felonies if you're doing it as a corporation.
Whoa! Don't say it out loud.
And I paid myself a lower wage intentionally, and then would reinvest or retain the dividends, and then I'd have a dividend payment, and I would have to pay. I'd figure out, the best point to pay that dividend back out to me on a short year,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
They call it the preferential tax treatment of income streams.
It's like, and when you're poor, you can't take advantage of almost any of that stuff. Like
unless you know KC.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's okay. Let me rephrase. It's possible. There's really fun stuff you can do. Actually, like in my position, where you're, you can't get blood from an orange basically unless it's a blood orange, I guess. But so like they can't really take anything from you if you don't have anything. So you can have a little fun with them, but you can also do more intelligent things that get you to a more better situation. Like you said, if you know Casey and I don't know, ask for his help, I guess. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, when I built a house, I bought the land and all the materials in the company, then turned around and sold the house to myself and financed it in bank. And then that way.
Wait, say it again. You bought everything and then sold it to you built it.
Yeah, individually, company, yeah. And built it for the company. It was like built it and then that way, when I went to the bank, I financed a very low percentage of the actual cost of it, and it was a way of putting the original purchase of the land and some of the construction costs back into the house. Now, when the house got sold, that was where the capital gain occurred.
Yeah, see, I need an accountant for all that stuff now because I don't know, it just gives me a headache even trying to think through that stuff.
Yeah, that's the reason why I simplified and went to work for the man.
Yeah, but then you have to answer to someone.
I can. I can do it both ways. Lead or follow.
That's what she said.
Yeah. I wish I could talk about that.
So they got Best Buy's got the M1 Mac AirBook, whatever what the hell it's called, MacBook Air for $800 in Anchorage. So I think I'm gonna try to swing somehow getting the Anchorage by like Christmas and picking it up so I can use that. So I tweeted that like somebody had said, because about Rewind, and they listed the investors, or no, the developers, and then I said how I've been shopping for a Mac since they announced reached to the public the day before, and it's like one of the developers linked it. So I'm pretty excited about it because I don't know. I think I've said that already though.
You're building a whole studio. You're gonna have that Rumble account at 1 million followers very soon.
Yeah, I downloaded Rumble. Yeah, I gotta make the. I need to edit a video. I was thinking I put this cheesy little logo the AI made for me over my face for the. I just like I'm gonna try that because you can do the motion. I think CapCut can do it actually because the laptops that's got Premiere is all whatever, just a pain in the ass to deal with. I'm gonna try it on CapCut. So I guess like I don't know. After I freaked out on that guy because I talked about a little bit about with the cops and stuff in the user mods space, and then I don't know. Oh, so I'd gone back in there, and then he's talking, and somebody asked me if I was the person that ran for Senate and the police or whatever and bullshit, and then I was like, yeah, and then but that was August, but he said he started like saying he'd gone and like watched all my stuff and like was like almost crying and stuff. It was like he said like that I was even still alive was impressive or some shit like that. It was kind of nice. If I had emotions.
Oh, Michael, that video was good. The King and the Queen.
Yeah,
that came out good.
Thanks.
Well, I was
yeah, I watched Hurls not understand what Manish was saying for a good 4 hours. So I basically found every way not to explain it. So it was good.
I actually understood it for a high level review. It's a good tool, I think. If you start getting too detailed, that's where I think you can get because I use project management software like Microsoft Project Manager, Primavera, and scheduling and resource allocations and that kind of thing, and it's pretty much similar logic when it comes to.
I think you have to keep it at the right scale.
Yes. Yep.
Right. And it's useful, but right now there's only like a handful of to me, the people who follow Wardley mapping are looking for a way to convince management to do what they want them to do. Right? And because they don't have the interpersonal skills to do it, they're trying to rely on a map. The problem is they can't get somebody to even buy into the map. Like, Hurls is a very typical buyer, right? Very typical buyer. What the fuck is this? What is it for? So what's that? So hold on, why are we doing this again? Right? Very typical buyer.
Yeah, I would use a very simplistic development Gantt style layout to be able to demonstrate the relationships to different functional areas and when things had to be done. And that would be the beginning of the discussion. And, you know, they would then start being able to see all the pieces, but not in a great detail. And then you would go and start doing that's preliminary engineering. And then when you do the final engineering, that's when you would get into the nitty gritty and get down to the nuts and bolts and, you know, all the detail level of resources and allocation of construction. Then you would juggle it around to fit the schedules and overlay everything, and you'd come up with a plan. And then you know that that plan was going to change, because as you started implementing it, things would be delayed, work wouldn't get done, or contractors couldn't be on site. And then that way you start playing with the schedule, trying to manipulate it to maintain the end point. And you had your milestones that you had to reach. And it was good tools to use to be able to juggle when you're, you know, getting into multi-million-dollar jobs. So,
I mean, there's a tendency for every tool to try to be the tool, right? Everyone wants to think that if you only looked at it through this lens, this would be the last lens you ever need. But it's the right lens at the right scale. I think the Wardley map can help you determine what to create versus what to purchase, for example, and make sure that, you know, you understand what parts of your environment and ecosystem are commodity versus genesis. But to run an operation or to execute those projects, that's, like you said, you need a critical path, and that's a Gantt chart, not a Wardley map. And I think Simon Wardley would agree, right? It's to help you decide what to do, but not how to do it necessarily.
yeah. And the global meetings that I got to sit in, I was the low man in the room, and we'd have like the global VP, you know, from Europe sitting in, trying to do a project to supply rice to Saudi Arabia. And they were, you know, they would sit in there, and I never saw them use any kind of road maps. It would just be lists on paper. And they would, you know, look at each other and, where are you at with this? Where are you at with that? And it was like, you know, this would be a good thing. I think that if they knew how to do it, they would have been a good tool for them to use to be able to manage the higher level overview, you know, because they didn't worry about the details. They worried about how the ship was turning, not, you know, what crew member was doing, feeding the oil, you know, the coal to the boilers or whatever. They didn't care about that. So.
Yeah, it's a leadership is about doing the right things. Yeah, and I think that's why it's become popular amongst a certain class, right? At the end of the day, you still have the interpersonal skill to bring people to your framing, right? I see a lot of this as people jockeying for how to frame the argument.
Yeah, I'm gonna recommend it to the VP that I work for. I'm gonna recommend it when I talk with him next time when we have a sit down. I'm gonna recommend, you know, this and a few other things that I've come across.
Well,
so
here's the crazy thing. Like, I'm not sure if you noticed, but like I was able to ask ChatGPT to apply Wardley mapping to the fashion industry and ask it questions. So you could actually do some work ahead of time and ask ChatGPT to do the mapping for you.
Yeah, I think the definition, the example I've got is the process descriptions on the chemical processes that they do in the plant that they're located here. And I've asked it several of the different processes, and they've given really good descriptions. So it'd be like a good tool for an engineer that's not familiar with the processes, it'd be a good tool to be able to just ask it to get a general overview and then be able to start slicing into the details of what equipment and that
Well,
kind of thing.
but here's the thing. Imagine you could create a model that you trained on the company's knowledge management system. What you could do if you just started with that.
That's what I recommended in the last survey, was to use
Yeah.
a form of AI to take, because of the data, the amount of data and experience that they have. They've got tons and tons of documents, but there's no easy way to really go and, you have to be familiar with working on certain jobs. Then you can go to that folder and dig through the folder and find all the information. Whereas if you had an AI that you could go in and say,
Just be like, here
right,
it is. Here's the
these are
endpoint.
similar projects that we worked on, and it pulls all the data. Yep.
Even if you fed it SOW data, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, I started looking at the PDFs, converting PDFs and stuff,
uh-huh,
and
uh-huh.
what I ran into was the PDFs. A lot of people scan just pictures of images of things versus fully text, and it became a lot of little obstacles to try to. I'd have to look at the picture and then turn the picture into a text form, analyze it and that kind of stuff. And so it started getting a lot more complicated. But I said it would be something that, once you built it, it would be a knowledge library.
Well, what if you fed it the ERP data tables?
Well, and can't the AI just do the text OCR, the text reader, and analyze it?
The idea is that you want it to be under the right tables and things like that, or else it's just a massive text. But you never know. The massive text could provide useful insights if it's good at handling unstructured data. And it's almost like you're building. I'm kind of building knowing that GPT-4 is right around the corner. We're using 3.5 when we use ChatGPT, right? So even if you just anticipate where the ball is going to be thrown.
Yeah, meet the puck where it's going to come. Yeah.
Yeah.
And saying they have a strong technology department, and it would make sense to be one of their investment in there, because their data is valued because they created it over the last 25 years. So they have a wealth of information, with a variety of different engineering jobs and stuff. Hey, go ahead.
Well, where are you, Web3?
Yeah,
You
I'm
at
at home.
She just wants to talk about the weather.
Do I, D?
Do you have snow yet?
No, we didn't get any snow because the rain came through quick enough that it didn't start freezing until after the rain had quit. So
it is snowing and icing here, and it is gross and cold and miserable.
It's going to get a lot colder too.
It's supposed to be down to like -19.
Yeah, it's going to be 8 degrees here. So
for anyone that doesn't know, Arkansas is not we're in the South, like the South that gets like one day of snow, but some ice, but it's still warm enough outside to live. This is not good. I'm like not happy.
Did you get to the grocery store and get your bread and milk?
I did get to the grocery store. I didn't get bread or milk, but I did get to the grocery store and I got macaroni and cheese.
and a bottle of wine, right?
If I drank, I probably would have bought a couple of bottles of wine, but don't drink anymore, so.
Yeah, this is like the one time in Arkansas where they stopped talking about the Razorbacks and just worry about the storm.
Yeah, I mean the grocery store. Oh, I hacked this. I'm sorry to take away from OpenAI and ChatGPT, but here's a hack for you. If you go to the store during this time in Arkansas and you want to check out in under 2 hours, go to the pharmacy window and check out at the pharmacy window, and you'll be in and out in 15 minutes. It's perfect.
Brilliant. Thanks. That's useful advice. Yeah, we're allowed to talk. I think you can talk about Arkansas as much as you want. We're just not allowed to talk about Alaska in here.
Oh wait, is that real? Is that a real rule? Feels like a
Yes.
fake rule.
Me and Casey went a little overboard once.
I'm surprised that they let you in with your name then.
That's what I said. It's like I can't even be here. You can't even talk to me. You can't refer to me. Not fair.
What's there even really to talk about, though?
Hey Jeff, you in the you're on the boot of the Florida, right? On the east side, west side.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a lot of noise here. I need to get to a quiet space so I can hear you.
No, what I was asking is, you're not in the Panhandle. You're down the boot somewhere on the west side.
I'm in Fort Myers
Yeah,
area. I'm in Southwest Florida.
yeah, way down.
Arkansas and Louisiana is the boot, not Florida.
Tell
We're
that
like
to
the wang of the
Italy.
country.
I'll tell it to Italy.
Where are you gonna
Okay, I'm
go?
about to go out into this weather, you guys. Oh my god, it's so cold. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Just run outside for a few minutes
Y'all, it's so
and take a deep breath, and then run back inside.
I can't run because my shoes don't have any grip and it's all ice. Oh, fuck.
Walk like a duck. Good. I got to make a snow angel in the swimming pool for occupational therapy. That was fun.
Y'all, it's so cold.
I got all the gear. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah,
thermals, multiple layers, super heavy coat. You know, only thing that I worry about is my hands and my toes. That's the only thing I hate to get really cold.
oh my gosh, that was so cold, y'all. I made it though. Thanks for going with me.
Horn Horse should be getting some good weather probably here in the next 12 hours. If he's not already getting some good snow up that way.
Wonder what he's working on right now. Whenever he's this quiet for this long, I get a little worried.
I don't. It's just going to be something creative, or he'll bubble back up, and next thing you know, flood us with all kinds of things.
So what happened was, now that I completed the vibe check on the Wardley mapping chess video, I fished out the explanation from Simon Wardley himself of like, this is, how it works. So I'm going to bolt on the video I already did to Simon with this intro.
That's good. That's a good way of presenting it. Yep.
Right? Here, if you have 2.5 minutes, this is what I want you to look at.
Yep.
You sell them on the romance, and then you give them the precision.
What's Dan been doing? He's been quiet.
I think he said he wasn't feeling well. He's losing his voice.
In the corner, his voice.
I've just been here lurking in the background.
You getting snow where you at?
Not yet. We're waiting for it. We're hunkering down. We got like the windows boarded up for zombies. Got like a small fireplace in the bedroom. We're good to
Oh
go.
shit, the White Walkers, we forgot about those.
Yeah, White Walkers and everything.
when I think of White Walkers, I think of Casey in Alaska, just with a big fucking smile on his face, and it's like 80 below zero. Come on, guys, what's wrong with you? You're not ready? You don't want to go for a snowmobile? The dogs are ready, and you're like, shut the fuck up.
I also feel like Ruckus would be a good sort of White Walker kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? A white coconut walker, whatever.
That'd be interesting.
Coconut
Yeah, it'd be
Walker.
interesting to have Peter up in Alaska with him, dealing with that. I could just imagine that combination.
I can just
Yeah,
hear
good luck.
Casey laughing and it bellowing through the snow.
I just want to see Pete trying to find some grass to touch in the snow.
Casey's the kind of guy that will freeze to death with a smile on his face.
Nothing has ever been truer that you've ever said.
It's a good way to go. You don't feel much.
Shiver a little bit, and then you get delusional, and then it's over with.
Yep. Worst part's if you come back and then you got all the fingers and shit falling off.
Your nose and your ears and all that stuff. Worse than burn.
Yeah, lose all your appendages.
That's what amazes me about the people who decided to try to go to Antarctica. Have you ever read those stories? It's like, that's crazy what those people went through.
Especially in the early part of the, in the early part of the 20th, the latter part of the 19th century and the early part of the 20th century. Yeah, I don't know how they did it. I mean, it's like...
Well, what gets me, I mean, that's impressive, but what gets me is like people, I mean, it's in Canada too, or in Alaska and above the Arctic Circle where there was people for thousands of years where the sun doesn't come up for, almost 6 months.
It's like a recipe for Gollum.
That's some scary shit, man.
Yeah, I watched a program last night about migration, and the professor that I was listening to was talking about that the Native Americans weren't the first people in the United States. They were a combination of, European and Asian. And it's like, it was really interesting to hear where and why they migrated. And, same thing from the...
Where was that? You were listening to that?
I'll send it to you. I'll look it up and I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Yeah, because that earlier history, they speculate on it a lot, I think, and it's interesting. Like, did they come across from Russia and all that? Oh, go ahead.
When I went to Chichen Itza in Mexico, and they show you the masks, those are Chinese faces. Nobody's not going to tell me those aren't Chinese masks. So I started looking at, people coming over the Bering Strait and the fucking Siberian Shelf or whatever the fuck.
Did any of you see where just like, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, month or two, these two Russians showed up in Alaska on a boat? Like,
are you talking about the Alaska Marine Highway?
No, I'm talking about no, that's a ferry. I'm talking about like the Ukraine war when they started that calling up the extra 300,000 or whatever troops and stuff, and like two guys got on a boat to come over to Alaska.
My dad's been on the Alaska Marine Highway. That's the only reason I wanted to mention it.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, that's another interesting point because my opponent, our current governor, tried to eliminate the Alaska Marine Highway, but the current budget proposal is flat funding it. But yeah, the Alaska Marine Highway, I actually think we should expand that greatly so you could actually go visit, have icebreakers, which we need because Russia has them and China, but go up to around the West Coast and all the way up to the, tippy top to Barrow or Utqiagvik. But right now they're barely functioning. Like people are having to wait for a week because some of the ships are not out of service, and they just haven't been keeping up with it.
Yeah, the interesting part was how he established and correlated some of the patterns was through DNA, and then also through the linguistic development of languages and how they define those, and it kind of correlates um, to the actual DNA analysis that part of his data set that he talks about. So it was interesting, and it's not a standard accepted argument in most circles, but it's his perspective.
This is a really smart group, by the way. I feel smarter and dumber at the same time whenever I'm in here.
Yeah, I just found this Nature article where about America's natives have European roots. 24,000-year-old remains of a young boy, Siberian village, and he was, like you said, 1/3 European and the rest Asian. Sounds like.
Like, Web3, did you check to see if the documentary was by a Mormon?
No, it's about man.
That's funny.
Everything I know about Mormons is from South Park, from that one episode.
Well, yeah, anything related to genealogy.
They have a rich history in the U.S.
Oh yeah, my my buddy converted, and I was like, whoa. And then we kind of stopped talking. It was weird. I think it changed his life for the better. Like, one of the things he stopped doing is, like, he stopped swearing. Like, he just completely cut it out. It had a positive impact on his life, I think.
Was he a different religion before that, or just not religious?
Wasn't religious before.
And he became a Mormon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Was he? What's his ethnicity?
Spanish, Guatemalan.
Okay. You
I have a friend. He's a pretty cool guy. He's been banned from Twitter. Do y'all want to take on a mission?
Sure.
What do we have to do?
Help me get him unbanned.
Yeah, who is it? What's the username?
Tim Tanner. So it's at Tim Tanner, I think _
What did he tweet about?
He retweeted, or he was retweeted by CZ.
How do you spell his username?
Give me just a second. I'll make sure I spell it right for you. This seems like something y'all could have fun with.
Yeah. Well, I got both of mine locked up because I posted the picture of them holding the Ukrainian flag behind the president of Ukraine, and all I said on mine was caption this, and they locked me down, and then Pelosi did something for ATL or whatever, someone else, and he sent it to Musk, and then Musk said he would look into what was going on because they tagged me for nudity, and and it's like, how in the heck can you do that? And I've not received anything saying that, other than just getting back access. They haven't sent emails or anything saying it was in error or anything.
Yeah, and like, you're not posting weird shit. Neither was Tim. Tim Tanner is like one of like, and I know that we hear about Web3 a lot in here, but he is one of like the champions of Web3. Like, and you don't have to support him if you don't want to. I put his stuff in the nest, but it's been 3 weeks now or so.
Yeah, I shared it up there too, and because Steven
yeah,
Tagliano had one. Yeah.
Steven knows him, and like, I'm surprised that he hasn't been in here. He probably actually has been in here before when I've been on stage. He's a huge supporter of Dispatch Justice. Just a really good guy, and it's been too long. So, mission, should you choose to accept it. Also, did we scare Peter off? I think we scared Peter off.
Yeah, he sent me a picture of him with his middle finger up. I think we got him upset when we made fun of him for his piss poor legal knowledge.
Oh no, I'm not going to apologize. It is piss poor.
What a cute kid, eh?
That was very Canadian of you. Thanks for sharing, Alice Goshi. Like, I kind of consider him you. He reminds me of you, Mike, in a lot of ways. Like, just tons of energy. Like, always positive. Like, I don't know. By the way, thank you for all that you do. I don't do that enough to say thank you, but thank you.
I might get banned, but I tried.
Thanks, Alice Goshi.
It makes me think of like creating like an app that is for people like Tim, because I imagine it's really complicated for Twitter to look at a bunch of random requests to have things reinstated. And there could be like an official account that provides like a justification, because people say, oh, unban this account. They're like, oh, okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't help anyone process the.
So it's like, here's why you should unban it, because your algorithm fucking messed up. Excuse my language.
Yeah. No, and any algorithm is going to be subject to false positives, right?
Yes? Question mark?
Very much so.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, humans are, right? So you figure the algorithm is a reflection of us in a way. It's probabilistic at the edges.
I'm going to drop down to listener because I have the hiccups, but yeah. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no worries. I wonder what is the best way to get Elon Musk on unbanned account. Or I guess it wouldn't be Elon Musk because he could give a shit, right? It would have to be whoever the minion responsible for reinstatements.
Do you guys think Vinny heard me say I'm dropping down to listener and that's why he showed up?
Could be. I went with Twitter safety because they like seem responsive, but it probably won't be in a positive direction.
The challenge is it's hard to justify why this person should be brought back on when their tweets are unsearchable. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's how they have it set up. It's a freaking black box. They ban you. They don't tell you why, and they don't tell anyone else why. And then you can't. I mean, they have a form where you can go appeal it, but they don't tell you why or
Yeah, the communication back and forth. And when they put a lock on your account, you actually can get access. You temporarily have access until it realizes you logged in, and you could see things. I was getting messages, notifications, and all that. So it's not like the account was, totally locked down. So it's kind of like it's a login filter versus actually affecting your account. So
yeah, they did like all the different types of that last year when I was getting banned. It was interesting because I was doing it on all the different ones I could access, and I get banned in the different ways from like TikTok and Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn. LinkedIn I thought was interesting because it's like I didn't even think about you could get banned from LinkedIn, but of course you can, but it's different. You can't get away with very much on LinkedIn. They want to keep it professional.
Yeah, so LinkedIn is a whole. Getting shadow banned on LinkedIn is the only reason I'm on Twitter in the first place.
Yeah, I got like not shadow banned, just banned.
I wonder what triggered that shadow ban for you. I mean, what were you doing on LinkedIn that you're doing the same thing here, right?
It was nowhere near as radical. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, it's just, and I can tell when I look at the. It's interesting because the echelon. I'll put to the top. I'm not sure if you saw it before. The echelon of companies that are paying attention has gone up, but the attention is the impressions are abysmal, but the quality of attention I just put at the top.
Yeah, your analytics. Yeah, it's interesting to see the analytics and how because you can from that you can kind of see how the algorithm's pushing stuff out when something jumps off, and but it's really strange a lot of times.
Well, I have my LinkedIn profile right there in my Twitter, right? So the customer journey is people will talk to us here, or they'll lurk in the background, and then they'll go to my Twitter, and I can see that flow.
Do you ever get like a post on LinkedIn that goes just sort of viral or whatever on LinkedIn?
I've had things go like viral on LinkedIn when I've created them for other accounts. So when I do when I did videos for the cybersecurity people, when they posted it, it went viral. When I posted it, nothing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, that's like I was listening to a discussion with Stucky. She's third generation, I think, and she's resurrecting the Stuckies, the manufacturing, the candy, and all that. And she was having it was one of the programs. This guy was having a program, and he had like 53,000 people on his LinkedIn, and I submitted a statement to them, and then he published it, and then restated it, and then she sent me a thank you for the comment that I'd made. It was, and I thought it was pretty interesting, but it didn't go very far. And it's like me, I don't use LinkedIn other than for contacts with other engineering managers or engineering directors, people that I've worked with before, to try to promote who I work for now. So
yeah, I've been using it for 20 years because being a recruiter, that's like the best database on the planet when you think about it, right?
Yep. And there's a lot of window dressing, and it's interesting.
Dude, it's LinkedIn is so.
I've seen so many people that I know what they put up there. They window dress a whole lot. There's a lot more adjectives and the descriptions of what they did. And I worked with them on a lot of the jobs that they list, and it's really interesting how they, it's kind of like promotional type things.
Oh, I remember now. I was going to say, so I did my Alaska Week video game as I just decided I think I deleted everything off of LinkedIn last year. I put as semi-sentient, artificially intelligent, or whatever. But I put the Alaska Week, and I put my title as CIO, Chief Idea Officer. But I just put CIO. So I started getting the algorithms just started feeding me all these ads like everywhere for like I'm a CIO. It's pretty funny. You just go LARP on your LinkedIn, and that'll change. It just completely changed my experience on the internet. It's weird.
Peter, you figure out how to safely copyright infringe on someone else's artwork yet, or what?
I went to sleep, to be honest. No, actually, I went
Don't
did a
give
few
up.
things, and
I believe in you.
I'm not
What's this
going
about?
to.
The thing about being able to safely copyright or steal their copyright art?
I'm stealing your art.
Man, I would put that on my resume. My art was stolen by Peter Portman.
You actually
Wonder if
you don't steal it. You actually take something and recreate it. Isn't that what you do?
An
I'm just gonna go down.
visual
I'm leaving again.
interpolation.
It's the remix.
The tools are generative, so they're a lot more complex than that. But yes, essentially, it's probably most comparable to remixing or sampling on some level. Given that that's protected by copyright with fair use laws and whatever, depending on how you go about it, depending what sort of clearance you get for samples and things like that, I think that's probably the way it'll go in the future.
You've seen the light, Pete. I knew you'd see it our way.
All I know is it's still not going to stop me from stealing your art.
I think it's all
because I'm an AI artist, so I'm going to steal your art.
I think all information has the right to be free, and it should all be free.
What if I want to sell it though?
No, I mean it should be not free as in beer, free as in the other one. I can't remember, but freedom of information.
That's where if he can register it and give it an identity, I think he should, because of his effort, time, and development. You know, he's put value into it just like an artist would painting a painting and putting it on a wall. So I look at it where they, the creators should have, ownership of their creation, just like software. You develop something that's specific and you don't open source it, and then somebody comes along and reverse engineers it, then, it's like, even like with IBM, you couldn't reverse engineer their motherboard or their hardware or their firmware, but yet they were able to create a white box to start competing against them. And that's like where Compact and all the white box guys, got their start. And that's how they had to create it from scratch, but they still used what IBM did, but they didn't take what IBM did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like Microsoft where they just copy and paste the code from Gary Kildall.
Yeah, see, as an AI artist, I'm technically more the Microsoft way because that's what people seem to assume.
All right, can I read something real quick? Is that right? All right, I'm going to. So the thing I was just trying to say, I got some help from Max. So the idea I was trying to convey. The idea that information should be freely accessible to all is a core principle of the hacker ethos, a set of values and beliefs that prioritize information sharing, openness, and decentralization. This ethos is often associated with the hacker community, which values the free exchange of ideas and information and sees it as a fundamental right. The belief that information has the right to be free is based on the idea that knowledge is a public good and that it should not be restricted or controlled by any single individual or organization. This belief is reflected in the principles of open source software, which allow users to access, modify, and distribute the source code of a software program. The hacker ethos is also rooted in the idea that technology should be used to empower individuals rather than to control or exploit them. So that's what I was saying. Fair use, like Pete was talking about, I think it's being way more restricted than it should. Well, I don't think it should be restricted at all, but I think it's being way more restricted than it should be.
How long till the communist arguments come up?
What was that about communists?
Sounds like communism to me, my friend. My comrades.
No.
Look, I
guess that's what it sounds like to you, but I was thinking there's a part from the Bible that really sounds like communism, where you sell everything and then everybody to each according to their need. Sounds a lot like communism.
Hey, Michael. Okay, he's not there. I was just testing that.
What's going on?
Nah, dead to me now.
Mm-hmm.
How come Canadians are communists?
Because we've seen what happens with American healthcare.
What you think having to like fight for your life to receive health care is a bad thing?
I think it's not a great way to honor your elders.
But is it fighting for your life, or is it just crippling yourself with everlasting debt? I mean, I'd probably take death over debt in that kind of context, you know. Just saying. Thank God for Australian healthcare.
Well, you can always just go bankrupt as long as it's not student loan debt in America.
Beautiful.
Is that financial advice, though?
Yes.
Yeah, but the bankruptcy laws were changed in Dodd-Frank, which was in the early 2000s. And before that, when you did Chapter 11, you pretty much cleared the debt, and you didn't have to have any requirement to pay it. Chapter 7 was a liquidation. And I know that today, if you do a Chapter 11 to reorganize your debt, you end up having to pay something back to the creditors, and there'll be an established amount. You don't clear that. You don't restructure. You restructure and you clear the slate, but you're still going to have a note to pay, and that gets distributed to the ones that were owed from the previous company. And it's not as clearing the slate as it used to be.
I mean, if it comes out of this is going to sound really strange, but does it come out of tax? Like, if someone, if those debts are those debts just wiped, or are they like
Well, what
covered?
happens is it's like you have several tiers of debt. Equity loses in the situation. The debt, the senior note guys, if you have senior notes, they pretty much are the owners of the company. And then they would the one that I went through, they established a class of different debtors, and you had the normal accounts payable guys, which were your local, say oil distributor, or your local mechanic shop, or your local parts house. Those guys were on the lowest on the classification. The guys who had actual loans and securities against equipment or buildings, or you actually floated senior notes, which are like, you gave a note to someone guaranteeing to pay them, and that you gave them a senior position of your debt structure. They would get their money first from the liquidation of the assets and that kind of thing. And then all the other creditors down the line would get less, and then none. And it would just zero out, and they would have to absorb that loss on their books. Usually it was never any government involvement other than managing and having a trustee and making sure you met the laws of the bankruptcy.
So I think good families or households practice elements of communism within their homes.
That is a spicy take.
That's what Max said.
I'm not going to dig into that.
I was the dictator because I was the breadwinner, but when they got older and they were able to win their own bread, then they became responsible for their expenses.
Well, I was just saying, as far as the elements of sharing resources and working together to meet the needs of all members of the household.
That's usually you're talking about older adult families. Like you could have that situation maybe on some farm situations, but the way most of those are structured, they have multiple LLCs, and usually one will be a management LLC, which was where they'll get paid out of, and then the others are to own equipment and rent the equipment back and that kind of thing on the larger farms. On the small farms, it's usually just one entity, that kind of thing.
No, that's a really good point. But what I was specifically thinking was more on just a micro scale on like an individual family unit, like husband and wife and the children, and working together to achieve common goals, such as the success of each individual family member.
I don't know.
Do you
I
think
don't think
families are
so.
communists?
I'm sorry?
Are you saying families are communists?
Good ones are, yes.
Wait, someone have a question about farm LLCs?
Yeah, Web3.
Yeah.
I didn't catch it. What was that?
Well, I'm just saying that I know some large farmers that had, 5 to 15,000 acres. The ones that I knew, they would have a management LLC, and then they would have LLCs for their equipment and the properties, and then
Yeah.
the management would coordinate, and that way they would optimize their tax, burden, that kind of thing.
We have something similar. We have our structure. I had to do it because no one had bothered to actually put it on paper before. For the business, no one bothered to say, well, who owns what and what. It's a weird spider web of companies. It looks like, it's only like, two owners of our farm operation, my wife and her brother, and then they have like a payroll company that just pays people. There's a family partnership. And then there's like some land that's under one company and some land that's under some other company. And then her brother's separate company did the management. So yeah, it was like 15 different entities, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm rolling into a new one beginning of the year to be the management, and then everything else will be under another one to pretty much manage, and pay for and buy all the things that we need. And then the management one is like the family, because eventually it'll be passed on, that kind of thing.
I think at the peak, they were doing my wife's father's, his brothers. I think they were doing about 2,000 acres of citrus.
It can be a quagmire, that's all I can say. That's like if we sell trees, it'll cost us 40% of what the value of the sale in taxes. So, right off the bat. What do they farm, Jeff?
Citrus, but we're in kind of like shrinking mode.
Yeah. You being affected by out of the country citrus sales and that kind of stuff?
Oh, it's part of the whole thing. It's citrus green disease, which I think we mentioned before. Plus the cost of labor, plus the cost of production. When you have a business model where you're
You rugged out on us.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah, you were there, and then you went.
Right. Yeah. when you, I was saying when you have a business model that your production costs are higher than your profit, you pretty much can only do that for so long.
Yeah, and then it's hard to pull down the production cost. Do y'all actually produce the juice and manage all that, or do you sell to somebody?
No, it gets sold to the packing houses or whoever the juice plants are.
And that's the system that you guys probably don't get premium dollar. They make their margins. That's what's sad.
Yeah, they dictate to us what the price is really.
Yeah, that's just like with the commodities. I talked with a guy that in Arkansas, knew him for many years, and he inherited his dad's farm, and his dad was a colonel in the military in World War II, and he built a pretty good, profitable cotton. And by the time he transferred in a living trust to his son, he pretty much, he had to really do some finagling because cotton prices at the time were really bad, and the cost of harvesting was just killing him. And
Yeah,
the local mills dictated the price with the commodities killing them.
The citrus farmers did well for a while, like back in the 80s. I know my wife's family, they're further down south, and a lot of the citrus was grown a little bit northern part of Florida. And there was a freeze in the 80s, and their grandfather had all these acres of trees that weren't touched by the freeze, and there was a weird rare freeze that came down, and so he made a shit ton of money that he could coast on for like years after that.
Feast and famine, that's the way it is in farming.
Yeah, it was nice when the trees would like live for 40 years, but now they only live for like 15 years.
What's affecting them the most? Do you think it's external things, or is it just environmental and
it's citrus greening disease. It's the bacterial infection from the psyllids, and the citrus in the fields. They're considered 90% plus in infected in the whole state, and it's like a death sentence for the tree. It gums up their flow, and they get stunted, and they're no longer really commercially viable.
Yeah, that's like out in California. I watched a guy who they plant like almond trees, and everything's grafted, and they plant and they rotate out. They actually clear trees after, I think it was 5 to 8 years. They'll actually go in and clear an area and replant new trees, so that it's a rotational process, and but they're big. It's a big facility. They're tens of thousands of acres.
Yeah, that's what some people down here were trying. Like IFAS, which is the University of Florida Agricultural Research, whatever. They do try to figure out new economic models to make things work, and trying to do a rotational planting where you like fertigate fertilizer and you have dwarf trees and you plant at higher densities, and trying to see if you could like outpace, like, you break even after 7 years, and then you make a profit for up until 10 years, and then maybe if your trees between 10 and 15 years, you have to start cutting them down because it gets so thin that you might as well just push them on and replant as a contiguous block because of the cost savings.
Yeah, the yield per acre declines. You peak, and then you hold a certain level, and then it declines after a certain point.
Yeah.
Yep.
It used to be they would just do resets. If it was a bad tree, they'd push one tree or a small area of trees and just start over in that area. But now it's just so bad that that's impossible to do. But there's a certain cost benefit of having the trees be all the same age when you're doing management.
and altering tree or modifying the nature of the tree to be more adaptive to that bacterial attack, you probably it affects the quality of the orange and that kind of thing. Have they done that at the university there in Florida, where they've looked at like they did with GMO
I'm
stuff that
sorry.
they corn
I
and
I missed the first part. We said I had to go yell at a kid. What was
oh,
that?
I'm sorry. I was just saying that the universities. I know, you got Monsanto's done all kinds of stuff with soybeans and corn, and to be
Yeah, our
more.
local university has been having a breeding program where they run trees through like a gauntlet of all the older diseases, trying to find a rootstock that's resistant. And they're finding some that are resistant. And what they're actually finding is that some of them sometimes they become tolerant of them, where it turns out that some of the problem is the tree's reaction to the bacteria, not the bacteria itself. So that if the tree is just tolerant of it, it can do better. The GMO trees, though, the marketing hasn't really panned out for that because the consumers are GMO phobic. So you could do GMO as far as moving genes from a citrus variety to a citrus variety that you could hybridize hypothetically if given enough time, um, but not transgenic. That's like a deal killer for a lot of consumers.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the fight you'll that one you won't win.
Supposedly there was some gene in spinach that you could put in the citrus tree that would make it resistant. And the benefit of it was that spinach is already in the food chain, so it's not like people aren't already eating it. But I think that Southern Gardens, which was who owned them? Southern Garden Citrus was a major citrus producer, like a big citrus producer. Um, who was it? Oh, it was Sugar. U.S. Sugar owned Southern Garden Citrus, and they shut that project down, I believe. So we're in like the middle tier of citrus producing. Well, it used to be.
And there's from a producer standpoint, going to the guys who process it, decentralizing, it's just not cost effective for you guys because of the size and the cost of producing your own juice and then trying to market it that way. You have to go
Yeah,
to the
we
middleman.
yeah we would have to have a whole industry of our own to be vertically integrated into our own juice because the juice you're drinking, most of the juice that we would sell is the pasteurized juice, which is stored in big tanks. That also helps them weather like if you have a bad season or a freeze because they can store juice for like 3 or 4 years, even longer really. There are some operations that are doing like specialty juices that are a little bit fancier, where they're doing the cold press uh, pasteurization. Um, but we're not really doing that. Yeah,
And that's a cold pressing. To me, anything cold press is a plus because you get closer to the actual natural quality of the juice or the fruit or the oil.
oh, I agree. It tastes great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, the citrus greening disease also makes the fruit a little bit. It's a little bit more bitter. Like the acids are higher and the sugars are lower, so
Yeah,
they
it
end up
raises
having to mix
raises
it.
yeah, raises the pH. Yeah. And when
Yeah,
that
and
happens,
so
it will affect sugars. Yep.
it affects the flavor of the juice, so the quality is going down. They have to mix it with the juice from Brazil. They have the disease down there too, but what they're doing is they just slash a bunch more rainforest and run away from the disease for a few seasons, and then they cut down more rainforest and do it again.
Yeah, and yeah, it also adds sugar back. That's one of the things that I had to cutting out sugar in my diet. I had to be very selective on the orange juice that we use, to reduce the amount of sugar. I was surprised how much they add to orange juice.
Well, the juice that we have is not really. They're not adding sugars. They're adding the flavor packets are processed from the citrus peels and the oils, and like so Tropicana has their own personalized flavor packet that makes it taste like Tropicana. So when they're doing the pasteurization, they're separating those things out because they don't store long term. Then when they go to actually process the juice for sale, to put those oils and stuff back in. So it's all natural in the sense that it's from the citrus plant, the fruit, um, but it's not like that cold pressed where you're getting it. It's not really being messed with.
Yeah, because that's what we like our olive oil. That's one of the biggest battles we fight with because it's some brands will make you think that it's they cold press and all that. And when you go and research, they really don't. And you know, and you can tell the difference in the flavors. And like I've worked with things where they've done extrusion and looked at like hemp oils because here in Arkansas 5 years ago or so, they opened it up to start growing hemp and the biggest manufacturers were to just extracting the oil, and most of them are using a cold process, which gives you a much higher value of that oil. So
Now, I should specify when I say cold pressed citrus juice, what I'm referring to is a pasteurization process, similar to what they use on like MREs, I believe, where they're pressurizing the juice, um, versus thermally heating it up to preserve it.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, on a side note, I saw many years ago, some people were able to use those machines they use for the MREs that produce like super high pressures, like deeper than the oceans, to remove lobster meat from a lobster shell without cooking it. So you could actually have raw lobster meat. That was kind of a weird thing. I don't think it ever went to market, but it was
That'd be interesting
really cool.
because I've worked with I know like most of the ready to heat pouches that you get they actually put that through a thermal and pressure application when they're doing the sterilization, because if they don't do that and you have a pouch, within 2 hours the microbial growth will start and the pouches will actually rupture after 6 to 8 hours with the rice products that they used and the vegetables and the oils and things that they put in it. It's really interesting how that works. And I've seen dog food through extruders, and that's steam application where they grind up different grains and combine it to make a inert uh, pellet, and then that pellet is dried once, and then oil is applied, and oil is the what I call the special foo-foo that gives it the uh, beneficial nutrition of the dry dog food. It was interesting to see how they did that process. So
Are we totally boring the space with agricultural and food production talk?
I'm sure we are, but I'm waiting for them to interrupt us. I'll yield, but you know, they're busy. Mike's busy. Dan's busy. Peter's over there thinking about, have I touched enough grass today? In Alaska, he's over there. You know, I really don't want to. I don't want to go anywhere near that. So he's a good guy.
You'll get banned from whatever platform you go to next.
I hope not. I'm pretty. It's like the first time I got popped, and all I did was post a campaign ad, and it's like all I did was just post a video, and after that, for the next I don't know until I sent something to Elon saying, "Oh, on my 14th anniversary of being with Twitter, I got this notification of, this is something that could affect you, warning on everything that I put in." And after I sent it to him, about, I don't know, 3 or 4 days, they quit putting that label to they'd put it on every GIF, every video, anything I put up, they would put the warning label that, it wasn't something good. And then it went away after Elon came. So I was a happy camper.
So you think he just turned it off? It wasn't that he saw your post. That he just
No,
happened
I think that it I think somebody had to turn it off because it was a warning, and the algorithm was set. Anything I entered, it was I could put I could put a blank white image, and they would put a warning to it. So it was
Yeah,
just whatever I was posting.
I had a thing. It was about this time last year. Patton Oswalt, comedian, funny guy. He retweeted a post that was a weird animation of the Earth getting like hit by an asteroid that was just like pummeling it, like total devastation type asteroid. And the caption was just like, "What would you do?" And I responded back to his account, just like, "Die, I guess," because of course that's what you would do. And I got flagged because I think they thought I was threatening him with death. I don't know what they were thinking, but I wouldn't accept. I have to accept guilt to then start my whatever, like 3-day suspension or 12-hour suspension or whatever it was. And it's like, no, I'm not accepting guilt. So I try to appeal it, and they said, "Oh, that was our mistake. You're fine. You're good to go." But it never actually worked. It never kicked in. So then when I wrote them saying, "Hey, I still can't access," uh, I never got a response back because I think to the computer I was good to go. So it was just set to ignoring all of my pleas. So eventually I just had to hit accept it. I waited like 3 or 4 months off Twitter, and I just accepted it, and then I never actually had to wait. So I don't know. I think it was just an error.
That's what happens when you have automated systems, and it's just most of the things out there. I've seen the one thing I've seen a lot of is there'll be women come into fans only type things, and if you click on them just to say, okay, they want to follow me, and you go look at what's on their site. There's all kinds of things that are not appropriate, and it's like, okay, I report them, and I figured
I wonder who it was from the federal government.
yeah, some of the enemies may be out there that because there's tons of that stuff. It's lots of stuff overseas, and it's like, how could they allow?
But still, in this
Yeah.
space, it doesn't seem to be functioning at all.
Yeah, you're in there.
So because you mixed up OnlyFans and fans only, it made me think that you need to start a website called Fans Only, where you just sell fans.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, it's just that stuff. It just that's I just find it inappropriate. There's a place for that kind of stuff, and it's not to be here. And it's like Elon went after the pedophile child stuff. And if he went after that, that means that they knew that they had it there. And it's not hard to figure out if you've got inappropriate material on, from behind the scenes with the control they have. They should be able to see it and block it, but they allow it. I mean, it's out there if you look for it. I don't look for it.
It looks like we just lost Alaska. What's his name?
Yeah, he seemed like he was having an issue or something.
And then someone else it was Dan, and then
yeah,
just getting thin.
Is Peter still there? Peter?
Yeah, he's still stealing art over there in the corner.
Yeah.
Mike, come on, jazz it up, Mike.
I'm editing together Hurls' misunderstanding disaster of Simon Wardley explanation. It's pretty great.
That's funny.
Oh God, it's so good.
that whole thing it was like in and out, in and out, in and out. It was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. So right now I just have. There's this thing we used to do in school where we used to try to make each other laugh by moving our shoulders up and down when somebody else was reading. You ever do that? When your friend has to read in class and you try to make them laugh?
Oh yeah, we give them funny looks, make faces, all kinds of stuff. Yep.
So I did that to Hurls. I just would unmute my mic at certain times and just kind of laugh a little into the mic and then mute myself again just to get him to laugh. And then I'd be like, oh, sorry, I didn't realize my mic was off. So I'm almost done. It's pretty great.
That's funny.
Hurls is a good sport.
Yeah.
You know?
He is. And he was working through it, but it's like you have to put a different hat on. You know, I'm a real detailed guy. And I like details. And when you start doing helicopter views, and I sat through a lot of 5-year and 10-year strategy meetings and learned watching how they would talk about it, because I ended up having to document everything. That was usually my job, and I would listen to everybody, and then I go away and I'd draw up these, plant-wide plans showing different discussions and showing transitions between one year to next year, and that kind of thing. And to understand and watch them talk about it, it's like, okay. And you have to remove yourself from the detail and think at a different plane. And that's to me, it's not difficult now, but then it was difficult because I was always just details. What kind of nut and bolt do I need to put that, that kind of thing, and specify it. So,
Also, it depends what kind of view the person wants, right? So a lot of times in the beginning of your career, you think everyone wants the same amount of information, but they don't.
I agree with you on that. Yep. So that's what I found. The engineers I worked for in the beginning, I had 8 that I worked for, and I was one designer. And they would throw things on my desk just to test me. But the thing that they really found is that I would ask tons of questions, and I wouldn't act like I would know something. And if I didn't know something and I knew I needed to learn it, I would go get the books and I would study and I would do examples, and then I would come back, and then at least I understood the terminology and the language of what they were trying to work on or create. And then I worked through that, and it figured out it was a lot of stuff in engineering is cookbook. You have standards, you have guidelines, and you just need to know where to go get those. And then running a business and doing a startup, I learned, there's a different level, especially when you're in charge of all the technology and all the auditing and creating the audit paths to make sure that nobody stole anything. And then you work with people that circumvented those systems, and it's like, that's how they ended up, taking a lot from the company and running it into the ground, so it's like big lessons. And then overviews, helicopter views, it's still a little difficult because I catch myself going into the trenches, and you need to stay high level. And like with the Warbly, you have to stay very high level, and you can't be in the details. You have to wear
One thing
different.
that it tells you what people should look into. You're like,
Yep.
hey, I want you to come back to me and tell me how mature we are along this dimension. because the map says we should be very mature. How mature are we, and how long would it take to get us to where we want to be? Those kind of executive level. This is how I want to allocate my R&D, for example. I could see it being very effective.
The thing that I found is the higher level guys would come in and they would have no clue how the line operated. All they would know is that they could produce 400 a minute. They could produce so many per, during the shift, and they had a certain standard that they established, and were we running that standard? And when new people would come in and take the place of a person who had been there for a while, they would bring in what they thought was the right way to do things, and they would start trying to change things, and sometimes it disrupted a system that ran good, turned it into something that ran iffy, but that person stayed their time, and then moved on to somewhere else. It's kind of like a churn of this is a position I need to step into a position above me. And that's how they looked at it. And they could care less about the nuts and bolts and the who had to fix it and who had to run it. It's just results.
Yeah, they would say 70% of all problems in IT are caused by IT making changes to the environment.
I would definitely say yes on that.
Sorry, can you repeat that? The 90% of the problems in IT is caused by IT making changes to the environment? Is that what it is?
Yep, about 70%. So basically, IT's whole job is to fix problems that they themselves created.
Right, copy that. Hey, I just watched this YouTube lecture on mental illness, something about SAZ, whatever, and then but it's a different guy, doctor at USC or UCLA or something, psychiatry or whatever. But basically saying the whole thing's bullshit, and they create a lot of it with the medications. I was relating that to what you just said somehow, but I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, a lot of times it's like, I know.
Oh, they create the problem. Same thing. They create the problem as an IT.
Yeah, and it snowballs. It's like the Mars, which they're a pretty large family. Originally, I'd met John Forrest and Jackie Vogel, and they were just you look at them and they were average looking people wearing J.C. Penney clothes, flew commercial under aliases. It's just a really strange bunch. But when they came into a plant, they would dick with every manager, director, anybody that was in a management position, and they would do things just to test them. And this one of the stories that one of the managers told me is that they walked in at one of the Snicker plants, and the Snickers were coming off the line. With the chocolate had bubbles in them, and they took some of the Snickers into the boardroom, and they were having a meeting, and they literally threw them at the managers and was screaming at them, telling them that this is inferior product and it will not go out the door of the plant. And it's like it was like boom, the fire was lit under everybody and the problems were solved. And they would literally sit back sometimes and just smirk about what they had just done. They walked in the plant I worked in and said that bulletin board needs to be raised 6 inches. And before they finished the plant tour, maintenance had come and raised the bulletin board 6 inches. It's crazy. But it's a technique of keeping them on their toes because they were all well paid. So
was it the bubbles, or were they upset that the veins weren't right on the Snickers?
it was actually the bubbles, and that was what he was saying, because the chocolate had somehow, when they applied it, was getting air into it, and the bubbles before it hardens, causes like little pits, and it doesn't look good. Nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't look good. It's just like if they don't freeze them to go over the mountains, they'll explode. So.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's cool. Oh, frozen Snickers are really good too. Not great on your teeth, but did you see the meme earlier this year about them? I mean, everything you just said was really good information, and I was listening. But did you see the one about them? Because there was one from like 2009 on Twitter about the veins on the Snickers, and then there was one this year about them removing the veins, like a rumor.
Yeah, it's also like the chocolate manufacturers like Hershey. They changed the content, and then moved one of their biggest plants to Monterrey, Mexico, built a $1 billion plant down there. And it's like if Hershey was alive, he would be adamant against it. But at the same time, in the beginning, in the early 20th and late 18th, 19th century, they, Hershey and Mars worked together, did stuff, failed, and Mars decided he didn't want to use Hershey's chocolate anymore. He wanted to do his own, so then he built the system to be able to deliver the cocoa, and they'd make his own. They'd make their own chocolate, and then they did some acquisitions like Dove chocolate, and it's a really interesting history on the food industries. If you get a chance to study or read any of it, they early on they played all kinds of games, and they were serious.
Yeah, interesting. There's that movie about Kellogg, I think, The Road to Wellville. I think it is. Because the competition of the early cereal industry, and it's like that across a number, like I think Campbell's Soup, a number of them. The early stuff, the competition, and then the stuff that goes on even until today is, well, like the price fixing in the meat industry. I mean, it's it's interesting, the food industry.
KC, are you talking?
I just don't know what to do for them.
Hey, Alaska, I'm going to apologize earlier. We had that weird thing, that bug where a certain person you can't hear, you just hear the responses to them. I might have talked over you. I didn't mean that.
Is that Jeff talking to me?
Yeah, I had to leave and come back because I couldn't hear you at all, but I could hear other people. But I might have accidentally talked over you.
Yeah, no, yeah, Twitter's weird sometimes. Like right now, I just had to tell. I meant to say when I got in here, man, this is like lightning fast. My Twitter's been so bad for Jesus since like March, May, but I finally on this Android, because I was clearing the cache and restarting it because it would get so bad, but I finally just cleared the data, and man, it needed it so bad because there's like a multi-hundred millisecond delay at least on like everything. But oh yeah, so like, but it's still not showing the captions, which is really annoying. Or like, anyways, but yeah, no worries, Jeff.
Yeah, the one thing I'm seeing on my display is I'll hear you talking, Alaska, and you'll still have mute indicated. And then, it's like with KC, he doesn't have mute on, but, that's the reason why I ask. It doesn't show that he's muted,
I still show him as a listener.
Yeah, mine shows KC as listener.
Yeah, he's showing on mine as speaker. Yeah. And I've seen that happen before.
Whatever bugs they fixed during that 24 hours or whatever they took it down, didn't fix them all. Maybe added a few.
It's not I mean, they've got the thing I think happening is some of the server activity, because it's using WRC, I believe, or WRT. I can't remember the actual acronym, but
You mean WebRTC?
yes, and that's what they're using. And there's in between communications, and the way it's handling it. And I think sometimes, the server on some of the activity has an issue or load that causes some of the problems, because I think I watched one space where they were talking about, I think it was Drop 7 on the Twitter files, and it was Tom Fenton of Judicial Watch and a couple other guys, and it was the guy from New Zealand. What's his name? Oh, forget what his name is, but anyway, he literally
.com.
anybody up for speak. Yes, and he anybody went up for speaker could speak for just a second, and then they'd be kicked back down to listener, and it kept doing that to all the speakers, and he would be talking, and then it would mute him. And he'd be talking, and then it would mute him, and then finally they quit the space, and Tom went and created a space, and they had like 6,000 something people in it. Excuse me. And then they opened up the other space, and they got like 5,000 and some change, but they didn't have any issues. I mean, it was really peculiar. I hadn't seen anything like that.
Mike, this was like, were you on here at the very start? Because this was only a couple months old spaces when I got on it. Apparently, I was just looking up the history of it.
Yeah.
Did you get on right at the very start?
I wasn't one of the initial hosts. There were like
But you
a
were, like,
handful of initial hosts.
Or like, you were going on to the spaces of the people that were hosting, like with Queen Ash Joe and so forth.
Yeah.
Because she had a pretty large, significant show going after, and it had only been going for the whole service for a few months. And that was an amazing, just because I was how I was, and just wandering around in the middle of the night or whatever. Because would it be like 4 a.m. when it would start? Because it's on the whatever for me. But the conversations in there were something I've never encountered anywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, it was new for everyone at the time.
There's not a lot of people from Africa, like not African American, but Africans that in my experience, at least, that interact.
Thank God, right?
What's that?
Thank God, right?
So, Mike, have you noticed that we never get French people?
It was a really sorry. I was just gonna say, it's a really unique perspective from some people from different countries that I found. Like one guy told me how to turn myself black.
Michael, just because you're a Brahmin, okay?
Yeah, I'm brown Brahmin. I like it.
You just mix like charcoal with like some kind of like what's that stuff, like the tar? Yeah, tar. You mix like charcoal with tar if you want to like do a reverse Michael Jackson.
Is this Ruckus again?
Like if you were white and wanted to turn your skin black, this guy I was talking to from a country like I don't know if it was Ghana or a different one, but it was one of those countries in Africa, and essentially, I think I was joking about turning myself black. I was joking about turning myself to a woman. I was sort of joking about that, but I did file as a woman to run for U.S. Senate, but that was just mostly messing with the government, I think.
That's why I got banned from LinkedIn.
What's that about banned from LinkedIn?
That's why he got banned from LinkedIn, impersonating a woman, probably.
No, it was this guy that has this. I still follow him. He posts like he's a sales guy, right? And so he posts for like salespeople, and he ends every post with he just posted like some kind of cheesy thing, and then he'll say, I don't know, I can't remember, but he's got some kind of line. And so, but I just got on there and started talking shit to all these sales, because it was right after the brain injury, And so I had that was my career essentially, was in sales. And so I have the knowledge of it, but I just don't apply it in my life. But I was kind of, but so yeah, I just kind of talked shit with these, and this one guy would make fun of me for looked me up and was like, you got 43 votes in the a race for assembly, and then it's like, that's a mistake, because I really went off on that guy. But whatever. It's LinkedIn. Don't talk shit. It's like, don't talk shit if you can't back it up. And then these people, I noticed that too on Facebook. People talk shit to me, and I'll go off on them and I'll get banned. But they can just keep talking. And the same thing with Twitter. I was banned from Twitter. They didn't stop people talking shit about me, but I am not allowed to speak or reply to them. It's bullshit. I don't hear him talking now, though.
Nobody's talking but you.
That's right. I wonder why.
Casey's still showing up as speaker on mine. We got
no, I
Sandra.
wasn't speaking about in the space. I'm talking about.
Oh, I know. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but
Gotcha.
see, I'm just. If you've not learned, I change directions sometimes on really dumb things.
You're like he's taking this into a really dangerous direction. Let's go to something. Let's go to something light. I copy that.
Okay, and
hey, is it snowing down there yet, Web3?
No, it's not snowing, but I don't want it to snow, not yet. I want it to snow in January. I think it'd be better then.
Oh, I found at the Fred Meyer, they got which I illegally went into because I'm trespassed from there. But they had on the wall outside the bathrooms where they post the ads and stuff. Somebody's got a 4-wheeler or whatever you guys call them down there, but with a snowplow and chains for like $4,000. It's like, with all this snow we've had, you could make that back in less than a week probably. And that'd be fun as shit. Plowing with the 4-wheeler, those are fun.
Yeah, I've got one. Yeah, the it's more fun in a 4-wheel drive pickup truck though.
Yeah, but yeah, I guess you could get an old pickup for with a plow for not much more than that. That's a good point. But I don't know if it's more fun though. Because you could go places with the 4-wheeler you can't with the truck.
Yeah. Well, the guys I talked with, I went to South Bend to Mishawaka, dog food plant there, and they were doing a completely rebuild because they'd been bought by another company. And so we were sitting there, and I'm at a bar. I'm having a little dinner and having a drink, and I'm talking with this guy at the bar, and he says, yeah, I'm a mechanic and I have a mechanic place. I said, do you do pretty good? And he says, during the summer, during the warm months and that kind of stuff, I keep pretty busy. I said, well, what do you do during the winter? He says, I run a snowplow company. And I said, what do you mean? He says, I have 12 guys that have pickup trucks and have snowplows, and I go out and get the contracts. And he said, I got 2 trucks. So if one breaks down, I can go and get the other one. And it's like, well, do you make more money doing that? And he says, oh, heck yeah. And, it's like, what do you like about it the most? He says, well, most of the time I'm drinking because the police aren't out. So, it's like you're driving to, yeah. And then that's when I learned they don't put up the bumpers in the parking lots, because he said, that they would end up plowing them up and pushing them to the sides, wherever they pack the snow. I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah. Those plow guys and like tow truck drivers, it seems like they get away with pretty much whatever they want. Like, the cops don't really mess with them too much because they need them.
Well, that's like in West Virginia. I was going to Pittsburgh, and I was 45 minutes from Morgantown, and I just stopped and got some coffee. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. The lady says, you need to watch out for the deer. And I'm on, I forget what it is, 70. I don't remember what the interstate number was, but I was cruising. I was headed on 80 miles an hour, and I was in the center lane, and it was 3 lanes. And when I went over the little hill in the turn, there was a deer. When and I hit him doing 80. I knocked him 800 feet. 1,000 feet from point of impact. And when the tow truck driver got there, he looked at it and said, dang, that's a good looking head set on that old deer. He said, you gonna take that with you? You want to take it to the hotel with you? I said, no, I don't think they're gonna let me have that on the plane because it wrecked my car pretty good. And I said, and he laughed. He says, well, do you mind if I have it? And I said, nope, you're welcome to it. And he threw it on the back of his truck. Yeah, and then he drove me to Charleston, which was 45 minutes with my car. So.
Man, I just saw this headline and read the article that DoorDash is shutting down in Michigan and Indiana until Christmas because of this little storm. We had 24 inches in like a day. Then they just kept it running. It's kind of funny.
I had a job opportunity in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and I was talking to the guy, and he was telling me, and I drove at the time a Mazda RX-7, and I asked him. I said, well, if I take this job now and it's end of summer, what's the winters like? And he laughed. And I said, okay. He said, he asked me what I drove, and I told him, and he laughed again. And I said, well, what do you think I need to have? And he told me a big ass 4-wheel drive truck. And I went, okay, well, let me think about the job. And when he called me back the next day, I told him, no, I don't think I'll take it. I'll pass on this one. Yeah, because the snow was just ridiculous up there. Yeah. And of course, I'm speaking to the choir in Alaska because I know it probably snows a gazoo out there.
Yeah, we got a pretty good amount, and there's like a record this most recent one for the time. But it's like it's Alaska's a pretty big area, so we get a decent amount here. But my cousin had moved to Valdez because his parents worked on the pipeline or for the pipeline company, and man, they would get like 8 feet, and it'd be like up over the roof line. It was crazy, and it's just a regular thing.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm amazed with, like where Michael is. They're on the north side of the lakes, and like Buffalo, I've seen Buffalo get tons and tons and 5-6 feet in one area, and then another area they'd get 6 inches. It's because of the lake effect. And and I looked at some history stuff. I think back in the 40s, the latter 40s, one of the worst storms they had was like in Montana and Wyoming, and there was like 14 feet of snow. The roads were they plowed the roads, and it would be like driving through you were in a valley, and it was sheer walls of snow, and it's crazy to see that much. So.
Did you see them White Walkers out there?
I don't know what a White Walker is.
Mike?
I probably call it something else.
What would you call it?
If I knew what it was, I'd be able to tell you.
All right, I put the video pearls at the top where he doesn't know what's going on with Manish and Wardley mapping. It's pretty funny.
How long is it?
About 90 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna drop out. I'm gonna listen
Most
to
of it, yeah. Most of it is just me laughing at him.
Okay.
I was listening to that. Sounds really good. I still need to finish it, but I don't know. I just keep forgetting to say it if I wait too long. So, whatever the hell Max was giving me when I gave it this asked for the random worldly map, this thing about the future of software, in AI as a service, and the AI as the second queen. I find that concept really interesting. Because I think it applies. I think, yeah, for everything we're doing, like using it to help with software, developing Captain's Log. It's like having a second queen.
And you did good on that. That was good. He started out, it's like it's kind of like you were floating through a mist and trying to find a direction, and his words just kind of, okay, when's he gonna get to something that's real? Yeah, and then you cut in on him. So
Yeah, that's my favorite. Trying to teach Australians IT. Yes, theoretical. Right?
maybe you should change it to, using the native animals and trees and plants and that kind of stuff, and
Sort
the
of
local
exciting.
bar,
Yeah.
habitats, and that kind of thing.
Yes. But do they have evolution in Australia? I thought they were just in kind of stasis.
They have like some of the greatest animals there. That's why I love.
I'm talking about the people, not the animals.
Stop it.
We know the animals evolved. Do the people?
Stop it. Of course they do.
Think about it.
They have the best lifestyle. I think, honestly, in talking with people all over this planet, they have the best idea of a work-life balance. I've never met any other people that are like, we work to create money so that we can actually use it to enjoy our lives. Most people are like, work, 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 pile money, buy things that don't matter. And they were like, no, we use our money for experiences. I don't know. That's what I got from all the people that I met there.
Maybe that's why he can't explain what worldly mapping is. He has no work ethic.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what it sounded like it to me.
And they didn't waste their time trying to censor video games that don't need it.
See?
What?
I told you. Web2 came to the same conclusion I did.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
It's okay.
Maybe I'm a bad communicator.
No, I think you just sent it right, like rockets. You just didn't know.
Who, me?
No, Allie.
I don't know what to do with that sentence.
You think you're left?
Am I right?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that sentence.
You're left in the streets and right in the sheets.
What's happening right now?
I know a few families that were relocated to the Mississippi Delta in the early, about 1905, and they came from China, and they set up, they worked on the farms and then developed into businesses, and then they developed into restaurants. And one guy he had a photo shop, and when you'd walk in, of course, you'd see a gentleman that was Asian looking, and when he opened his mouth up, he had the most southern drawl. Makes mine sound like child's play. And I just looked at him and I smiled, and he looked at me, how can I help you? And I go, okay, this is cool. And he helped me because I used, had a camera and had issues with it, and he pretty much helped me get through my issues. So
Yeah, now imagine those people with a Jamaican accent, and that's Allie's family.
oh, that'd be cool.
Oh yeah.
What's up, man?
all Allie's family and that guy, they could all be significant social media, whatever influence, just by doing that. I think because there's that guy that goes to China, that's the white guy that speaks Chinese to like he's got pretty significant following. I think people are, I don't know, amused or surprised or whatever by that.
Yeah, there was one family that the restaurant was called Hunan's, and I would go in and eat on a regular basis. And I knew her, the wife, and met the husband a couple of times. And I mean, he was a good cook. And I went in one time, and I hadn't been in there a little while, and I go in, and the meal was not the same. And I said, it just wasn't the same. And she said, she looked at me, and I felt so bad. She told me while between the last time I came in, her husband had passed away, and it was like, oh no. I said, well, how long are you gonna continue to run the business? She said, yeah, I got a family member in, but he's not doing as well. And they lasted for, I don't know, a little while longer, and then she finally told me the last time. She said, well, we won't be here in the future. I said, why is that? She said, well, I'm gonna go back to family in Taiwan. I said, oh, okay. And that's what she did. She sold everything and packed up and went back to where her family was from. So it was interesting.
Like a one man business. I mean, yeah, not family business. Without them, you don't have a business. That's a big issue that's coming up with the boomers retiring and the lots of businesses like that are going to be available.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a wave, I think. And some will be prepared for that transition. It's like, transition planning is a big thing. And that's kind of like, we're looking long term for the family. And we don't want what was a gift, a stewardship requirement, this tree farm. And it was, instead of having it subdivided or sold to divvy it up, we're going to make them have to deal with it for a long time, because, we like the nature and we like the way everything looks.
Yeah. So, it's like my job I had before all this stuff happened 6 years ago, my uncle's company, the plan at the time, or when I started, was for me to eventually take it over and own it or part, in him be like a more, retire basically, and then just have some income. But, all this happened. And then I just found out it's only, the one guy left, and it's only my uncle, my cousin, and my other cousin's wife working there doing my old job. And, so he wants to sell it basically, essentially, to retire, but because there's been this consolidation around the country, all the brokerages across the whole food industry, the manufacturers, everything consolidated, the distributors and the brokers. But so him and his partner mainly ran it as a private business, but then they didn't try to generate much profit, so they wouldn't have to pay taxes, essentially, which isn't the best idea. But so it's not worth that much because it hasn't had the revenue. So they're kind of stuck in that situation. And it bothers me because, sorry, I just want to think, I had all these plans on how to help with that and like implement it's like, obviously you need to implement a CRM, and have all this, because like, okay, it was like Scott retired, he was, like Scott and Joe were two of the best brokers in the state, but they, I remember when they got their, I helped them build their website when I was in high school. And I remember when they got their Palm Pilots and stuff, and, watched how they use technology, as older guys. But yeah, CRM, and that the loss of that shit. Phone, is it still working? Screen went off. Oh yeah. Anyways, the loss of that institutional knowledge, or whatever you want to call it, and then being able to capitalize on the, I mean, obviously now you'll have the AI and stuff. That's how sales is going online is so. Oh, and then like Cisco and man, they did a huge deal. Everybody did actually. The municipality of Anchorage, the SAP thing, everybody wasted billions of dollars. I mean, a lot of people did, but there's a reason for it because they want to replace the salespeople with computers. Anyways, sorry, rant over. If I can figure out how to mute.
Well, the guys that I know are companies that I've worked with in construction, and they were older, and they're in the position now. They're putting their companies up for sale, and they're fighting with because they're smaller. The bigger construction companies aren't interested because they could come in their area and work anyway. So it's kind of localized, and it's making it more difficult for them to sell. And then I've got some that I know that they pretty much they're gonna drive it. They're gonna work until they can't go, and then let the family just deal with it. It's like that's crazy, but nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, it's just poor planning. It's going to affect your legacy, but yeah, I mean, other than that, nothing wrong with it.
Hello, Sandra.
Howdy. How y'all doing?
Michael's working away. Peter's working away. Me in Alaska shooting a bull. Me and Jeff talk about agriculture until everybody got really quiet.
Oh, no. I stepped out for a short time to get my eBay stuff. I'm taking pictures and so forth, and just, it's full circle for me. I left New Jersey thinking one thing, but before I left, I did eBay and Amazon like a great deal of the time. And, after trying out various things and being encouraged to pursue different ideas, the only thing that seems to reliably support me are the things that I originally did in the first place, living with my ex. So it's it's a bit of a reflective time to, and all my inventory for my eBay business is basically in New Jersey. So it's ironic and a bitter pill to swallow just a few days before Christmas, which, that's what I celebrate. I'm isolated in a totally different part of the country with nobody. And I have to go back to relying to what I originally did in the first place. It is what it is, though. Such as, I mean, this whole fucking thing has just been ugly for me.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Locating here to Arkansas was a change, and doing work that's something I did many years ago, and taking a lesser position and just a cash flow and make sure and then being separated from the family. I know pretty much it's an adjustment. I know.
Yeah, well, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. I just wish my life had turned out differently, and it figures.
Okay, is everybody listed speakers?
Yeah,
Sandra?
it looks like I have everybody as a speaker.
Yeah, 100% speaker.
Okay, I'm just checking because I look at all the little mute buttons and the speaker designations and go, I wonder which one's not real.
Yeah, and you know what? When I go to Clubhouse, I'm listening to who's speaking, but I can't tell who is speaking because of the way they have it set up.
Yeah, it's different. It's definitely
Yeah,
different.
I'm not a big fan of not being able to determine who's talking. I don't. Maybe I just need to update my Clubhouse or something. I don't know.
The clubhouse is like a talk fest, and most of the ones. That's the reason why I didn't use it that much, because you go into places and it's like everybody's just, it's like over to the top of each other, and it's like, okay, I thought we were going to talk about things significant, and all this is like just scatter noise to me.
Well, it was suggested a few weeks. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, it was suggested that I leave Twitter and go over there. So that's why I was looking at it the other day.
Who suggested that?
I'm not going to say.
Or I mean, why did they say why they suggested that? I guess, or reason. I'm
assuming they feel that Bitcoin needed more people over there. I don't know. It's really not it's none of my business.
Okay, no worries. I was just curious.
I didn't hear you. What?
So yeah, just I was only briefly have checked out Clubhouse, and it seems like the audio quality is better on it than it seems like the audio quality kind of isn't that great on Twitter Spaces.
Oh, I agree. The audio quality over there way better. Like some people are like, open a room in Clubhouse and do like your audio in there for your voiceovers because it's so much better.
I think there's a way to have some people. I think can do it to both simultaneously. They have a way. Some of these Twitter Space hosts that do the radio or something, and they've figured out a way to broadcast it to both simultaneously.
Yeah, there's ways to multi-stream. Keith, I want to say Keith Keller has.
Yeah, that's the one.
He covers all that stuff, and although I don't know, he seems to have had mixed results.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I think because I was in like one space where he was doing it, or I think it was him, and had some issues. So, but I'm not. But yeah, that's a good idea though. If you were recording audio that you were gonna have for broadcast, you would probably want to do it there, just because versus Twitter Spaces, because the quality would be better.
Right, but then I don't,
or on Zoom or something like that. Something that would have. I don't know. Maybe there's something else that's even better for. I haven't really researched it, but just sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Sorry, Jeff. I'm being in such a.
So I was going to say, what was nice about Clubhouse was that besides being clear, it had spatial audio. So if you were talking at the same time, the voices were coming from different spaces and 3D around your head, so you can differentiate the voices.
That's really cool.
The only problem was that for some reason my audio was low over there, and I didn't change anything. Do I sound normal here though?
Yeah, you sound normal.
We sound normal.
Yeah, on Clubhouse I was low.
The one thing I find is, like, if you're a listener, if you notice when you come up, I noticed when I come up to speaker, there's a change in the audio. And only thing I can think of from a programming standpoint is the stream management for speakers are different than listeners, because listeners are just a feed of the audio stream, whereas a speaker has to be to be two directions, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it seems like the way we can hear sometimes someone we won't be able to hear a random person, but hear other people. It seems that there's some kind of like multiple peer-to-peer connections being made when you're a speaker, but when you're a listener, you're just hearing the feed delayed, and the quality is much better. And that's the same thing you hear if you listen to a recorded space.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It seems like the quality hearing it is much better when you're It's delayed, but it's better when you're a listener. And my phone treats it like I'm on a phone call when I am as speaker versus a listener.
It messes my car up because it won't hang up the call, and I can't. I just have to quit.
Yeah, it's
like
super annoying.
Reset my phone.
Yeah, the one thing I think about Clubhouse, one of the other differences is that, Twitter's scabbed Spaces using Periscope and using their technology and their servers. That's where most of the activity for Spaces goes through. And Clubhouse was a rooted system where they developed and had their own servers. So that's probably the differential, because Periscope is more of a delivery than intercommunication, and now they're using it to deliver and receive, like with speakers. So there'd be some changes that he'll have to make in that infrastructure to improve the quality, with the way that they do it. So
It almost seems like for the audio, they should just wipe the whole thing and start over or something, because having the poor quality audio in a space that's the primary function is communicating verbally doesn't seem wise.
I look at it this way. If that's one of the primary customer base that'll increase, then an evolution of that system will have to take place. So then there'll be a whole bunch of things that have to occur because you'd have to change your server structure and your software. And with an existing system you already have to make that transition, that takes a lot. And it's how much feedback I would assume that Spaces give them on the quality. So
if it was Steve Jobs, he would do it. Like, he wouldn't have Clubhouse have better audio, I don't think. I mean, but yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying. It's like, if people are still using Twitter Spaces, if they're not all leaving and going to the competition because they want that better audio, then they don't have to go through all that trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like buying a used car that's got a halfway decent stereo system and buying a new car and it's got a kick-ass stereo system. It's kind of the same way, but at some point that you can match what's in that new car and the old car. You just have to go find it and then put it in and make the changes. And with him, he's got a to me, he's got to band-aid a bunch of things, and to get it to a steady state and increase activity, because the meter's revenues, and then the future, I'm sure that he's got a bunch of stuff because of his previous history from PayPal and the things that he wanted to do there. There's, projects that I think he would probably implement here, but he's got to get it to a steady state to be able to defend from the debtors and, the investors and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's kind of like you got to make everybody, everybody in the boardroom happy,
It's nice to know that he uses it and that it's not just something that's going to get cut completely.
Oh, he sees the value of it. He sees
the only reason it's successful despite the bad audio quality is because of the Twitter network that it's attached to.
Yeah, I was thinking that, and I didn't say it, but thanks for saying that. Yes, because it's because we're on Twitter. But if we weren't on Twitter, then what's the point?
I mean, he could buy Clubhouse, but I don't think Twitter is in the position to do that.
I don't think that would be a good investment, because I don't think Clubhouse would bring the value.
Yeah, it's probably easier just to fix the audio quality on this end than try to buy your way into good audio quality.
Yep, exactly. And if the only difference there would be if it would increase the base component of number of users to increase the revenue from his, advertising or blue sticker or whatever. If that brought a great enough value over a certain amount of time, then it would be a good acquisition. It'd be trying to value it, and mergers and acquisition stuff. It's a different game.
It'd be interesting to find out what percentage of Twitter users use Spaces versus completely ignore it. Because I know that Twitter Spaces started when I wasn't on Twitter for a little bit there. I was mentioning that. And I came back, and all of a sudden there was this thing at the top of the screen that kept bothering me, and I ignored Spaces for the longest time.
Yeah, I use it strictly to Web3 stuff, because I was asked to look at, Solidity contracts and start learning tokenomics and DAOs, and, so the best way to do it is to go listen to those who are doing it, how they were doing it, and a lot of the issues. And, it's been a rabbit hole, and then Michael comes along and sends me on detailed rabbit holes, so.
Yeah, the only reason I started using it was because of I saw that Robert Scoble, who I followed, went on a Zen Space where he was to talk about VR stuff, and that's where I ran into Dan. And then when Dan started coming in here, I saw that Dan was coming into the Syndicate thing a few times. So it wasn't a Syndicate yet. It was the other DGen conversation thing. It was only like 5 or 6 people. Yeah, it's only 5 or 6 people. I just followed Dan over.
That's interesting, the network path and connections and timelines. They all kind of circle back around on Twitter Spaces, it seems.
It's weird how this particular space blew up, because I remember it was Dan and Mr. Rogers and Kappa, and of course Michael, and then I was like showing up with Dan after Dan was on for maybe like a few weeks, and then like suddenly just there was like this huge avalanche of people.
Nobody remembers me.
Hey, I'm right with you, man.
Yeah, I experimented with having more people in the audience, and then the conversation gets so stupid. And it's like,
I know, isn't that strange how it's much worse when there's more people here.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's Crow.
Well, the thing is, like, people are dying for an audience. So when they see a group with a lot of people, they want to talk, right? Because it feels good to speak in front of a large audience.
I'm the opposite. I get nervous.
I would like to speak now. Michael,
come forth with your liquid voice that just flows and brings resonance to the room.
Who, Peter?
Guess what I did, Michael?
Yeah, he meant me actually, but that's okay. Yeah.
Hey, Sandra, Peter's setting himself up to get litigated against.
Oh no! What did you do?
That's actually his express intent, in a way.
IP possession.
I 1,000% support that.
Sandra, listen to this genius plan that Pete has.
Oh boy.
With the AI art stuff. Because we can't really draw the line yet as to what is and what isn't copyright. It seems like some people have gotten copyright passed on their work, and then it's been taken back or whatever. I'm thinking, like, what if I do an image that's literally just a line, like a black line down the center of a square, and half of it is generated by AI, and the other half I like draw with paint or something like that. I don't know. like whatever. It's just something handmade, and it's literally drawing the line. Like, where do you draw the line? Very stupid idea, but hey, you know what?
I don't know. You should just you might as well just go for it. I don't know. I mean,
Again, they don't really have too many laws in Australia, so I think it'll be fine.
Is Pete trying to get on? Is Pete trying to get on Joe Rogan again or something?
I think we should send Matthews to Australia and help them with their political, campaign. And
Yeah,
him and Pete.
help them with their war against the emu.
Yeah, I think he would just send more people into quarantine camps, to be honest with you. He's pretty left. He's a California left. Be like, yeah, fam, why don't we confiscate their weapons? What's the worst that could happen? You know what I mean?
Wait, didn't they already do that?
They can go to the bar and get pissed,
Yeah, man. Every gun you give in, you get a bottle of tequila. Who's missing anything?
No, that was Russia that did. I think it was vodka.
Is it true all over the country? Like in Florida, if you have your medical weed card, you can't pass a federal background check for buying firearms.
Yeah.
Correct.
And they also, depending on what state you're in, depending on the state laws, and they can come to your house and confiscate your guns.
Good luck.
And the argument there is that you pass ownership to your wife, and then that's where the gray area becomes, and it's, then you have to, get the attorneys involved, and because they should be able to keep them.
They're going to get a lot of people killed if they really try this red flag laws and stuff that they're trying to push forth.
There's a procedure, and that procedure should be do it the legal way, which means you have to have justification, evidence, and then judge, and then a judge's order.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, but
I don't think this is a right or left issue
like,
with the weed thing.
If you're just basing it on, oh yeah, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to get off subject.
No, I was just saying, as far as weed goes, I think it's a bureaucratic hurdle that they're trying to fix, and in the meantime, it's a pain in the ass. But I don't think I wouldn't judge it to be right or left. Taking guns away in California, though, non-weed related, completely different story.
And now it's a disease.
Well,
I think it's a tool. I think if they want to take away your guns, it's a tool they can use against you. And as you said, the legal there may be a legal process, but if they make the legal process simply someone filing a complaint to them, they can go base it off of your social media posts and then get a judge to rule on it without your even knowing. I think that's dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But the real premise of it is that, okay, if you get a ruling where that particular medical has a relationship to the guns, then the pharmaceutical drugs are now game, and now you all of a sudden can shut down a considerable group of gun owners. I think it's an initial step of trying to go, an end round.
Well, for the background check issue with the weed, I think they just said that the background check already has a provision that said something like you can't do something illegal federally, and using drugs, even if they're legal in these states, is still federally illegal. So maybe if the president were to sign an executive order changing that, then that would become a not issue anymore.
No, what they do is just deschedule it. That's all they got to do, because they have the legal right. That would be the Justice Department to deschedule it and take it off, or Congress to, pass it and say it's no longer schedulable. That's the only way. Well, they kind of, sort of.
I can't be the only one that's high as shit right now. Like, I mean, I look, look. I don't know. I don't know how this conversation came about. I just popped in. But what's up, guys? Y'all talking about fucking scheduled substances, particularly of the green bud persuasion.
Man, Michael, make him a co-host. I see it coming.
Is this a spaghetti guy? I can't see who's talking.
Dude, no, I
Yes.
can't right
Spaghetti.
now. No, I can't right now. I would love to co-host. That's a great honor, but no,
You can do it. You can do it. You got this.
I'm jealous.
He likes cats. How bad can he be?
how are y'all doing?
I wish I could get as high as this dude, but I'll just start puking if I try to smoke that much.
I had to quit because of palpitations.
When I
What kind of
smoke like
competition?
Delta 9, when I smoke Delta 9 THC and I drink alcohol, then I vomit.
I can't keep the Delta straight. What's just the normal Delta THC in weed that you grow?
I think it's Delta 9.
Is that 8 or 9? I can't remember. Anyways, I like the normal one, not this weird processed shit.
Lagging, so y'all gonna have to bear with me.
It's crazy how they did that end around though to legalizing hemp, the CBD, and then coming up with some chemical process to extract these other deltas.
Yep.
All right, I think I'm good now. But yeah,
Not do that route.
It worked out because the CBD people were having a huge stockpile glut of CBD. And
yeah, we just ordered some of that.
anything
It's
to
like
do with it.
hemp direct. We just ordered like a half pound or something of CBD to be shipped here, and it's pretty good stuff. I mean, because like it has all the terpenes and everything too.
yes. I'm not going to elaborate on that. I just heard it has all the terpenes. Yes, you're 100% correct, and it's great.
in that marketplace, by the government allowing it and being regulated because of the friction of the government, the underbelly market runs a lot smoother. The gray market, and if they want to turn that market into being a legitimate, they need to take off a lot of the skids that they put on the businesses and the way they can. I mean, most of them. I know a guy that I think here in Arkansas created a bank so that they could to service the medical marijuana and marijuana industry because they're primarily just cash, and a lot of banks won't deal with them because of the federal saying it's illegal, so they can't deal with an illegal business. So
I thought Obama signed something that fixed that issue with the banks.
it helped it, but they still wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, that's a good question because I did hear about that as well. I'm not the authority on this, but I'll say I did hear how they were trying to pass a lot of legislation regarding penalties and things of that nature from businesses operating, or doing business with other companies that had to do with, THC products and things of that nature. So, like, I just don't remember what the true ruling was. But yeah.
Yeah, it's like ESG, your environmental and social scores on major corporations. That's to me anything like that's just a regulator and shouldn't be established because banks would say because you're in that business, we choose not to do business with you, and there's nothing wrong with that, but because it's more of a legally now, I think they could deal with them, but they just choose not to. If you know what I mean, it's
Yeah. It's in the federal government's best interest to have these people using banks and having their money in banks because they can then be tracked. They know their transactions. They're not laundering money. If they're doing cash only, then anything goes.
Yeah, you got a lot more opportunity to have money pushed through it that doesn't come from the actual sales. That's correct.
Well, I mean, I agree with that, but that's more due to knowledge, I think. I think that when people realize what information you submit to whatever authority, well, in this case, like the IRS or whoever it may be, can be manipulated, whether it was written on paper because of cash or because or you know, like those old knuckle busters or whatever the heck they called them, but or whether it was like exported through like a document on a computer, you know. So I get what you're saying, but I think it, you know, I don't know that it really changes anything. I don't know. I forgot my statement with that, but anyways.
I'm gonna be heading out soon. It's getting late.
It's just like prohibition. They tried to do that shit with liquor, and you know, it still was available and still was made, and you know, still prospered, and you know, government regulation to a certain degree is good to protect the individuals, but when it comes to starting to regulate, you know, businesses, I think that adds a lot more friction, and the less there is, the easier that transaction between individuals and you know companies can occur. And again, you're right, taxing is something that enforcement, and they want to make sure that you know they get their dollar, and the states are the same way. You take you know things and buy in one state and don't pay sales tax, the other state you're going into, you know they're going to make you pay it, or they expect it to be paid. So
Yeah. I kind of came in here late, so I don't know what other subjects y'all were talking about, but
whatever you want to throw it out there, we'll chew on it.
you know, chew on it. Oh man, I'm the wrong person. It gets kicked from co-host. Something's happening. What's going on?
Seems like things are bouncing around. They're having glitchy moments.
It's just been one of those weeks in general.
Wait, am I rugging?
No, I hear you. You're good.
All right, I was
Well, I mean, I
rugging.
hear
I'm
you. Maybe
back. Sorry.
I don't know.
I think I'm rugging. I can't hear them. I'm going to leave, come back.
No, I can hear you, Pete.
I don't know. I kind of miss Spaghetti down there. He's not his usual chatty drunk self. So far the car adventure with the person that vandalized my car and messed around with my cable, that has cost me it's gonna probably end up being around $700 or $800. So I had to borrow that from my sister. So it just sucks. You know, right on Christmas too. You know, I'm sure it's all very entertaining, but you know, for me, it's a big setback. It. I'm already not doing very well, so this was not good.
Hey, I just rejoined. I was having issues, but
And you go on to something else. That's ADDH.
There we go again.
That's what that is.
Well, I'm not rugging anymore, but that's interesting.
Yeah.
Sandra, what happened to your
Yeah.
car?
I sent you a DM right there.
Finish what you started.
Sandra, what happened to your car?
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
What happened to your car?
It's a long story. It's in the backroom chatter there. If you kind of page up to yesterday night,
Oh, right.
it's
I'll
yeah,
get to take a
it's
look. Sorry.
summarized. It's just not a good situation, and my landlord situation is even scarier. I mean, you know, tonight I actually I took a video of the noise level in my apartment because I'm getting signals from him that, you know, having even a tiny bit of volume, like 25% of volume on my iPhone listening to a space is still too much for him. You know, and I have the light on, I'm taking pictures I'm doing all the things I've done for months. Like I haven't, and all of a sudden, ever since this car incident, he's been on a rager. You know, I can hear him slamming doors and like dresser doors and drawers. um, and because the apartment's attached to the house, you know, so I can't see what he's doing, but I can hear a lot of noise over there, and it's just weird because usually it's like I don't even know he's there. But ever since this incident, he's been, um, you know, things are slamming over there, and you know, a few hours ago, all the lights went off, like all the electric, like he shut down the whole house. It was just, I'm not, so it's to the point where, and this also happened after someone in the neighborhood, you know, there's always you know, was it Bewitched? There's a lady who, you know, the nosy neighbor, right? Well, the nosy neighbor kind of unloaded on my landlord and just pretty much aired out every dirty laundry story ever. Like the fact that he, well, I shouldn't even get into it, but what's happening to me is a long pattern of what this person does. So basically, you know, he makes people panic and run away in fear and keeps their deposit because they don't want to deal with the level of stress. So he just keeps their deposit as extra gravy. And you know, she told me this has been going on for years, and then well, I don't want to get this person involved. Then a very young person told me that this person also was seen vandalizing cars and disabling them and fucking with them, so that, you know, basically putting my life in danger because my cable disengaged. Luckily, I was to my transmission, my fucking car. So I could have been driving down 95, and if my cable disengaged, I would have been disabled in the middle of a huge highway. It could have killed me, but he doesn't care. You know, it's just the level of consequences that people do not suffer in this country anymore is what creates this sort of behavior. You know, they think this is a prank. Like, I'm going to prank this person, and they don't think about the fact that if you're going to do something that will disable my cable in a dangerous situation, you could kill me. But at any rate, no one cares about that stuff. And I sound crazy, but now I have 2 witnesses across, in the area that will corroborate what I'm saying. And I have a lot of video evidence. And I can probably, I'm very good at finding experts, so it's very likely I can find a mechanic to agree with me. And I was able to get the mechanic that looked at the car to admit that it was also possible that what happened to me was consistent with what I said. So it's just bananas. And the whole day was just nuts. Like today was just like so off the wall. It's surreal. I can't even like explain it in a way that makes any sense. But this person has friends, and they're having their fun, and it's causing my life to be a train wreck to the point where I'm willing to endanger my life to say things in a space and hope somebody has a conscience. No one should be able to terrorize someone like me the way I'm being terrorized. It's not right, but there's nothing I can do about it. So, maybe the gods of Twitter Spaces will, defend me. Anyway, I'm okay now. It's just been a weird couple of days, and it's cost a lot of money I don't have, and I'm pretty upset about that, and just the status of my life at this point. It's a lot of despair. Let's
Yeah,
talk
it's
about
pretty
cheerful
cool.
things. Let's just move on
No,
to
it's okay.
cheerful things, okay?
I'm just wondering because I remember a while back you were talking about how your lock and for your apartment was being like, I don't know, tampered with in some kind of way. Is this the same
Yeah,
place? Like,
same thing. They shorted. I say they, but him. This person shorted. It's an electronic lock, and they shorted the lock, and as a result of that, I had stepped outside. So when they shorted the lock, I didn't have anything with me. I didn't have my phone, so I couldn't call anyone. Oh, and here's the clincher, by the way, about last night. Before I even called to ask this landlord to let me in, he had already blocked my calls. Now, how would he be able to do that? You know what I mean? Like, how would he even know? I'm like, you're a stupid motherfucker. Like, you literally blocked my calls before, like, you even knew anything about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So he obviously knew something about it.
I had a landlord when I lived in Florida for a while when I was younger. Like I had moved out and shit, and we I know it's a long story short, but like we lived in this place, and like our friends also lived in a similar place, and the landlord had kind of access to both, like he owned both and what have you. So the point is, like they were both paid for, right? Like one was paid exactly on time all the time, no matter what. And the other, it just came later, you know what I mean? And
Well,
so
that's
because
irrelevant.
of,
The
so
landlord
be,
tenant law in every state is specifically clear. Regardless of when you're paid, the landlord is not allowed to enter an apartment
yeah,
unless the terms are very
like
clearly laid out.
what happened to
Hmm.
us was they over time they built up kind of like the balls, I guess. Like it was this is no offense to Indian people, I don't mean it this way, but because they're great business owners in America. But the point is, like, it was an Indian guy, and he built up the balls to finally, like, just one day he just like would come on the property and like tell us to get the fuck off. But we were just so fucking poor to the point that like we had no, you know what I mean? Like we had no argument against it pretty much. Like, but we always got them the money within a month after, right? Like it was always within like a reasonable amount of time. But the point is, like, we were so fucking poor. So anyways, the point I'm getting at is like he, because of that, he really went off the deep end. It wasn't just like coming onto your property. Like he did some crazy shit. So the point I'm getting at is there are people who like pay on time, every time, all the time, no matter what, and still put up with that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I've never paid him late. My landlord, never. I paid him the day of,
Yeah.
like the day it was due. I paid it, but never late.
Yeah, this was
So I
years
don't know.
ago.
I think he's. I
When I
think it's
was,
just from what the neighbor said across the way. This happens every single time. And what I said was, well, I consider this person like a big brother to me. And he actually does a lot of things that most reasonable people would be like, what the fuck? What do you mean he comes into your apartment and hangs out with your cat while you're out? You know, like, and I'm okay with that sort of thing. I'm a bit of a gypsy, you know, like I'll share my space to some extent, but I don't like it when I feel scared and then I get pranked and these pranks actually endanger me or leave me stranded somewhere. That's not, and cost me a great deal of money. I mean, it's not a great deal of money to him or anybody else, but to me, it's a really substantial sum.
yeah, the thing
Yeah.
that always gets me, excuse me, the thing that always.
So, you know, I just want, it's a family matter. I think everyone knows about it. I think everybody can look at the, you know, what I've offered up on it. And I think the matter should be resolved. I don't think it's fair to me. I'm just asking to be treated fairly. And I don't think this is right.
Having connection issues when switching.
I like his cat. It's a cute cat.
I'm probably gonna have to stay down here doing co-host spot.
Oh, Peter's got the co-host job now.
Woohoo!
Lucky you.
Yeah, the responsibility. Exactly what I want. No, I'm just wondering, like, yeah, because a while back when you were mentioning things about going on with your lock in your apartment, and you know, like, you don't know who's fucking doing it, but now you've said you've had like the neighbor, the quote unquote nosy neighbor, saying that like this landlord has a pattern of fucking with people in a way to like, you know, so that they don't get their like bond back or whatever, you know, for renting. Um, I'm just sort of piecing this together in my head, and I'm wondering how much of that was your landlord, and you know, I'm just trying to work it out a bit, thinking about it. And
I don't, yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I just know that, you know, it makes me sound unhinged, and I'm absolutely not. I've lived with gaslighting people before, and they go away when you shed the light on them. You put a light right on their head, and you're like, "This is what you're doing to me," and then they either stand and deliver, or they shut the fuck up and they go away, because it's no fun. It's not fun to gaslight people when they know in advance that they're going to be embarrassed publicly about it. So, you know, I prefer to handle things internally. Like, you know, that's generally what I do. But when I can't do that, or when it's not doing, you know, the job for me, you know, like people are like, well, why don't you go to police? Well, you know, I don't need to. I have a mechanism that's far more effective. I have, you know, fake brothers who hopefully will resolve the situation. I'm not I'm not doing anything inappropriate. I pay rent for an apartment. The rent covers X, Y, and Z. And if there's an issue with X, Y, and Z, I'm month to month. So make another contract with me. Don't fucking terrorize me, you know? And he could not rent out this apartment anyway. Maybe he doesn't want to. Maybe he just wants me out. But he told me before that he thinks he can get more money renting it. And I'm like, okay, we'll go ahead then. But you're going to need to resolve the bathroom issue. There's no way you're going to be able to rent it that way. And, you know, he kind of shrugged and walked off. And, you know, I mean, the problem with Florida is that, you know, you need like a ton of deposit money plus last month and first month's rent, and I'm not really in a position where I can deal with that at this second. And not to mention, you know, I do like the apartment with the exception of some things. I'm just trying to make it work. I'm trying to make it work and not be an asshole about it. But this person's making it very hard to be reasonable.
You know, it's easier said than done, but I live.
And Sandra, it sounds like what you're describing though is a person potentially committing criminal behavior, right? I mean, I know you're.
He
I'm with you on the
100%
whole.
is. But
I'm with you on the whole. Dealing with things internally, like I understand why you wouldn't want to go to the police and things like that. I mean, I'm the last person to go and suggest that kind of behavior myself. But if they're doing criminal shit while you're living in their apartment, you know, it's kind of it's not good. I know you're trying to make it work, but like, you know what I'm going to suggest there? It's not necessarily go to the police, but like find another place at the very least. Get away from that bullshit, you know. But
well, I
that's
can't
just
really. I intend to, but I can't afford to do that for a little while yet. But as soon
yeah,
as
and
I
obviously, like if you have to pay for things with your car and stuff, that doesn't help the fucking cause, does it?
no, that sets me back. And he did that on purpose as a prank. Now to him, I think he's got a lot more money than what he lets on. But he seems a little eccentric, and that's fine. That's his prerogative. But it doesn't make any sense to me to, you know, if you really want me out of here, then why are you fucking with my car and potentially killing me? You know, because he disabled the cable. So that the cable would just like, it was on, but not, it was on just enough to make it somewhere. Like it would have, like if I was driving on the highway and that happened, my car would have stopped dead in the middle of the highway.
Hey, what else? I don't know if I'm going to cut out again, but what I'll say is, you know, nowadays these web cameras, whatever you want to call them, there's a million different types of cameras. They're like $10, $15, $20 a piece now. You know what I mean?
Well, he'll
So at
disable it. I
least,
mean, the
so
problem,
so
I get what
so
you're
at least,
saying.
well, I'm not saying it's going to prevent anything. I'm just
Right.
saying that if something happens, then at least if you're in a bad situation, then you don't have to prove anything. That proves itself. So
No, I agree with you, and I will do that as soon as I can. However, it will likely be disabled. You know, this person's very accomplished at what they can do.
like I'm broke, like I've been broke as shit for like 6 months.
I don't want any trouble. I want the family to deal with it internally. That's how I roll. I'm no fucking snitch. But this guy almost fucking killed me the day before. If I was on the highway, I would have had no way to get off the highway. I'd just be in the middle of the fucking highway. I mean, it was a potentially very dangerous situation. It's like something like a child would do to somebody, you know, like, and not like thinking of the consequences. And I understand that some people are like that and they think that's funny, but you know, what if I tried to get out of my car to get help in the middle of 95 and gotten hit by a car? I'd be dead. I mean, it's just, and or someone could hit my car while I'm in the fucking car, disabled in the middle of the fucking highway, and also be dead. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me why people play pranks with potentially deadly consequences. So I think that there are other people that know this person. I think they're well aware of what's going on. I demand that it get handled. I demand that it gets handled the way it should be, fairly. You know, I didn't do anything wrong to this person. Not a fucking thing. I haven't done anything wrong to anybody. And I don't understand, aside from watching the drama unfold and just gleefully like rubbing your hands together. Woohoo, let's see how she reacts. And by the way, I had severe respiratory problems as a result of that too. I had a panic attack like 3 or 4 different times after it happened. I could not breathe. And then I had strangers coming up to me telling me, why don't you call the police? Why don't you get this guy in trouble or whatever? And I'm like, I just want to handle. I don't think it's, what are the police going to do? You know, like they're going to be like, okay, well, here's the police report. You know, it's more effective. I found, in spite of being a lawyer, I found it's just more effective where, there's probably a family involved. They're probably well aware of it. Just fucking handle it. It shouldn't be taken out on me. So I demand it get handled. I'm sorry people get mad at me for wanting a reasonable handling of it, but you can't do this to people. Eventually something really bad's going to happen to somebody. And I don't think anyone wants that on their mind. I mean, they may claim they don't give a shit, but late at night when they're alone, if something bad happens to someone, they're going to have to think about that. I don't think that that's the right thing to have to worry about. And I can't even believe I have to discuss this. This is just like common fucking sense. You don't do shit like that to people. Anyway, I'll stop talking because this is going to end up affecting me directly. Like this person could just literally fuck me over very hard. And I'm imploring the bulls in the group to use their fucking horns before I get shredded, because it's getting worse. Like it started out small and now it's escalating, and I don't have the ability to get out of it. And I haven't even spoken to this person in like several days. Like the person said hello to me. I said hello very pleasantly back. I had stuff in my hands. I went into my apartment. That was it. I mean, this is so weird. I can't even begin to tell you how strange this is. I don't like it at all. I mean, obviously, who would? So I'm sorry to turn this into like a, Sandy bitch session, but I mean, you know, I I need something handled here. This is kind of like getting out of hand. I don't want it to spiral any more than it already has. Anyway, lovely day. Lovely day. Anyway, Peter, I didn't mean to. There you go. You got me talking again. I mean, the person seems very talented, very artistic, very good with flowers, all kinds of cool stuff. Obviously a very talented person who probably needs more of an outlet than just the outlets that he has. But that outlet is not tormenting other people, you know? So I think that something needs to be, there needs to be a discussion amongst family as to how to tackle this. I'm not lying. I mean, I think you guys know that I'm telling you the truth. So anyway, enough's enough. I mean, my intent is to, at the end of this, I'm month to month. My intent is to be out before the 15th of January. But, I shouldn't even have to. I should be able to do whatever I want to do. I'm the most harmless, quiet, I mean, you would not even know I'm in this apartment if, I didn't occasionally order something in to eat. I mean, it's like, I'm non-existent. I have no life. But apparently that's not enough. So, oh well. All right. I'm going to shut up now.
And whatever happens, keep us posted at the very least.
There are at least two people amongst this group, they maybe not necessarily here, but they're well aware. They know who this person is. They're well aware of this person's behavior, and I insist that they deal with it. For once in their lives, they're going to have to step to it. This isn't what I could have been killed yesterday in my car. Imagine if I, instead of going to the UPS where I usually go to drop off my packages, imagine, because I was going to go Christmas shopping, which would have meant I would have gone back to where my old gym is, dropped the packages off around there, and then I would have gone to that there's a complex there that has the gym and it has multiple stores in it. I would have done all my shopping and shipping right there. And that would have meant getting on the highway. And then my cable would have dropped right in the middle of the fucking highway. So, I mean, it's just simply a matter of, okay, well, instead of last minute, I was like, you know what, I'm just going to stay local because I wanted to go back and do some things, and yeah, so this has gotta stop.
I know I did something one time that I'm not proud of. I was a young man and I was angry because the guy broke into my car and I knew who it was because he was in my car and he thought I left the money that he broke in to steal was still there. And he
Oh
bought
my God.
he brought a brand new Camaro and 6 weeks after he bought it, the motor seized up on it, and things happened, but I wasn't proud of it.
No, I mean, look, we all do dumb shit, right? But I mean, I truly haven't done anything to justify that sort of retaliation. I'm just kind of going about my day and talking to myself, and like you don't set out to escalate things by physically potentially hurting somebody or even financially damaging somebody simply because you disagree with them on something and you're not even supposed to be listening to them anyway. um like if I want to talk to myself, I'm going to talk to myself. I've been I've never been dishonest to anybody in this group. I mean, go back and look. You won't find a single instance where I even so much as fibbed a white lie. You just won't, because I don't. There's no need for me to do that. I don't. There's no net. I've never done anything where I'd be like, okay, well, I have to cover that up. you know. Uh, I've been pretty honest, and I don't mind it. Because although I don't see you guys face to face, I feel like you're family, and that's fine. It's weird in a way, I guess, but it's okay. I don't mind. Um, but this situation is kind of getting really. I feel like my mind is like I feel like my head is kind of like detaching from my neck because this situation is so fucking strange that it's hard to kind of like describe to people, like, yeah, this is going on, I'm trying to be chill about it, like you mind handling this before someone gets killed, it's like who talks calmly like this under these circumstances. I don't know, but it is what it is, right? The only thing I can figure is maybe this person sleeps even less than I do, and very badly needs a break. That's the only thing I can think of. But that's cutting it real bad. I sleep probably 3 hours or 4 hours a night now.
If you're concerned about your safety, have you addressed that with the local authorities?
No, I just talked about this. There's no point. There's no point in it. There's no point in it. You are the local authorities. One of you knows this person. I'm insisting that you do something about it. Nothing I've told you is fake. Everything I've told you is the truth.
Okay, I live in Arkansas. It's real hard for me
No,
to
no,
know
I
it.
understand.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, I missed. Sorry, I just got here, Sandra, just a minute ago. But so what you saying? We're the local authorities, and so. But what's this person? Just like real quick, where they? This is the person that's doing the stuff to your phone, or is it something different? Just curious.
It's all the same thing.
Okay, so
No, they disabled. They made it so that my cable became disabled, but they did it in such a way where it kind of they bounced it on like this lip of like part of the transmission cabling, so that it would come off while I was either driving or when I was, in other words, they did it in
okay,
a manner.
that sounds extremely dangerous. Like they're
Yeah, it
attempting
is.
to
I got
harm you.
very
Okay,
lucky. I got
all right.
extremely
So
lucky. So, I mean, I know everybody likes to have their fun. It was a
No,
prank.
It's not funny. It's not a prank. It's dangerous. If someone's trying to harm you, then
But they
you know
weren't doing it with that intent. It was a
it
prank.
it it doesn't matter if it's what their intent are. If they're doing something that can cause you to harm to you, it's evil, and that's not funny.
I agree with you, and I'm not defending this person, but there's a difference. But there's a difference in between a prank and someone intentionally trying to kill me. That's manslaughter. That's different.
Copy that. I understand. Thanks for clarifying for me, Sandra. Gotcha.
And I'm in a
Continue.
weird position here. I don't want this person to suffer a great deal. I just want it to stop happening, because then the people that live around here have seen him do this before. I am not the first person this has happened to.
So, well then, see, because then it's not just you then, because it's not just it needs to stop happening to you. It needs to stop happening, period, because it's happened to other people. So this person needs to be stopped.
Well, I'm not going to do anything about it beyond speak about it here, because I am convinced that somebody in the syndicate knows this person, and I think it should be handled internally.
Right. So let's just play out that scenario. Let's wordly map that maybe. Hey, Alberto's here. Alberto would probably know what to do, because Alberto is one of the most we've been through experiences that have provided him insight into the human experience, I think, through his encounters with the authorities in his state of, I think, Uruguay.
Well, I'm in the United States, but I'm happy to,
Well, yeah, I know you're, I believe in Florida, but I think Alberto is just, anyways, you there, Alberto?
Yeah,
Welcome.
here I am. How are you guys? What are you up to?
Good. Welcome. Sandra is having an issue with someone hacking her phone, causing damage to her car, potentially causing they're doing this stuff as what they consider a prank, but they've done it to other people, and they're now doing it to her, and it's making her appear as though she's mentally ill or something to other people, because they're not aware of what's going on, and so she's going through this stuff, and it's severely affecting her life.
I've seen that. Let me take a word. Yes, she went to the police, and the police didn't do anything. They just don't care.
No, I haven't gone. I haven't gone to the police. I want it handled internally.
Yeah, I can tell you.
So Sandra thinks that one of us, somebody here in this space, knows this person or knows of a way to get in touch with this person, and will be able to help her some way by speaking out through this space. Sorry, Sandra, didn't mean to go ahead.
Not necessarily the space, but somebody in the syndicate. I think there's like 50 people in the syndicate now. I know that there's at least 2 people that know who I'm talking about, that may or may not be in this space, but they know. I know they know.
Sorry, can I didn't quite I don't remember exactly what Peter told me about what exactly you have been hacked your cellular. Sorry if I didn't.
I appreciate you dropping in, and
Sandra, I don't want to be rude, but I think if you knew Alberto's background and heard a little bit about his story, you maybe if Alberto, or I could introduce him, or he could introduce himself to you, that might I think it'd be worth sharing, even though repeating himself.
Just to put you in context, for example, here Kay just show up. She's a friend of mine. She lives in the United Kingdom. A year ago, I met here a person named Samantha, and she's been experiencing a nightmare for years because of a massive hacking in her devices, in her house. Her life has completely been destroyed. She went to the police, and actually the police considered that she was crazy. And well, last year I was able to put her in touch with a person whose name is Jonathan Scott, who is somebody who has been researching a lot in software related to massive surveillance. What last year was called zero-day exploit, Pegasus, for example, that it's a software that gets installed in your mobile device without you having to interact with it. I mean, they just target you and you get infected without having to click anywhere. You just get infected using three 0 days exploits in those devices, and there's nothing you can do about that. It was sold by a company from Israel called NSO Group, and they are supposed to sell only that to governments that are not violating any kind of human rights, blah, blah, blah. But the truth is that that software is being used by anybody who has the money to buy the licenses for that. That costs millions of dollars. For example, in Mexico, the drug cartels have that software in order to be aware of the investigation of the police about them. And many people have been killed because of the information gathered by that software. And this person is really good at that. He wrote many reports, he did many forensic analysis regarding this issue because there's certain kind of topics in particular regarding some kind of very sophisticated malware, spyware that is very hard to identify, very hard to detect, very hard to do a forensics analysis on the device that can tell you exactly what is going on there. And this is one of the guys. If you can take a look at his profile, his handle is at Jonathan Datas1. And he's a good friend of mine, and he has the knowledge that I don't have. And if your mobile devices have been infected, that probably are a way of infecting other kind of devices in your network. That might be an entry point for accessing to other things in your life. This guy might do it. He helps people for free because he has past that where he did certain things he's not very proud of, and now he decided to do things to help others and try to compensate what he did in the past. So, yeah, maybe I can put you in touch with him. Maybe.
If you would send me the information, I would certainly be happy to have the information.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem. Absolutely no problem. Yeah. No problem at all.
And thanks for talking to the group.
No. I mean, since last year that I started using Spaces, I've been using it as a tool in many cases to teach, to educate people, to teach people, to talk about certain things regarding cyber stalking, cyberbullying, harassment online, things to take into account when using social networks and to be protected, spreading that kind of creating awareness about those topics because people enter here and they're not prepared. Nobody gives them any kind of I don't know, class about the basics of security in this kind of scenarios, and it's a wild play. And there was a girl who was 27 years old last year that she was a teacher in Canada, and one night she started to cry and she called me all night crying because she said, Alberto, the other night I created a fake Instagram account pretending to be a 13-year-old girl, and within 10 minutes I got like 10 messages from 10 men trying to approach me, and she was really devastated by the reality. But unfortunately, that is what's going on, and parents should be aware of that, should be educated. The teenagers should also know how to handle that kind of situations that are going to happen to them, because unfortunately it's full of people that have no good intentions out there and are constantly seeking for targets to attack and to show their power and just ruin their life for because they enjoy doing that, which is completely sick. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, if you could send me that that information.
I will send you the handle of this person now, and you just tell him that I gave that to you. Okay.
Yeah, that I appreciate that. Again, my preference is to try to deal with this internally, and with the hope that things. I I really don't believe in going outside when there's a way to, and I don't even need to know who has the information, who's going to do what. I just want it to stop. You know what I mean? I don't want to have
Yeah,
to
and
hire
unfortunately,
a professional, or even on a free basis. It's not. This shouldn't be necessary. It should get
no,
handled.
I get it, and unfortunately, I can tell you that in these cases, going to the police should might be more traumatic than the experience you are suffering. Be- so it's complicated.
Yeah. Again, if you could hand me or let me know that the handle of that person, and I'm happy to have that.
Yeah, I have just DM you the contact.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No
I
problem.
appreciate you taking the time to come in here.
No problem.
It just seems like, Sandra, that might be a potential way to solve your problem. I mean, I know it'd be better if the person that knows the person in the syndicate would just take care of it, but maybe this is another way of coming to a resolution.
Yeah, this guy, for example, works for many international organizations, and he was a person who, during the Olympic Games of this year, he exposed the application that was being used by the government of China, that was collecting certain things that were not supposed to be collecting. He showed which information was being actually collected about each people with that app, where it was sent that information that was not stated anywhere that could be collected, that didn't have the consent of the people. So this guy is involved in many things that are high-profile cases. Just take a look at his timeline, and you will see that right now he's. I was co-hosting in a space with him last week about a situation in Rwanda with a case regarding to Pegasus, the software of mass surveillance, and
Yeah,
he's
I
yeah.
respectfully, I appreciate everything you're telling me. But however,
Okay, okay,
there
okay.
there
I,
there is a potential for other well-meaning people
I know.
that were in there that don't deserve the publicity that they would get if
I get it. I get
things
it. Yeah,
went
I
that
know.
far. So I'm trying to do a balancing act. I hope people appreciate the position that I'm in and handle it. But again, I'm glad to have the information, and I'll do what I got to do ultimately. But
Yeah, I think
I
in
hope
your
I
case,
hope people are reasonable.
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I hope in your case, I expect that in most cases, these problems could be solved just speaking. That's the way I think we should deal with issues with people. Yeah, I hope that you can solve that in the best way.
Yeah, and I'm grateful. Really, I'm deeply appreciative of your time. Thank you very much.
I really respect what you're doing there, Sandra, or what it seems to me like, because it's something that I've attempted before, where you're just kind of letting your position be known and saying how this is wrong, and making it known to without being going public because
There
of
are there are younger people in here too that I I
right,
can't.
right. So yeah, you can't say everything, so you're speaking kind of codedly to specific people. I think is kind
Yes.
of what I'm. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've done that as well. So respect.
But I'm appreciative of Albert. I'm a survivor. At the end of the day, if people aren't going to address this, I'm going to have to do something. I can't go on like I'm going to end up. This person seems to be escalating a little bit, and it's just so
Yeah.
I mean, keep in mind. But by the way, just so everybody's clear here, when I came to Miami, I had no idea that this person was also the landlord. None. None at all. So you can imagine how creepy this is for me.
Yeah, I cannot imagine because you have only to live what you're living to understand what it is like. But yeah, it sounds very creepy. Yeah. I'm sorry for that.
And I don't feel like this person's a bad person. I just think that they just have some things that the family can perhaps help this person understand better about what to do and what not to do. That's all.
Hey, Dan.
Hello.
He's asleep. What are you up to?
Walking in the beautiful sunshine.
I hate you.
Yeah, really. How dare you?
I just saw the news in America. What was it? Once in a generation snowstorm or something.
Yeah, generation means 20 years. Okay. I mean, it ain't like it ain't happened before. It's just, we got a good cold wave. In northern Arkansas, middle part of northern got snow. And we got lucky. It was still warm. And we didn't get a lot of moisture, and the cold air, came in right afterwards. So we made out okay. Things are freezing. It's going to get down to, I think, minus 12 C. So, it's going to be a little cold.
Minus 12 is nothing.
Well, I know for you guys.
No,
Minus
it's
12,
hilarious
that's a
how you
good
got to
day.
bust out the Celsius just to. you never say it otherwise. But I got to get to negative, so I'm going to say the Celsius.
No, it wasn't that. I'm dealing with those that that's what they live in. So I'm trying to be helpful instead of making them
Oh, okay, yeah,
do a
it's like a
conversion.
cross cultural
Yeah, they
exchange with
do.
the Canadians.
Yes, yes.
I
I'm
got you.
plenty
Yeah.
about minus 12.
At least
8F, okay?
I'll be honest with you. Like, I think I brought that guy up the speaker, then up the host, then removed him as co-host, and then back up to speaker maybe 20 times.
Which guy are you talking about?
The guy that was here before, that OX whatever.
Oh, that guy?
Yeah, because he was kind of annoying. So I just like, all right, that's it. If you're gonna come up and say stupidness, I'm just gonna keep on bouncing you up and down and up and
Yeah,
down
I
and up
love
and
that. I
down.
love that one. The yo-yo. Because that was he was the guy that was like too stoned. Was he the one that was too stoned
Yeah,
to talk?
he's going to like make words. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
That's it. I'm gonna have some fun with it.
This is such like this space is such a great like advertisement against alcohol and maybe specific like how cannabis can be beneficial, but how it can also be horrible for some people in specific circumstances.
Look, they need to criminalize weed again. Okay, that's what.
Right? I mean,
Jesus Christ,
it shouldn't be for everyone.
Flat no, man.
No, that's it. Back to criminalizing weed. We tried it out, and it's not working, guys.
In Alaska, they legalized. In Alaska, they legalized marijuana for personal use in your home. Raven v. State in 1975. Coincidentally, both of my parents moved to Alaska in the late 70s, and I was born in '81 with a cannabis plant going in the backyard. So like a 6 foot tall one because the sun doesn't go down. So yeah, I think I was pretty stoned when I was born, probably.
Must have had a good time.
So that's good. I think I don't know. Maybe I'm a good advertisement for legalization, though. Would you say?
Yes, I think honestly, I'm at the point where I've been thinking for the longest time. Like, so I was 16. 16, weed should be legal, and every single point of reference that I've had, like, even as time goes on, it doesn't fucking make sense to me why it's illegal anywhere. It literally is completely just arbitrarily.
But did you see what happened to that guy? Ruining that guy's life.
No, man, I don't know. Like, look, if you want to be stoned as fuck and jump on a space and you can't make sense, that's one thing, right?
That guy is struggling.
What guy?
The guy who is too
Spaghetti
stoned to
code.
talk. Yeah,
What if you had
Whoever
what
said
if
this,
you had
something,
like
I missed
like
something.
a coach, like a mental health coach assistant that the AI the sentiment analysis detects this person who's having some sort of substance abuse issue which is caused by some sort of trauma or whatever's going on in their life, and then you detect that, and then the AI picks up on it, and then you put them in the sales funnel vortex ladder.
But what if someone just likes substances? You know, like we always pick this thing where, like, you know, people have abuse issues for reasons or whatever. What if someone just likes being fucked up, and
No,
it's
I mean,
nothing more
No,
complicated
that's
than that?
fine. Just have something good to say while you're fucked up. Like, there's no
yeah,
reason
okay,
Yeah. Use your
well, fine.
brain.
In that
like
case, funnel that guy off into a space of fuck ups because he
the
doesn't belong here.
the drug is
I
supposed to
don't know.
make you think about like more deep things. And if all you're gonna use the drug for is just to like fucking garble your speech, then look, give that weed to somebody who can use it productively.
It's like the group of
It's a waste of weed.
it's like the group of
There's
Australians.
heroin for that.
Remember the other night the group of Australians came in and they were
Mm-hmm.
all pissed, and I asked them, what does pissed mean? And one of them goes,
Drunk as
well,
fuck.
it's just drunk, yeah, and it's and,
Yeah, but come on,
I
that's
gotta
part
and
of the
say,
culture, man.
then Michael goes, well, we've lost 3 people, you know. It's
I think
I'm a big fan of Web3's Australian accent, by the way. It's
oh, it's
coming
really
along.
good. I think
That was Web 3's
I'm gonna
Australian
take it
accent.
somewhere
Oh, well, hear
dark,
it
and
now.
then you guys will probably ignore me. But I think a lot of people, or a lot of people in Alaska at least, get drunk or high because they want to die.
That's pretty fucked up. I definitely do not want to die myself. I know I'm not in Alaska, but like the reason, if that's the reason why you're doing it, then it's kind of yeah, maybe get help. I don't know.
age
Maybe that's
20
what they do to help. Maybe that's how they medicate.
age 20 to
Maybe.
25, I would agree with you. Beyond that, it was a indulgence, and then at some point it became a um, why don't I enjoy this? And it became a pleasure and a treat. And you know, that's how I look at drinking. It's a transitional thing. Peter, when he's 40, hopefully will have found that he enjoys it because he chooses to, and it's not to get a buzz on, it's to enjoy the actual taste and what alcohol really is, like with wine or whiskey. So
Look,
Yeah,
man,
for me it was like,
I
oh,
love
good.
good red wine. I
For
love a
me it
good
was
red
like
wine.
oh shit, I thought you didn't go ahead.
Sorry, Alice Koshi. I feel like we're both
No,
on
no,
different levels.
no. I think it's the like 2,000 millisecond delay between Australia. You're a whole day ahead of me, so go ahead.
No, I feel what Web3 is saying about the wine and stuff, like the taste of it. I have I have a good appreciation for red wine. Sometimes I buy the cheap shit just to get drunk because, like, you know, it's cheap and it's an easy way to get drunk. But you know, other times it's like I'll spend that extra money just because I want to have like the good taste and enjoy it, right? Um, I definitely feel like I'm in that kind of stage of my life now where I'm just kind of just coasting along and fucking around and whatever. Like that's I feel like that's pretty normal.
Look,
I
as
don't
long as you're
hate
wrapping
myself
it
for it
up,
or anything,
have
you know.
fun. You know,
What's that?
as long as you're wearing protection, have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't come out with no little Pete's. I swear to God, we'll be
No, man.
upsetting.
Look, abstinence is the best protection, right?
Yeah, that's also the quickest way to like become violent. Apparently.
Apparently, yeah. God fucking forbid.
are the one that gets it when he releases. So
Yeah, I haven't gotten laid in like a year and a half, so I mean, it's no wonder I'm like pissed off all the time.
That's what it is.
It all makes sense now.
Is this a male syndrome we're fixing to talk about?
Oh no, we're like, because we're attempting to be holy. You might say. I mean, I'm not doing a very good job, but we might be getting married on the 1st, so then that would be nice.
Wait, you're getting married?
Yeah, because we've been or whatever together for like 15 years ish. So, maybe we'll get married.
You can have
Getting married, but
you're taking on a lot, aren't you? Isn't so you have a trial and
everything all at once, Sandra. I think that's a movie or a book or some bullshit. But anyways, I just like the sound of it.
Well,
man,
if you can handle it, it's stressful.
No, I think I thrive with that particular type of stress. I think the stress where I avoid it and don't whatever, that thing is bad. That's death. But where I just go after it, fuck it. Yeah, I think I'll do all right.
Cool.
old.
Good for you.
How-
I'm glad to hear it.
I've come up with an elaborate plan to get this. I don't know if I said it already. The MacBook to go to Anchorage because my whole family is kind of insane. And then, oh yeah, I told you guys about my sister's thing. That's pretty crazy. That's just bizarre because literally my brother and I've ran. He started with the mayor thing in 2015. He's literally ran for everything for like 20 times. And then me, just this crazy bullshit I've done was because there was a guy in the Midnight Sun, which was like just a political blog kind of thing, pretty small. But he tried running for city council assembly, is what it's called, and a school board simultaneously. There's no law prohibiting that, but the clerk said, "Hey, you can't do that." Because I think you can't hold both offices, but you could run. There's no rule that you couldn't run. So they didn't let him though, and they said they're going to flip a coin and just take him out of one. So after I'd had the encounter with the police and all that a couple times and all that shit, I filed to do the same thing. Oh, oh shit, I gotta go. Oh fuck, I gotta go. Anyways, oh yeah, but then I only filed with APOC. I got fined by 50 grand or 10 grand or whatever. And then, but I didn't make it down to file with the city because I saw a cop and got scared and got really high. But anyways, yeah, you guys talk.
I'm so confused right now. I'm trying to work out the story of Alaskoshi, and I'm just like, there's some stuff going on there that I cannot make sense of, but at the same time, it's slowly unraveling, and it's interesting to hear it. I know he said his sister ran or something and got a good position in government.
Won.
No, she's on the city council in Harrison. Somebody resigned or something, so they had to pick out of 5 people, and she was picked.
Yeah, that's awesome. But I'm curious to hear more about the Alaskoshi story because there's little bits and pieces here and there that are sort of scattered, but it is what it is. If you got to run, you got to run.
Yeah, it's not sounding good right now.
I'm completely sidetracked right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Just don't
Welcome
get arrested.
everyone to Celibate Chat. Today on Celibate Chat, we're talking to Alaskoshi. It's so cold in Alaska, it's hard to keep it hard. You'd think it'd be easy to keep it hard where it's so cold.
Not
my friends.
It's not hard. It's hard to keep it hard when there's nothing there when it's that cold. It retreats.
Oh, it's
hard,
like
but it's small.
Shrinkage, like George in the pool.
Precisely. Remember the ocean?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
You don't want a beluga coming along biting it off or nothing.
Is that why they call it frostbite?
It retreats into your stomach like you're hunting in Tanzania or some shit. Just retreats into your stomach so you can go hunting.
Have you ever been to Africa?
No.
I think it would be cool to go. Don't you think it would be cool?
Yeah. No, I think it'd be you just have to have the right injection before you go, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's like 1 billion of them too.
Uh-huh.
But you're anti-vax, right?
That's right.
Oh. So you can't go anywhere.
Oh, no.
I can't go anywhere.
He's not he doesn't want to deny other people the vax. He just chooses
I think if
Yeah.
other people want to try untested medication, they're free to do so.
No, hang on. You know that thing that was I thought this person was really smart and I really agreed with their ideas, but then they disagreed with one of my political standpoints, so now they're absolutely a dumb cunt, sort of whatever it was. Michael, really? No, to be fair, I didn't want to get the vax, so.
Yeah, of course.
I'm with you. I don't like the idea of taking something that's untested and doesn't have like a good scientific method applied to it. And I feel like it was rushed as shit.
I look at it as informed consent, and I have that right. And I was informed, and I did not consent.
Okay. It was tested, though.
The other reason.
I was just going to say, Peter, it was tested. They tested it on you.
Yeah, that's right. I was okay. But I know other people that weren't, you know? It's like, I wanted to keep avoiding it for a while and, you know, as long as possible. And with what Perth was doing, it seemed like that was the best possible situation for it because we basically banned travel for people, you know, coming in, coming out, with exception of very, very sort of stringent laws that kind of, not laws, but, you know, mandates, whatever, that made it really, like, you know, the whole world was suffering from COVID and we were like a year and a half in or whatever, and we still basically hadn't had a major outbreak. It was good in a way, but it was bad in other ways, right?
Yeah.
Like people were complaining about like, oh, I haven't seen my family in like over a year or whatever. And at the same time, people overseas were like, well, you know, everyone we know is fucking dying over this virus. And it's kind of, it's hard to say whether what we did was right or wrong. But at the end of the day, we went the same way the rest of the world did. We opened up. We just sort of went, okay, that's it, you know. And now there's no mandates. Even if you have COVID now, you can just go about your day-to-day life. There's no need to isolate or anything like that. Yeah. But you know, so it's kind of like at the end of the day, was it worth it? Maybe, because I think we did save a lot of lives in our approach of just like, all right, just calm the fuck down for like a hot minute and, you know, just chill out. And in the meantime, everything internal was great. Like we could just go about our daily lives while people were in lockdown and stuff around the world. And we're just doing our own thing. But the downside was you couldn't travel. So if you had family overseas or you had family interstate, it was really difficult for people to get out of the state and really difficult for people to get back into the state. It was back into the state that was really, really hard for people. But that put us in a position where, you know, like you could be unvaccinated and there was no vaccine mandates at all because we were just like in that good state of things. And then everything changed pretty much overnight. We were told that if you don't get a vaccine by XYZ date, whatever it was, I think it was like something December 2021, you can't work. Like they're going to basically say if you're in these kind of industries, you're not allowed to work unless you've had the vaccine. And my industry in construction was unfortunately affected by it, even though I'm like working with one other person. There's usually no social contact on site with like the outside world, so to speak. We were like in the perfect position where we could just work and there was very, very low risk of actually catching this virus, right? And it was still put into that position of like, okay, well, you have to get a vaccine if you want to continue working. So with the opportunity that I've been given with the apprenticeship, I kind of said, well, I'm not said, but you know, like my mindset was, well, fuck it. Like, I'm not going to give this up now. I can't just stop working. I have to, you know, I have to keep working because I have debts. I have to make money. It is what it is, and this is like the line of work that I'm in. So
yeah, like I have to admit, I got the vaccine as well, but I got the vaccine before the mandates, so my dignity remains intact. But yeah, it's like no, just joking. But like yeah, at the time there was a lot of fear porn going around, and they really did hype it up. I've been okay, so I haven't had any side effects from it. So actually, I still haven't had COVID yet, actually. But everyone else who
lucky you.
Yeah, everyone else I know has had COVID, and it's like you know, I think it's just like a chance thing. So most of the people I know who have had COVID have also had the vaccine, so it didn't stop them getting it, obviously, but maybe it had some effect. I don't know, but yeah, I never agreed with the mandates, and I know Australia had stricter mandates than we did over here, but over time the mandates got like increased in the industries, like they kept adding on industries to get mandated, and then there was a lot of protesters at the government, and only now have the mandates. Oh no, they dropped them a while back, but they kept it on for the health staff, which I thought was a bad move because then there was a whole bunch of nurses who have quit over it, and then our health system, we don't have enough health staff. And it's like, come on,
They're like, where did all of the nurses go? I can't believe we don't have enough. Well, of course there's not enough nurses, you retards. Like, you must be retarded to complain about lack of nurses when you fired them.
Yeah,
Mike,
exactly.
we can't say the R word anymore. You're allowed to say moron, but not the R word anymore, man. Come on,
we can
get
say
with the times.
Look, I'm an anti-vaxxer. That's fine. We don't,
Does that mean you're more likely to get into an accident, though? Like a car crash?
It is.
Are your insurance
Only
premiums going up
because
as
of
a
the
result?
sudden death heart attack that ran into him.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what's fucked up, right? So my boss is 64 years old. Hold up. My boss is 64 years old. He has a mate that's a little bit older than himself, I believe. The only reason my boss decided to go and get the vaccine in the first place was because his mate went and got the vaccine despite having like heart issues and blood clot issues in the past. Recently, that person has been told they're not allowed to get any more vaccines, like the COVID vaccines, because of the risk of like blood clots. They're basically saying that like his recent blood clots, which he's
Peter,
gotten.
why are you spreading disinformation?
No. I'm speaking anecdotal. I'm speaking anecdotal information, not disinformation.
Winfrey's dying over there, man.
Good. Let's kill him.
They got the vaccine and didn't talk so much.
Anyway, this person has been told they're not allowed to
Sorry
get more
about
vaccines
that.
because it's caused blood clots, right?
What are you talking about? The vaccines don't do that. How dare you?
Mike, I swear to God.
The vaccines, if you read the data, there were 3 groups on the vaccine vials, and actually part of the group were placebos, and then a different degree of the vaccine itself. So as they applied it, they still had to have a control study when they, so, and you can look at the details of what's out there, and
Look,
that's what the story is. So
you just need to know what an actuary is. Nobody knows what an actuary is.
I have
If
a
you
real
knew
good
what an
idea.
actuary is,
I have a
you
good
wouldn't need to
idea.
listen to anyone. You don't need to listen to anyone. You go to funeral directors and actuaries, and they'll tell you what's happening because they're not allowed to lie.
I just keep thinking of this meme where it's like, well, actuary, like this is how it is. Fuck you.
They keep the best data sets than anybody else.
I think they've dropped the whole having to get vaccinated to travel to most countries. Is that right? I mean, they'll still expect you to
I'd
get
assume so.
they'll still expect you to get like, I don't know, you're going to get your yellow fever vaccine or whatever. But a lot of the people.
Is it possible to request an unvaccinated pilot?
An unvaccinated? Why?
Well, there was a case recently in New Zealand where the baby needed like urgent heart surgery or something, right?
I saw that shit.
And then what they wanted was the parents wanted unvaccinated blood for the baby to have this life-saving operation, and then they couldn't guarantee that, so it was like then there was a court order, and I think they took it to court, but I don't know what's happened to it, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, similar sorts of things happen with the Jehovah's Witnesses, I think, where they want, or the Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't want any sort of blood transfusion. And then sometimes there's like a court order to like basically force the parents to go get it, otherwise the baby's going to die, whatever.
But that just sounds so fucking like uneducated. The whole unvaccinated blood thing. It's like if you're getting a blood transfusion, it's like where in the blood is that like vaccine going to fucking affect you? I don't know. Like it's it just sounds so corrupted in like the like mental framework of thinking, where it's like this person doesn't understand how the vaccine works, they don't understand how DNA works and stuff like that, but they're being like spun a lie, just absolutely spun a lie in terms of what's going on.
What's the
But hey,
lie?
to be honest, you hear the thing about like the unvaccinated sperm donors or whatever, where like there's a premium on unvaccinated sperm.
Oh yeah.
Michael's gonna make a killing.
They've differentiated on blood from when they started doing marriage licenses and testing blood. I know here in the U.S., and they were also using it as a segregation method. And then over time, it continued to be that. And then when the AIDS hit sometime in the 80s, they segregated and it was the legal control. I'm not saying what's going on. This is strictly the legal controls. And they kept that separated. So they've set precedents of distinguishing control based on differences in the blood. So in turn, today, to me, it should be that you should have a choice if there's a risk. I mean, it's just like you don't want blood tainted with AIDS, so they make sure that they keep those separated and that kind of
The
thing.
thing is, you can live with AIDS.
Yeah, but okay, look, can you prove that someone has been vaccinated based on the blood sample?
Can you
Is
prove
there
that
scientific data?
No, you can't.
Can you prove it the other way? I mean, it's
what
you can't prove.
You can.
But it's
you can show
there's
that.
a difference. There's a difference of effect, and you can differentiate. If you can test the blood and distinguish one's been vaccinated and the other hasn't, which you can do, then that proves that there's a difference.
From what I've.
No,
It's
if you
just like
can prove it,
it's
fair.
just like
But if you
testing for marijuana in one blood and marijuana in another blood. One has it in it, the other doesn't have it in it.
I mean,
you have marijuana in one of the bloods.
We probably need to ask.
Okay, hold up.
Probably need to ask Michael's wife because she'll know it. But I don't think that they can tell whether you've had a COVID vaccine or not from your blood. I think all they can tell is are you producing antibodies for COVID, and that may be just caused by you've had COVID in the past, so you've still got an immune response.
Look, the way I see it is like if you can't prove it based on blood samples, so if you can't take a blood sample and there's not something objectively different, then like the rest of it is all psychological. It's completely what's the word for it? Psychosomatic, like.
Yeah, on the internet though, I try and avoid talking about the vaccines because I think everyone's just like, I don't know, everyone's got their own thoughts on it, and this ends up in a big argument. So I just try and not talk about it so much. I don't know if anyone else sort of has had that
No,
experience.
I was like that for 3 years, and now I just tell people how I feel.
You're a mudblood.
So it's like they tested Viagra longer than they tested this. They care more about your dick than apparently.
I mean, that just sounds like human nature, right?
That's a good point.
As much as I hate to be a cis-white gender male, but like, come on.
Like, it's in your nature.
This fucking virus, man, who gives a fuck? My dick health? Come on, Get that blood in there.
Web3, you want to set up the unvaccinated blood bank? I think there'll be some good money in that. Because I think pretty clearly there's an ability to test whether somebody's been vaccinated or not.
Is there?
Yeah.
Ask Ellie because she'll know. Because I'm pretty sure there
Allie,
is.
how would you tell if someone was vaccinated or not? Could you use their blood to tell if they've been vaccinated?
Yeah, because you'd be able to see the antibodies and whatever it means. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go, guys.
But couldn't those antibodies just be produced by prior COVID infection? So how would you differentiate between prior COVID and vaccine?
Be more of the spike protein.
Oh, so you would detect the spike protein.
Would you though?
What we're gonna do is set up the unvaccinated sperm bank and blood bank, and we're gonna price it like Martin Shkreli.
Make the insurance companies pay.
Fucking $10,000 a drop.
It won't go to the end user. It'll just go to the insurance companies, knowing Martin Shkreli.
I think though
Like, you know.
the side effect from any sort of vaccine, and I know there are a couple of exceptions, but usually if you're going to have something go wrong, it's going to go wrong, pretty soon after you've had your vaccine. So it's not like,
I mean, but we're trying to. The news is notoriously difficult to report in real time. And what we're trying to do is, extrapolate based on unknown data. We're only going to know the effects of the vaccine over the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, but I mean, how would that look? You know how the human body works. It's constantly regenerating itself on some level, right?
Well, hold on. We don't know how the human body works with the mRNA vaccine.
No, not yet. Okay, I'll agree with that on a specific level of like it's pretty untested, but just the general sense of things, right? You know how the human body works. You know how much gets regenerated over a certain period of time, right?
Not in context of mRNA.
Not in the context of mRNA. Okay, look, I'll agree there. I'm agreeing there. I'm saying when there are studies that say, okay, this stuff like disappears from your body or like your bloodstream or whatever in a certain period of time, it's very hard to say that this vaccine could have an effect within 5 to 10 years. I'm not saying it couldn't, right? Like, I'm on that side. I wanted to wait. I wanted to see like what happens when, like people have been vaccinated for like a period of like 2 years. They've been vaccinated. Are they still living? Are they still like completely flawless, quote unquote? Whatever. But because of mandates, I had to I had to pick a side. Like, do I?
We're both staring
it is what it is.
We're both staring at the same set of incomplete data. You know what I mean? No matter what hypothesis you make upon that data set. Because every month you get a new data set, and all of a sudden, if things change, you know what I mean? It's like a football game that we're watching in slow-mo.
Yeah, exactly. But what Dan was saying is like, if you're going to, pardon me, just fucking farting on my own words. If you're going to have adverse effects, it's going to be in the more immediate sense, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but that's usually the way, right?
Again, we don't have usually. There is no precedent for this. So everything that you think is supposed to be normal doesn't necessarily apply.
I mean, it's a different technology, right?
And what happens with new technologies usually?
Bugs.
That's all I'm saying.
And that's why I wanted to wait myself. Like, I'm fully for it. Like,
No,
I'm
you're
not
not
disagreeing
supposed
with you,
to wait, you anti-vaxxer. You're supposed to go with it immediately and ask 0 questions.
What about a non-mRNA vaccine? Would that be more
That is
palatable?
completely different. Of course. Of course. Give me
It
something
is.
that actually has some sort of track record in real life.
What I'm saying is, when you're in the middle of a pandemic, though, you haven't got the time to do the 5-year trial that you usually would go through.
You're absolutely right. You're right.
But
both sides are right here. I feel that.
I was hesitant, let's say, about the mRNA technology because when I read about it, it was saying that originally they hadn't got this to work because they would it would be an over response in the immune system. That's my understanding anyway. So, but they figured out how to, I don't know, add something to it or whatever they did. But the technology was that they got it to not overreact the immune system. But my guess is, and I'm just shitballing here, but my guess is that it's particularly for the young people, you know, how some of them were getting the myocarditis, that heart inflammation, maybe their immune system was overreacting, but you didn't really see it in the older people because a lot of older people struggle to even mount an immune response, you know, so that's why the flu vaccine's not as effective in the older people, or any vaccine for that matter. So it's a bit hesitant about that. But yeah, I don't know. So what would you say
Have you
to...
guys?
Oh, yeah, you go, Peter.
All right. So, in the world of digital tech and programming and whatever, like, there are plugins and things that you can use, DLLs, where it hijacks like a certain thing, right? So if you're running like a video game, you can run a DLL plugin that'll hijack the graphics engine and like override some of its systems, and then you can plug in code of your own, right? To me, mRNA is kind of similar because it's like you're hijacking certain things within that thing. That sounds weird, but it's kind of like you're with the mRNA vaccines, you kind of like you're injecting this code that tells the body, you know, like, okay, there's this thing, this spike protein or whatever, you got to look out for, right? But it's not directly injecting the virus itself. So it's like in concept, it's a great technology. It's more like what's the side effect of that in the long run? And I think I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait like a year or two just to see what happens with that. But I was put into that position of, well, my job is on the line, my means of making money is on the line. But I always kind of think back in a weird kind of way, like where the software is at in terms of
I mean,
all these kind of things.
yeah, and I mean, before you take a vaccine, you don't know if you're making the right decision, because it could go either way, I guess, you know, so you never know but then, yeah, it's like with the whole spike protein and stuff, I think that's what's called. I'm pretty sure, like, when you get COVID, your body's going to be producing like thousands of spike proteins right throughout your body, right? So, I mean, yeah, you might have a bit of spike protein after the vaccine. But yeah, I don't know. Like, and the whole heart inflammation and stuff that can happen after COVID. So it's like all the things that can go wrong with the vaccine can also go wrong if you get COVID. But then, you know, we're in this kind of ridiculous situation where the vaccine
Yeah,
doesn't
I
really
think
stop you from
I think
getting COVID at the moment, but it does, I don't know, it may reduce your chances of having a severe outcome.
But
yeah,
like, okay, so
what I'm hearing
how
is that
much?
you would have enjoyed the freedom to choose and not have it affect
Yes,
your employment. That's all I'm hearing, and I agree
absolutely.
with it.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah,
That's absolutely what I'm saying. Like, I would have liked to have the freedom to choose at the time, but just like my hand was forced and I made a decision at the time, right?
yeah,
But
it was bullshit that they mandated it. Um, and I think what you're seeing
You
now
weren't
is now
forced
you've
to
got
get
people
anything.
who will say, you know, you've got people who are purely anti-vax, any vaccine, not just the mRNA, the childhood vaccines. And I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have been as many people like that if they hadn't forced people to basically get the vaccine. And then they try and say, oh, we didn't force anyone. It's like, oh, yeah, but if you tell someone they're going to lose their job, you're pretty much forcing them, you know?
we're getting a
It's not
livelihood to
true at
make it,
all.
you know?
It's a stupid logic.
Uh, Dot has something to say.
I'm
Go ahead,
saying
Dot.
that's some dumb logic to sit there and say that you were forced when you weren't. Nobody held you down. Nobody stabbed you with it. You just did not want to stand your ground on it. And I had friends that stood their ground. They lost their jobs and they're still doing fine. But, you know, it's all about standing your ground and how you feel about it. And at the end of the day, if you caved in and you got the vaccine, that's on you. Nobody forced you. So get that out of your head.
Well,
Nobody forced me, but
yeah, well, I got the vaccine.
uh,
I got the vaccine before before there were any mandates. So no one was forcing me. And even in my industry, actually, I never had to get a vaccine anyway. So
Why are you even
I had
speaking
the
on it like
luxury
you
of
were
not having a
forced?
vaccine.
You just spoke on it as if you were forced. You
I'm talking
yourself.
about the people who
No,
were
but you
mandated.
yourself.
You get,
No,
yeah,
if I didn't
you
even
can
bring that
say
up, you yourself
technically, technically
brought
it's
it
not
as if
forced,
you.
right? But when someone threatens, well, not threatens you, but tells you you're going to lose your job if you don't have the vaccine, well, that's, and then you're saying, well, you're not forcing them, but you're requiring them to get it. And that's kind of like, let's say it's not forced, but it's very strong pressure to get it. And,
Can you just get
you
off
can
on
argue whether that's
agitating
right or wrong.
people? Like you got the vaccine yourself, so I don't even understand why you're aggravated or what type of argument you were even making.
Well,
You're
I
trying to
made the
make an
argument
argument
before.
for other people or
Listen to
something?
me. I made the argument
That
before
makes
that you
sense, man.
now have a generation of people who are very anti-vax, who wouldn't have otherwise been that anti-vax if the mandates were in place. So there's basically like a backlash.
It's not true at all.
You don't think that's true at all? Okay,
You think
well,
it's
that's
not
what I
true?
That's
see.
not true at all. That's not true. Everybody still gets the
Dot,
correct vaccines when you're born. Like, come on, I work in the medical field. Get real, dude.
did you get the vax?
Yeah, I did. I suffer from blood clots from it, actually.
Yep. Wait, you suffer from blood clots from it?
Yep.
How does that make you feel?
Sucks. But
Do you feel like you are ultimately contributing to
I
society,
wasn't forced. I
knowing
wasn't
that it's
forced.
caused you blood
I
clots?
wasn't forced to do anything. I made those decisions myself. I could have took a different route and got a different job, making whatever, or other sources of income. Right? There's plenty of different jobs you can go. But I chose to stay and get vaccinated and trust the system. And unfortunately, it failed me. But I made those decisions. Me myself, like I made those. I'm not blaming anybody else but myself.
Okay, but if you were given the option to not do it at the time, right, would you have not done it?
I was given the option to not do it, and ultimately ended up just doing it. I mean, my father has a stent and has cardiovascular issues, and out of respect for him and his paranoia and everything that was going on, I just went ahead and got it. And I made that decision. I'm the one that caved in. I could have continued to stand my ground and made other choices, but I made the choices I made. I'm not blaming anybody but myself.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that you would blame anyone else, right? I'm just asking the question just for like reference point here, right? Um, uh, it's unfortunate that it does happen to people where they've made the decision and then they've suffered in some sense. On the other hand, it's like, well, if you don't make the decision, you could possibly suffer worse, right? It's a very difficult thing. Um, so no judgment, right? Like I'm just asking the questions.
Oh, you're cool. I just don't want anybody in here like trying to play victim to anything. Unless you're in Australia, it was a little bit different over there. That shit was kind of wild to even see.
Here's in
Fuck's
Australia. Dan, you're in Australia or you're in New Zealand?
I'm in New Zealand, so the land of milk and honey. So we struck a pretty good balance. No, I mean we were pretty strict, but we weren't as strict as the Australians. I think the Australians even had drones on the streets and stuff, But
Yeah, that never happened.
none of that happened. Yeah,
That's China, man.
it was. Oh, I think Australia was like a close second. I think.
Devin, you're incorrect. People were coerced to have the vaccine.
Tell me. Give me some examples.
It's not worth it. You wouldn't believe me if
It's
I told you.
not worth it. So you can't give me facts. The based off
No,
of your.
you've already let us know how you feel. It's not worth it. It's not worth the energy. You wouldn't listen if I told
Do you
you.
have any type of
But
medical
welcome.
background at all?
Welcome to the Syndicate.
You're listening to the Squarespace Degenerate Conversations in the Broadcaster Voice, also
Track
known as the
funding.
Syndicate.
Do you have any type of like?
Dang, what did I miss?
Does he have any type of like
Absolutely
any type of
nothing.
license or background in medical?
That's what my wife just said.
Yeah,
That's scary.
you haven't missed anything at all.
Today we are discussing the vaccine and its potential ramifications. Did you get the vaccine or did you not get the vaccine? Doesn't
No,
fucking matter. Either
no, I
way, you're
didn't.
going to die.
I didn't, and I did an informed consent. Went through a process of making a determination and made a choice. That's all I did with it, and I was to the point where, if at my work, if they were going to require it, I was going to claim an exemption and see if that process went through. And if I was unemployed, I would just be unemployed, and I would do whatever it would take to survive. So it just choices and all that good stuff. So
Damn, that's exactly what I just said, and I just got called that I was fucking crazy. Is it time to remove me yet?
Nah.
No. I'm just waiting on that for him to kick me.
It's time to add you as co-host. You don't
I was
understand.
going to suggest it, Mike.
Did
Yeah,
not
you know how it
expect
is.
that at all. Okay.
Let's bring him up.
Okay.
Do, 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 do.
You know what happened? Todd, what happened? Come back.
How's it go? Bum, ba, dum, ba, dum, ba, bum.
Hey guys, if I talk in a way that makes me feel really tired, it means I'm making it a better person. If I'm really casual and I'm kind of dismissive about what you're saying, and if I interrupt you while you're speaking, and that makes me feel like I'm being a bit more persuasive with how I'm talking, this is how I express myself. Hey Dot, you're back. Sorry about that.
Just noticing, everyone in this space is a speaker right now.
Oh,
that may be a first.
You're a co-host.
Hey, Tree's going Web3.
Say that. Say what?
Hey, Tree's gone.
Okay. Let me try one more time. See if it settles in my brain.
How are your trees going?
Thank you. They're cold, and they don't like the cold weather. But they're going to be okay. Yeah.
What sort of trees are they, man?
Pine trees. With a little bit of oaks.
Pine and oaks, that should be
Do
alright.
you get the red needle disease in your pine trees? Because then this disease going through the country here, red needle. Basically, all the pine needles die and the tree dies.
No, the biggest thing that we have is the pine needles. The pine beetles is the biggest problem we have, and if we get those, we have to kill the trees, cut them and burn.
It's a nice face now.
Good stuff. Poor guy. I can't tell you how much I enjoy bringing people up as speaker and then as co-host and then removing them from co-host and then bringing them up as speaker, then as co-host, and then back down to listener over and over and over. And the thing is, like, once I get like a half a sentence out, remember Sandra where the guy was talking, and then like he would get like half a sentence in, and he would just disappear.
Oh my
And
God.
they've never had a taste of co-host before, so it's like, oh, finally, I get. Did you hear that guy? He was like, he almost had an orgasm when he got the co-host.
He was so happy, and then you
He
crushed
was
him.
so happy, and then it's like, get half a word out, back down to listen. Don't shake your head, Allie. It's fun. Oh my God! Look, that's how.
Mike, I feel like, you know, the cucks in general. I feel like you need a dominatrix on your side.
Look, you by now you can tell that I have a tolerance for a lot. If I'm good at anything, it's tolerance for just the most amount of drivel, right? But like,
Yeah.
there's a line now. Does that make sense? If you're just like
So,
shitting all over the floor, it's like there's not even art to it. It just smells now. And so it's like, I don't know. Before I would let it go. Now it's just like, you know what? If you're gonna do this, I'm gonna fuck with you back, which is I'm gonna give you power and take it away, and give you
I feel
power,
like
take it away.
I used to know what your line was, and now I don't know what the fuck your line is because it just seems arbitrary, which is not
Yeah.
a bad thing. It means you're adapting and you're evolving, and I respect that. But like, what I'm saying is, I just don't fucking know. So, no.
Like that
To
guy,
answer your question, no, I don't know.
like that guy, Doc, right? It's okay. Whatever opinion you have is fine. Just don't blatantly interrupt someone and talk down to them, especially if you don't know them. Like
Yeah,
that's
Mike,
not.
what the fuck are you doing? How dare you fucking?
That's not. You know what I mean? Like you've already decided to start off, you know what I mean? Like abrasive, and it's like when they do that, I used to let it go. Now it's like, okay, if you're willing to be abrasive, does that mean I can be abrasive too? And if so, might as well have some fun with this. Invite to co-host. And then drop back down. And that guy, let me tell you something. That other guy, OX speaker or whatever, that guy lasted like 30 rounds.
Spaghetti code. Yep.
Yeah. 30 rounds of coming up and coming down and getting a sentence out and drop down. And the bad thing is he thought it was his phone. He's probably like going out to buy a new phone right now. He's like, that's fucking Android. I hate Apple, but maybe this won't happen, And then he gets the Apple phone, comes back, same thing happens again. Fucking Apple going back to Android and just back and forth. I'm a piece of shit, guys. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah, I was gonna say you're an evil cunt, man.
you're
Yeah, I'm
doing
an evil
God's
cat.
work. You're doing God's work.
Because I've had enough.
Much worse than anything.
If you're going to try to disrupt what's happening, I'm going to make you waste even more time. That's the way I'm gonna get that.
That's a good way to be. Good
All
night,
right.
everybody. I got to go.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m.
Yeah. Y'all be
Yeah,
safe.
yeah, good night.
Yeah, I'm
Have
gonna,
good peaceful meeting, my friends.
gonna check out as well. Have a great night, everybody.
All right, guys. Stay
Night.
warm.
Take care, Sandra.
Peter already knows it.
So about that, Vax.
So about all of our differences. I love it. Good times. I like when Dan, you heard Kiwi Dan almost get upset there. That was interesting. I never heard Kiwi Dan even close to upset.
I feel like we'll get him there. I feel like the Syndicate. Fuck me. I've had a fair bit to drink. I feel like the Syndicate will get everyone upset sooner or later. I'm going to back off for a minute because I've got hiccups now.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow or today or whatever day it is.
Yeah, a couple hours from now.
Mm-hmm. You've been listening to the Syndicate. Crying face, tongue face, surprised face, smiley face, heart, rocket, unicorn, capiche, fire, I don't know, clap, tasty, thread, prayer, red flag, painting, clown, crying face, yawning, point down, rose. That's right, the Syndicate. Crying face, tongue out, surprised, happy, heart, rocket, unicorn, capiche, fire, I don't know, clap, taste, thread, prayer, red flag, painting, thingy, clown, crying, yawn, pointing down, rose. Today on the Syndicate. Sorry, go ahead. I was trying to be like really committed to the joke.
Mostly thumbs down emoji.
You think so?
Do I? I don't know. But to answer your question,
Thumbs down, everyone. Thumbs down. Just because you're a listener doesn't mean you're not responsible. If I'm going down, you're going down with me.
listeners are complicit.
All right, guys. Thumbs down to everyone. Merry thumbs down.